Investment Act 2020. I move that the bill shortly entitled Virgin Islands Investment Act 2020 be read a second time. And before I take my seat, Mr. Speaker, I'll go through my notes in which I've read, and we also have some bill notes ably provided for us by the Attorney General. So I do thank her office for this. But this one, Mr. Speaker, is so dear to the economy of the territory that I've even expanded on my notes. So I crave your indulgence for this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you for this opportunity to present the Virgin Islands Investment Act 2020 in this Honorable House for its second reading. The Virgin Islands Investment Act 2020 is yet another long overdue piece of legislation that has been needed to revolutionize and modernize the way business is done in the BVI and to make this territory more competitive, secure, and more attractive for business and investment. When our government took office in March 2019, we made a lot of things that ought to have been done to keep the territory advancing forward, but which were not done by our predecessors, and which were holding back our economy, our development, and our people, and more so, holding back the diversifying of our economy. We pledge to work hard to correct these deficiencies. We pledge to make the tough decisions and not to make decisions based on political expediency, but based on sound and objective reasoning. We vow to do the things that need to be done so that our country can move forward and grow, and in the process create more opportunities for our people. Your government has set the vision for the territory to be a lead in the regional economy through entrepreneurship, innovation, and local and foreign investment. We cast this broad objective in the framing of the 2020 budget, which was presented in November 2019. And we began communicating our vision to our various stakeholders as we entered 2020. But we are all aware of how much the COVID-19 global pandemic has diverted attention and resources since March 2020. And we are still coping with COVID-19 and its effects. As we enter 2020, your government was laying the foundation to begin the process of engaging with the various stakeholders in our economy and our society so that we can commence this transformation of the Virgin Islands economy with the vision in focus. And where COVID-19 continues to be a constant disruption, this presents some difficulties to our government, and may I add, as well as to all governments throughout the world, when it comes to moving forward in the very orderly fashion that we had very much planned to proceed with initially. We all are fighting the effects of the worst pandemic in the world over the last 100 years. Our territory has also become saddled with a very broad imposed commission of inquiry at this time, which is straining our very limited resources. At this time when every country in the world has their hands full with COVID-19, some persons believe that this is the best time to impose a COI on the people of the Virgin Islands. Of course, your government supports an independent and transparent commission of inquiry, and we are doing everything that is asked and demanded of us in the interest of transparency and accountability, and out of respect for the law, so that we can ensure a just outcome. But we cannot let the perfect become the enemy of the greater good. And we cannot wait until the pandemic is completely over to start the work for positioning the Virgin Islands for future success and resilience. We have to do as much as we can do within the limits of what is possible, because no one knows when COVID-19 will end. So, Mr. Speaker, you would have observed that your government has been working very hard on bringing forward a legislative agenda, especially those items that have been long overdue, Mr. Speaker, and the reform of which would help to advance our development and improve the lives of the Virgin Islands people. Mr. Speaker, this was also evident in the suite of e-government legislation, which will make doing business with government much, much more pleasant, and doing it online. Mr. Speaker, those were already passed by this Honorable House and assented to. Mr. Speaker, we have also seen more balance in ensuring good governance legislation in terms of the Contractor General legislation, the whistleblower legislation, which were already passed and assented to Mr. Speaker, to further strengthen our capabilities to police ourselves as we move towards self-determination, Mr. Speaker. But this piece of legislation today, the Virgin Islands Investment Act 2020, is also an important element for the economic transformation that we are aiming to achieve for this territory and its people. It modernizes the framework for attracting and driving investment in the Virgin Islands. And we all know that we need investment in the Virgin Islands in all forms. It aims to create a stable and balanced environment where persons, local and foreign, who wish to invest in the Virgin Islands can feel welcome, comfortable, and confident, because the systems are operating in an efficient and transparent manner with good governance. In bringing forward this legislation, your government has engaged in extensive consultations with the public. We have listened to their concerns and their suggestions, and we have incorporated these into the drafting of this act. There are some suggestions that will be putting forward during the committee stage as well, since they will add further strength and value to the legislation. I thank my government colleagues for their ongoing support in this and the many other legislation and initiatives geared towards further strengthening our economy during the ongoing challenges being experienced by COVID, the worst pandemic in over 100 years. I also must thank our Junior Minister, Honorable Shireen Flax-Charles, Junior Minister for Trade, who on behalf of the Premier led the charge on this initiative in the many public meetings that were held. Development is a function of the economy. The economy is a function of development. And investment is a driver of both. Investment is one avenue through which private funds are channeled into economic activity. In the process, it drives trade. It creates jobs that provide income to support families. It generates revenue for the government so that the needs of the public can be satisfied. It stimulates the emergence and the growth of new sectors. It invites the development of infrastructure and competencies. And we can go on and on and on. But if we want to encourage investment, then we must address the needs and concerns of investors while balancing the interests of the territory and our people. We must find that balance. From the investor's point of view, we need to ensure that there is clarity in the areas that are open for the various categories of investors and investments. What the expectations are, what are the procedures for taking interest through to reality, that there are mechanisms for fairness and for addressing disputes, and that measures are put in place to facilitate the ease of doing business in the British Virgin Islands. This is why we are establishing the Virgin Islands Trade Commission through the Virgin Islands Investment Act. Mr. Speaker, from the Act we can see that the objectives of the legislation are: one, to provide a clear and transparent framework for investment in the territory, thereby further strengthening good governance. Two, to provide for an efficient dispute resolution mechanism involving investment. Three, to provide for a mechanism for interministerial coordination on regulatory provisions and incentives and support mechanisms for investments. 4, to promote sustainable economic development and growth through the mobilization and attraction of domestic and foreign investments that A, enhance the economic development objectives of the territory to build a prosperous, industrialized society with adequate direct investment. 2, and among other things, encourage the creation of employment, wealth, technology transfer, capacity building, value addition to natural resources and foreign currency generation. And B, reduce unemployment, poverty, and economic inequality in the territory. C, accelerate the growth and diversification of the territory's economy. D, facilitate domestic investments, particularly in priority economic sectors. And E, provide for other matters on investment promotion, admission, treatment, and management. The Commission is responsible for the administration of this Act. The functions of the Commission are to 1, receive and consider the investment proposals under this Act and to approve or disapprove such applications in accordance with this Act. 2, promote both foreign and domestic investment by identifying specific projects and inviting interested investors for participation in those projects. 3, undertake either in the territory or outside the territory promotional activities to attract foreign investment that are beneficial to the economy and development objectives of the territory. 4, register and keep the register of belonger and foreign investors and their investments in accordance with the prescribed requirements. 5, provide support services to investors and investments after establishment in order to assist them in their ongoing relations with the government. 6, assess economic sectors and investment proposals and projects for investment potential, opportunities, and social and economic impact, including local and public sector participation. 7, undertake periodic reviews on investment policies and trends in the territory and globally in achieving the overall objects of the Act, including the review of levels of domestic and foreign investment in different sectors and the development benefits of these investments. 8, review compliance with any approval, registration requirements and conditions by investors and investments. 9, coordinate the investment-related functions of commercial representatives. And 10, carry out such other functions as the minister may assign from time to time. The Commission may introduce incentives and other support mechanisms consistent with this Act and any other applicable law as may be required for investments after consultation with the minister responsible for any specific economic sector and with the consent of the minister responsible for finance, where revenue is involved, and also any review that may need to be done. The Commission may introduce incentives and other support mechanisms of this nature. The Commission may, on behalf of the government, enter into a legally binding performance agreement with any foreign investor seeking approval under this Act to agree on matters related to the contributions of the investment to the development objectives of the territory. Let me explain what this means, Mr. Speaker. In a nutshell, the government will be able to identify the areas for investment that are aligned with the development objectives of the government on behalf of the territory. Based on the priority areas, we will be able to set clear policies that persons and businesses wishing to invest in those areas will be able to look at and to weigh in making their decisions whether to invest or not. All parties will be clear on what areas of activity are reserved for the government, what areas are reserved for belongers and entities whose majority shareholdings are owned by belongers, what areas are reserved for joint venture partnership between belonger investors and foreign investors, and what are the criteria that need to be met for investment to obtain approval. They will also know what are the incentives being offered, if any, and other relative and relevant details. Criteria can include the value of investments, number of jobs to be created, especially for belongers, geographic area where the investment is to be located or where development is to target. And when we talk about jobs being created, it's not especially for belongers alone, but we mean mainly for belongers. And this will apply to investment and businesses that are wholly owned by Virgin Islanders and belongers, those that may be entirely owned by foreign investors, or where there's a mixture of local and foreign investors. There will be clear guidelines and policies to assist the process for registration and submitting proposals, and for how applications are considered and treated with, where approvals involve conditions such as performance targets and so forth. We will be able to have these clearly spelled out. These conditions can now be built into the agreements, licenses, and so forth, so that both the investor and the government can be held accountable for their respective side of the deal. To improve the ease of doing business, the Commission will set up an integrated client service facility to facilitate information flow to potential investors and the public, to facilitate the application and approval process for required permits and licenses in relation to investments, and to facilitate the timely receipt of government approvals for permits, registrations, licenses, and other documents. The Commission will be able to liaise with the various ministries and departments to involve them in the approval process, and also to assist applicants in getting the necessary licenses and so forth once the investment is approved. Where a foreign investor wishes to invest in the territory, the approval of the Trade Commission will be mandatory, and this would apply to any form of merger, acquisition, direct or indirect sale, or transfer of ownership in a time frame that encourages investment of such type, as well as all types of investment. Clearly, efficiency and professionalism is key. I must emphasize that while the Act also speaks about foreign investors, this is not only about enabling foreign investment. We want to enable and welcome foreign investment, but at the same time, we must ensure that the development objectives of the territory and the interests of our people are protected to the necessary extent. So, Mr. Speaker, you would observe that there are many provisions in the Act that speak to foreign investors, but these are intended to regulate and manage how foreign investment is done to ensure that the territory's interests are not compromised. So, for example, there are provisions that speak to change of ownership or control of an enterprise, where a foreign investor may wish to invest in an enterprise that is already established. That has to be approved by the Trade Commission. The Commission can approve or decline the requested change. It can attach conditions to its approval, and it can take action including canceling, suspending, or withdrawing approval for an investment or any license permit, authorization or concession granted by any relevant issuing authority where the investor has attempted to contravene the Act. If necessary, it can refer wrongdoing to the Director of Public Prosecution for further action. Mr. Speaker, it has always been the policy of your government, and we have said this repeatedly, that the people of the Virgin Islands must benefit from the economic opportunities in their homeland, and we have seen it fit to detail this in the Act. Provision is made for the Minister responsible for Labour, after the necessary consultations, to approve, whether necessary and appropriate, for an investor to employ persons who are not belongers to perform scarce key professional and managerial functions, or specialized services, scarce skills, or specialities required for the operation of the investment. However, the investor is obligated to observe available skills in the belonger labor market, investment in human capacity development in the labor market, and ensure the transfer of skills to belongers, such as to enhance the sustainability of the investment and its linkages within the territory's economy and achieving the development objectives of the territory. This is something we have to be stringent with. We must ensure that it is enforced. and the modernization of the Labor Department, which is in progress, will help to ensure that this is done. Where there are positions filled temporarily by non-belongers, an investor shall ensure that belongers are trained to acquire relevant skills to assume those positions within the prescribed period or a period agreed upon between the minister and the investor. The investor shall train belongers to fill the positions occupied by foreign personnel on a one-to-one apprenticeship basis, unless otherwise agreed and specified in the agreement. The people of the Virgin Islands must benefit from the economic opportunities in their homeland. Our people must be able to participate in their economy, and the pathways must be created to give our people the fair chance they deserve. Mr. Speaker, the Act makes provisions for settling disputes between parties to agreements in investments. Where a foreign investor is involved, such disputes must be reported to the Commission. The Commission may try to assist in resolving the dispute if this is the desire of the investor, or it can assist the parties in getting into mediation if their parties so wish. They may also exercise the option of going to the courts of the territory or going to arbitration according to the specifics in their agreement. I must point out here that we have detailed a number of activities that would constitute an offense under this Act. For foreign investors, offenses would include operating contrary to the Act, investing in sectors that have been reserved for the government or for belongers, and changing the nature of the investment in such a manner that makes it substantially different from what they were approved for, where it is appropriate that the breach can be remedied by compliance, provisions are made for that to be done. All investors have an obligation to operate with integrity and good faith. This means they cannot submit information that they know to be false, misleading, or fraudulent. Submitting false, misleading, or fraudulent information can lead, on conviction, to a proposed fine of $2 million or to imprisonment for up to 10 years, or both, as we will see when the bill is discussed, what that figure will end up to be. Where offenses are committed, the Commission has options to suspend, withdraw or cancel the approval of the investment, as well as a license, permit, authorization, or concession issued under any law or any other law. The Commission may also cause the investor to cease operations until the suspension, withdrawal, or cancellation is lifted, or until the offense is remedied. The Commission may additionally seek permission of the court to impose a fine of up to 100% of the economic benefits that have occurred to the investor as a result of the offense. Again, provisions are being made to allow for investors to be notified of alleged breaches and offenses, to respond to and appeal to the court if they feel they are being unfairly treated. Mr. Speaker, the Act allows for these areas, but the Act also makes provisions for the establishment of a fund, which will be known as the National Economic Investment Fund, which will be able to receive certain types of investment contributions. This fund shall be used only for the purposes: 1, infrastructure development; 2, environmental protection and improvement; 3, development programs; and 4, social programs, including education, sports, the Deputy Speaker would like to hear that, and health. In keeping with the principles of good governance, we have put it into the Act that the Minister for Finance shall lay before the House of Assembly every financial year for its approval the purposes to which the funds paid into the National Economic Investment Fund will be allocated. Mr. Speaker, as mentioned, one of the aims of this Act is to put some structure in place so that expectations of the government, the citizenry, and investors can be clear and transparent, based on established policy and not on arbitrary or ad hoc operation or to play. One area that will benefit from this clear and transparent transparent approach is that of investment incentives. You would agree that everyone benefits when things are laid out upfront. Investors know where the opportunities lie. They know what are the benefits and incentives that are available to them when they are preparing their business plans and proposals. They know what are the key indicators that will be considered when their proposals go for evaluation. As I stated earlier, our objective is to drive the development of areas where there is targeted potential and which are underdeveloped or where there is room for expansion. It makes no economic sense to hand out incentives for persons to come in and compete with existing businesses and saturate existing sectors, while the areas that need to be stimulated remain ignored. That will not broaden our economic base and diversify our economy. That will not increase resilience. It will only increase risk. So investments under the Act will only be considered for incentives in clearly indicated areas. These areas include 1. Tourism, research and development. A. Hotels and resorts. B. Marinas and mega yacht services and facilities. C. Health and medical tourism. D. Sports and leisure tourism. And E. Cultural tourism. 2. Professional and financial services. 3. Business process outsourcing. 4. Fisheries research and development. A. Deep sea fishing. B. Processing. C. Packaging. And D. Aquaculture. 5. Environmental research and development. Alternative energy research and development. 6. Manufacturing and production. 7. Agriculture research and development. And 8. International air and sea transportation. The Act has been designed in such a way that future governments can adjust the priority areas as the territory's needs evolve. The Act also specifies what aspect of the project would be eligible for accessing incentives, and these include constructing or expanding facilities for investment operation, building or expanding physical and technological infrastructure, or starting or expanding the activities for strategic services as determined by the government of the Virgin Islands. Long-term assets that will be considered as eligible costs for the purpose of investment incentives include transfer fees and taxes for land and building acquisition, import fees for building materials, new technology, equipment and machinery, and certain intangible assets such as patents and licenses. Finally, incentives for investment may take the form of tax reduction or relief in certain areas for set periods, and in certain cases, eligibility to apply for residency under the Act with some clear guidelines that would not compromise the people of the Virgin Islands. It must be noted that where residency is an option as an incentive because it will not apply to all investment, this does not equate or automatically lead to belanger status. Persons who become eligible for the residency based on their investment will not have the special rights of belongers, such as a right to purchase land and real property, as an example. Based on the provisions described above, it should be apparent that we are improving the framework that is currently managed and regulated by other pieces of legislation, the Pioneer Services and Enterprises Act, Hotel Aid Act, and the Encouragement of Industries Act would therefore be replaced. For those who may be concerned about the repeal of these acts, I can assure you that the protection and benefits that are put in place through the Virgin Islands Investment Act 2020 are either on par with or superior to what existed before, and it will definitely be clearer and easier for you to access. The Virgin Islands Investment Act 2020 is a transformational piece of legislation. It provides clear direction for persons local and foreign seeking to invest in the Virgin Islands. It sets in place a framework for what incentives will be available and how they can be accessed by interested and qualifying parties. Investors will know upfront what the areas are where they can focus their attention and what the rights and obligations will be for the parties. The Virgin Islands Trade Commission which will be responsible for administering the Act, will be empowered to play their role in promoting and attracting investment in the territory. Through the integrated client service facility in the Commission, we will enhance the efficiency of attracting investors and helping them to get their funds in and their enterprises operational for the benefit of the economy and the Virgin Islands people. Through the Act, the people of the Virgin Islands will have assurance that they can benefit in and participate in their economy, and that economic development and growth will open up opportunities for them. When major investments take place, our people will not be left out because we have put it into the law that there must be preference for jobs once they are qualified, that they will get the training and apprenticeship to claim their stake in the economy. Local businesses and local investors will enjoy the fair protections of the Act, where certain types of activities will be reserved for belonger-owned or belonger-controlled businesses. The Virgin Islands Investment Act 2020 signals that the Virgin Islands is open for business and investments, that we are welcoming to investors, and that we are serious about developing a robust and resilient environment in an economy that is ideal for investment. And with investment, I repeat, this means local investment, local partnership with foreign investors, and foreign investment. This act will strengthen our position in setting the Virgin Islands on the path for long-term and sustained growth and economic resilience with our people at the center. Mr. Speaker, this is just a synopsis of what the bill entails, Mr. Speaker. And I want to state clearly, Mr. Speaker, that this bill had a very extensive public consultation. And, Mr. Speaker, we have incorporated as many as is possible, or was possible, the views of persons, Mr. Speaker, that attended those public meetings, or, Mr. Speaker, have subsequently had meetings with different members of the government and have brought it to my attention as the Premier. Mr. Speaker, this is not only innovation. This, Mr. Speaker, now will give us a clear, transparent way forward with how investments will be done in our territory. And, Mr. Speaker, it is our prayer and our intention that the bottlenecks involved previously for all investors, local, combination of local and foreign investors, will now be removed with a more efficient and clear way forward. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank you and I beg to move, Mr. Speaker, that the second reading of the bill entitled Virgin Islands Investment Act 2020 be read a second time.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Honourable members, the floor is now open for debate on the Virgin Islands Investment Act 2020. I recognize the
Mr. Speaker.
Junior Minister for Trade and Economic Development, the Honourable Sherry D. Flex Charles.
Good day, Mr. Speaker. I am privileged and honored, as always, to stand before this esteemed House and give my support for this bill. But before I begin, today I would like to pause and take a moment to acknowledge those lives lost to the plague of COVID-19. I pray for the families and friends of those departed and recommit myself to being a part of the effort to ensure that we see no more losses. Mr. Speaker, we find ourselves standing now on the latter edge of a hard-fought battle against an invisible foe, the coronavirus. Today, my intention is to lend my clear support to the Virgin Islands Investment Act. However, it would be remiss of me not to express to the people of the Virgin Islands, specifically the business community, my sincere and immense gratitude for their dedication to the cause. Today, our communities were able, together, our communities were able to reduce our numbers and halt the spread, we were also able to see the reopening of many of our small businesses who had to make the sacrifice of closing to see community-wide social distancing. Mr. Speaker, our business community continues to show themselves to be the backbone of this nation. They should be lauded as heroes in truest form for their brilliance, innovation, and perseverance. So I am very grateful for the opportunity today to represent this niche of our paradise, all entrepreneurial-minded and business-spirited. The idea of streamlining and regulating investment into the Virgin Islands is a critical one. With the perspective of a Virgin Guardian with family history in business, I share in the territory-wide lament of what seems so often to be modern economic pillaging. Our young people are incensed, as we were decades ago, as we hear of the next rich stranger who has shaved off a huge chunk of the resources that constitute our heritage and culture. Land has been consumed in the name of development. Culture has been tokenized in the name of branding, and we have no value contributed to our collective substance as Virgin Islanders. And can we blame them? Real business is not colored by altruism. It is about making the most profit with the smallest investment of resources. Our elders have a clever analogy for what happens when one chances upon a donkey along the wayside. The idea isn't to vilify outside investment, quite the contrary. Our territory has seen immense growth thanks to the introduction of development through to folks like the late Lawrence Rockefeller of Lititix Bay fame, the Hawkins of the Bitter End Yacht Club, and so forth. However, in this case, Mr. Speaker, and globally in the case of successfully public-private partnerships, the onus is on the public sector to regulate investment. We have to understand that we do not come to the table as beggars, but as a people with a rich heritage and an abundance of resources in a land bursting with opportunity. This must be leveraged. Investment should represent not just a return for the wealthy outsider, but also a windfall for the territory, resulting in jobs, community projects, talent development, education, and national revenue. Mr. Speaker, I must admit that this legislation makes me extraordinarily excited. I have worked diligently, leaning on my network to obtain pledges for millionaires willing to build schools, hold workshops, employ interns, and so much more. Many of them simply say, "Tell us what you need." So, with the support of the Premier, this creates the optimum opportunity for us to build an economy of consciousness and involved developers, conscientious and involved developers. I want to see the day, Mr. Speaker, when any resort built has stipulations for annual internships and scholarships, a healthy ratio of belongers on the executive team, and a robust budget for community projects that support their enterprise and industry while bolstering the community. The framework is well established within the legislation, and I intend to champion to ensure that this is followed through to the letter of the law, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I must say that I do believe that some parts of the process puts the cart before the horse. This may be my naivety or natural tendency to favor expediency over bureaucracy, but I am concerned with the process of legislation that occurs sometimes. It is imperative that we ensure that the policies are in place to accommodate the practice and enforcement of these legislative instruments. The Virgin Islands has a dynamic and expansive suite of regulations, which sometimes, we must admit, fall flat due to an inability to follow through on the notions and intentions of its leaders and people. We must pay greater focus to developing the context within the relevant ministries, departments, statutory bodies, and wider community to make the Virgin Islands Investment Act truly take the place that it is intended to. Mr. Speaker, before I close today, I want to place an emphasis on the fact that this is not some scheme by which wealthy outside forces will be able to simply buy citizenship or monopolize certain sectors of business, as is done in other countries. Belonging to these Virgin Islands is a privilege which has a deeper value than any money can buy. For some of us, it is the result of generations of blood, sweat, and tears, which were soil and nourishment to the tree of all legacy. For others, our belonging is a symbol of our dedication to a new home, different to our birthplace, but one which we fought to be a part of and are willing to fight for. We will not allow this to become a commodity on the market. Mr. Speaker, opportunities abound, and it is my great pleasure to see that this time is not being wasted. Under the auspices of the Trade Commission and with the direction of the Premier, I look forward to seeing the Investment Act lend way to revolutionizing industries while building legacy relationships and better communities for all of us in these beautiful British Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Junior Minister, Honorable Flax Charles, for her contributions. Floor remains open. With no other member wishing to speak, I recognize the representative for the 3rd District and senior member of the House, the Honorable Julian Fraser.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill is a very interesting one, and it's going to have, from what I'm seeing, wide-reaching implications on the future of this territory. I'm not sure that I understand fully the aims and objectives of the bill, and I'm not sure that I understand fully, Mr. Speaker, if the bill can deliver the promises that I heard the Premier saying that it's supposed to do, to deliver. Mr. Speaker, the establishment of a trade commission, it sounds good. I'm pretty sure that all developed countries has a mechanism such as this for the purposes of controlling the development within the territory. Are we there yet, Mr. Speaker? Is it time for us to have one now? I'm not sure that I could answer that question, Mr. Speaker. What I do know, Mr. Speaker, is that the time, at some point in time, we must have one, a trade commission. But the transition between what we have in getting to a trade commission is a critical point, Mr. Speaker. Does the Trade Commission take what we have as it exists today and catapult it into that next phase? Or does it leave what we have today behind while looking forward to the promotion of commerce the way I see it outlined in this bill? Mr. Speaker, the bill says that the functions of the Commission are to A, receive and consider the investment proposals under the Act, and to approve or disapprove such applications in accordance with this Act, among a whole lot of other things, which I'll read, Mr. Speaker. I'm looking at Part 2, Administration of the Act. Section 4, Section 5, 2B, Section 5, 2A. Mr. Speaker, Virgin Islanders are entrepreneurs by nature. From way back when, Mr. Speaker, when a Virgin Islander would catch a fowl in the yard, chop him up, pluck him, chop him up, and sell the neighbor a leg, he was an entrepreneur, Mr. Speaker. Then he got a name, we call him a butcher. All these things were done, Mr. Speaker, right in his backyard. Yes, the farm was next door, or the farm was his yard. Caught the fowl in the yard, chop him up, sell the neighbor the leg. He was a butcher. And years later, Mr. Speaker, we became a little more sophisticated and we required this butcher now, to acquire a trade license. In order to get that trade license, Mr. Speaker, the butcher will make an application to the government and wait. Usually at that time, maybe he would get the trade license within a week. Then as the territory grew, Mr. Speaker, that trade license took a month. Then it took months. And then you would talk to your minister and the trade license will be had. This guy, his level of sophistication has not changed, Mr. Speaker, but the government's processes has been more onerous on him. You see where I'm going with this, Mr. Speaker? Then we started encouraging this guy to become incorporate, and he did. It was quite simple to get incorporated at the time, Mr. Speaker. You just fill out an application, and bam, you got a business, a company. Then we became more sophisticated, Mr. Speaker, and we start asking that we have a registered agent. Same guy. He hasn't really changed. He's selling more chicken now. He's making money. And then he lost control, Mr. Speaker, because everything became his accountant, his registered agent, the banks, and all that. This is the same Virgin Islander that I spoke about, Mr. Speaker, that is now wheeled out of business. He has a closed shop. He can't control it anymore. He has a closed shop. Fast forward to today, Mr. Speaker, when we are establishing this commission. This commission has to be friendly to locals first. This is where our first priority lies, Mr. Speaker. Locals. If we're not going to be developing these Virgin Islands for Virgin Islanders, then we need not do it. Because the next thing you know, that this House of Assembly that is occupied by Virgin Islanders will no longer be needed. You have already developed the Virgin Islands for someone else. Because this bill is focusing on foreign investment. Once a foreign now has invested, that means the foreigner owns. Once he owns the investments, he no longer needs you to administrate. You have to put our people first. B, Mr. Speaker, says, promote both foreign and domestic investment by identifying specific projects and inviting interested investors for participation in those projects. Promote both foreign and domestic investment by identifying specific projects and inviting interested investors for participation in those projects. Is someone going to ensure that the focus in the promotion of both foreign and domestic investment will be weighed equally? Is someone going to ensure of that? And that's why politicians are elected, to ensure that the interests of the people is first and foremost. And if you're going to remove yourself from this process, ministers, if you're going to remove yourself from this process and hand it over to this commission to promote both foreign and domestic investment by identifying specific projects and inviting interested investors for participation in those projects, how do we ensure balance between the both, domestic and foreign? C, undertake either in the territory or outside the territory promotional activities to attract foreign investments that are beneficial to the economy and development objectives of the territory. Undertake either in the territory or outside the territory. That's a huge mandate, Mr. Speaker. It's a huge mandate when you're talking about outside the territory promotion. And I would submit, Mr. Speaker, that that is precisely one of the objectives and necessary objective of having a trade commission. And you would find that in more developed places. But I go back to the question that I asked, are we there yet? And how do we make sure that we don't leave what we have behind? D, register and keep the register of belonger and foreign investors and their investments in accordance with the prescribed requirements, whatever they are. E, provide support services to investors and investments after establishment in order to assist them in their ongoing relationship with the government. F, assess economic sectors and investment proposals and projects for investment potential, opportunities and social economic impact, including local and public sector participation. G, undertake periodic reviews on investment policies and trends in the territory and globally in achieving the overall objective of this act, including the review of levels of domestic and foreign investment in different sectors and the development benefit of these investments. Mr. Speaker, in the Virgin Islands, we have a marine sector that is geared towards tourism. Marine sector that is geared towards tourism. And we have tourism itself that relies on the accommodation that's provided, the facilities that provide accommodation for people, like the hotels and restaurants. I'd like to see a list of all these various industries that we're talking about. The marine industry, which includes yachting, probably fishing. I can't think of a slew of industries. We don't have manufacturing of any sort, so to speak, that this commission will be targeting in this territory. I think maybe it'll be interesting for us to learn, Mr. Speaker, how many different industries we are thinking in terms of having this commission target. H, review compliance with any approval, registration, requirements, and conditions by investors and investments. J says carry out such other functions as the minister may assign from time to time. So from that, it sounds like the minister responsible for the subject does have some form of influence over this commission. Three says the commission may coordinate decisions and approval of investments which are of strategic importance for national economic growth with other relevant offices, ministries, and agencies. C, make recommendation to the minister with respect to the monetary threshold for the different economic sectors which belong and foreign investments are required to register. So, Mr. Speaker, in short, the Commission does in fact have some broad and sweeping powers. My concern is balance. How does it make sure that our locals are in fact advancing to the satisfaction of the people of the territory? What is the process now, Mr. Speaker, for establishing a business? Today, if you want to establish a business, you go and you get yourself a trade license. And like I say, you apply to the department and you wait. And if the wait is too long, you try to approach the minister on the issue. You get yourself a trade license, and as far as I know, once you get your trade license, you're good to go. You have a business, you can establish a business then. What's going to change once this commission is in place? What is going to change? I hope, Mr. Speaker, that nothing onerous is being placed on locals that would prohibit them from being able to participate in. I don't know if it's a God-given right, I should call it. Is it God-given? I know once you've been given birth, the freedom to breathe fresh air that's God-given. But we in the Virgin Islands has taken it for granted that we have a right to participate in the business economy, business of doing business. We've been doing that. It has become a little more sophisticated over the years. Will it now become more sophisticated to the point where some of us will no longer be able to participate in business, or this commission is going to make sure that it becomes or continue to be accessible to us. And those are the things that keeps me awake at night, Mr. Speaker. Part 4 of the bill, Mr. Speaker, says application for investment approval and control of investment. It says, 11.1 says a foreign investor shall not A, invest in the territory, or B, acquire any license, permit, authorization, or concession in the territory through any form of merger, acquisition, direct or indirect sale or transfer without the approval of the commission. So if I have a business as a local and I go out there and I seek the partnership of a foreign company to come into the territory to join with me, they must have the approval of the commission in order to do so. I don't think that I have a problem with that, Mr. Speaker. I don't think that I have a problem with that. As long as such approval is not unreasonably withheld. The government has a right to manage the affairs of the territory in the best way they see fit for the country. But such approval should not in any way be unreasonably withheld. And I don't presume that that will be the case. 2, a foreign investor seeking to make an investment in the territory shall apply to the Commission for approval of the proposed investment in the prescribed form and manner. A. 3. An investor who is proposing to invest in the territory may apply for A. Any proposed investment, acquisition, or establishment of an investment, whether directly or indirectly. B. Any proposed merger, whether directly or indirectly, subject to the requirements, any applicable law, or C, the acquisition of any license, permit, authorization, or concession issued by the government, including such instrument relating to the exploration and exploitation of natural resources. 4 says, Mr. Speaker, where the investor is a company that is a belonger for the purposes of this act, the company shall provide with its application proof of majority ownership of the issued share capital. And that's where I got a little lost, Mr. Speaker, because I was just talking about in this particular part of the act, it talks about a foreign investor. And in the same part of the act, under 4, it says where the investor is a company that is a belonger for the purposes of this act. So I'll need a little clarity on that, Mr. Speaker. What are we talking about? How could it be a belonger if we're talking about a foreign investor? And this part of the Act, Mr. Speaker, Section 14.1. Section 14.2. Section 14.2 says, the Commission may approve the investment proposal after having consideration and satisfied itself that A, the conditions set out in Section 13 have been met, and B, a substantial number of the following requirements as each case may require are fulfilled or likely to be fulfilled in a specified period. And 1, the joint venture with a belonger. the joint venture with a belonger. Mr. Speaker, I like the part that speaks to joint ventures. I think that sometime earlier, Mr. Speaker, in a debate here in the House, I mentioned the importance of joint ventures. In other countries, Mr. Speaker, China, to be specific with China, if a foreign investor wants to do business in China, a substantial portion of that business must be partnered with a local. I think it's a majority share must be with a local business or an individual. And, Mr. Speaker, conditions must be that the transfer of technology is a condition. The transfer of technology, in addition to partnership with a majority share. I know, Mr. Speaker, that in this little BVI, if you were ever to raise such an issue, the cries would be so loud that no one would hear you speaking. But isn't that why we are where we are today, Mr. Speaker? Isn't that the reason we are here where we are? We are here talking about establishing a commission in order to empower. Virgin Islanders. And the reason we're trying to empower Virgin Islanders is because they have been left so far behind, or they got to be so far behind. If that isn't the purpose, Mr. Speaker, if that isn't the purpose, why not allow things to continue to be the way they are? It speaks here to joint ventures, Mr. Speaker. What really is a joint venture? Is it a meaningful joint venture, or is it just a joint venture in name? And I don't mean people fronting. Fronting should be illegal, Mr. Speaker. I don't mean people fronting, where I would walk up to you and tell you, okay, I'm going to make you a partner, but I don't want to see you. Just make sure you don't show your face in this business, but you're a partner. Mr. Speaker, I go back to the marine industry. What is a marina, Mr. Speaker? Exactly, explain to me what is a marina. If you understand the marine industry and see what goes on in the marine industry, and you tell me why locals can't be participating in that industry, which they're not. A local guy built a marine, he built the marina, meaning the infrastructure, he built it. The docks, the infrastructure, the building, and he owns it. It's his. Someone comes from wherever they come from and rent the facility from you. And this is no put down on the individual who does this. When I say from where we come from some country, he rents the facility. And within 2 months, you see the entire facility filled with yachts, crowded with yachts. It's filled. And those yachts are going daily back and forth, back and forth. So now to the untrained eye, it seems to me as if the guy who is running this marina owns those yachts. The guy who's operating this business owns those yachts. And you probably even think he owns the marina itself, for all intents and purposes. But when you look behind the surface, Mr. Speaker, this guy owns nothing. None of the things that you see there does he own. Because, like I said, someone built the marina and leased it to this guy. Then the yachts came. Those yachts don't belong to him. Those yachts belong to people who own them, living somewhere else, gave them to this guy, which he operates. Why can't a local person do the same thing? Is this commission that we are creating going to make sure that in the future this is what takes place in the Virgin Islands? Has the architects of this bill considered this? And I'm just picking on the marinas. I could pick on any other industry. We got a supermarket called Right Way. It's not owned by locals. That's trade. All of this is trade. The days that all people sat back and watched things before their very eyes take place as a mystery, those days should be behind us, Mr. Speaker. And they're not going to get behind us if we don't put them behind us. I know this bill is going to pass today. It's going to pass as soon as we finish, go through committee and come out. The bill is going to pass. My question will be to you, Mr. Speaker, how will it change the lives of our people in the future? How? The obligation is ours to make sure that we engineer the bill to make sure that it changes the lives of the future of the people of the Virgin Islands. I have no doubt in my mind, Mr. Speaker, that if we commit ourselves to doing it, it can happen. And we need to make sure that it happens. Else, it's just another bill, another piece of legislation that we are going to pass in this House to bury our future generations. Bury them meaning keeping them away from the economic successes of the territory. The country is going to succeed economically. It's going to flourish. But will our people be involved is the question. How many times are we going to continue to pass bills in this House that continues to leave our people behind? This is a golden opportunity to make sure that the Commission manages joint ventures and ensure that we have joint ventures in the territory. If our economy grow at 2% per annum while bringing our people along, is better than if it grows 20% per annum, leaving them behind. Yes, particular administration will not be able to say, in the 4 years that I sat in government, we moved our budget from $200 million to $400 million. Yes, they will not be able to say that. But then they will be able to say, though, that X amount of businesses were owned locally when I took office, and by the time I left, X plus amount was owned by locals. And that's a level of consciousness I wanted to raise today, Mr. Speaker. That's a level of consciousness I wanted to raise. It's not the amount of legislation that you pass, Mr. Speaker, it's the quality of the legislation you pass. And if I'm able to achieve that, I would be satisfied, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to take my seat, listen to other contributions on the bill. I'm prepared to go through committee with the bill and see where it takes us for the rest of the day, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
I thank the representative for the 3rd District for his contributions. I recognize the Deputy Premier and Minister for Education, Culture, Youth Affairs, Fisheries, and Agriculture, and member for the 7th District, Dr. the Honorable Natalio D. Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have a very important piece of legislation before us that we intend to pass today, Mr. Speaker. We don't make the practice of bringing bills to the House that we don't intend to pass. We intend to pass this bill, and we certainly seek the support of the opposition in doing so, because this bill is needed, Mr. Speaker. It's badly needed. In fact, some of the situations that the honorable member for the 3rd District describes would not have taken place or have been a reality if a bill like this was in place. This bill is one of the most significant bills we will pass in this House. And I hope that persons are very familiar with it. And persons in the business community are familiar with it. They took sufficient time to read the bill. And I must recognize the Junior Minister for Trade and Economic Development, who did a is this sexist language, yeoman's job? Well, she did a wonderful job, let me say, of consulting on the bill. She was everywhere, and no one can make the claim that they were not properly consulted. No one can make that claim. Now, if persons are not familiar with the bill, they'll have to take some level of personal responsibility to say, well, I just did not pay attention. But the bill was consulted on. Of course, it had its first reading. It's a public document. Everyone had the opportunity to go through the bill. This is a very important bill, Mr. Speaker, one that we should carefully go through in committee stage. When it comes to our contribution during this administration, this Foy-led VIP administration, I think legislation, it will go down that legislation was very important to this administration. Because, of course, you can build all the buildings and you can you have all of the programs and initiatives, but the laws you make incredibly important to advancing the interests of a people. The laws we have, especially in an area such as investment. Now let's take a look at the Virgin Islands, Mr. Speaker. Not long ago, we were considered to be a small holding society. A society that traded amongst itself what we grew, what we caught from the sea. Mostly everything we used here, consumed here, was from our environment. And in today's measurement of development, we were not very developed from an economic standpoint. And of course, when we got our own legislators, as persons would know, around 1901 or so,
our legislative assembly that we had here was dissolved, and that's a whole other discussion about why that was dissolved and who were the persons who were representing Virgin Islanders or not representing Virgin Islanders at the time. It's a bit of history we have to go through. But in 1950, when we had our legislative assembly restored, and we had, perhaps for the first time, a representative form of government, we saw that our society began to change. And part of the ways that our society began to change is by inviting investment into the territory. The history of the modern BVI is very important to tell, because investment is a huge part of our progress and a journey as a people. And we have to recognize those early stalwarts like my great uncle, Minister for Health's uncle, Leader of the Opposition's great uncle as well, the late great Leslie Malone, for the role that he played in these type of discussions, and he played in the legislation as it pertains to facilitating investment. We speak often about his involvement in the alien landholding license. But of course, we had other acts, and I enjoy listening to the Minister of Health when he go down some of the different pieces of legislation. You know, the hotel ordinances and those type of legislation that we have on the books that started to create a legislative framework for investment in our territory. And of course, we started heavily in the area of tourism. And of course, the Junior Minister for Trade and Economic Development mentioned persons like Rockefeller. And we would know of, I'm a young guy, so I would only hear the other names that persons throw around, like Watts and different families, of course, which have been associated with the territory over a long period of time. Of course, persons know persons like the Jareckis and the Bransons, etc., and other persons who have invested here in the area of tourism. And of course, we know about the moorings and places like that. Investment has been very important to our territory and our advancement. But where we are right now, we have to recognize it's a different place from where we began. But we must not be too hard on ourselves, Mr. Speaker. We are a very young democracy, and we've come a mighty long way from where we were. And the persons who are making these decisions are, you know, fishermen and farmers, or the children of fishermen and farmers with limited education. I think they did a wonderful job under the circumstances to get us to where we are today. But it's our duty, it's our obligation to take us further. So, and of course, we know about the Financial Services, International Business Companies Act 1984, that really facilitated a really massive, meteoric amount of investment in a small territory such as ours. Again, the member for the 3rd District mentioned joint partnerships in China. And really the Virgin Islands was the entity that really facilitated a lot of those partnerships through our corporate vehicles here in the Virgin Islands. And the Virgin Islands Company became the medium of choice for investing around the globe, from west to east and now from east to west. The Virgin Islands Company at the center of the process that we've been in for the last 40 years, the massive expansion of this current form of globalization. The Virgin Islands has been at the center not just of internal investment, but external investment in some of the most important markets in the history of the world. So investment is something that we in the BVI have a lot of familiarity with. Now, we have to say that we've had an ambivalent relationship to investment and investors. I won't go through some of the famous quotes and sayings that have happened over the years in terms of how we describe investors sometimes. In our local law, we've had some ways of referring to investors who are coming into the BVI, and we've had certain attitudes about investors coming into the BVI. And we've had an ambivalent relationship. It is now time for us to define properly what we want from investment and what we want from investors. The roles we want foreign investors to play, the roles we want local investors to play, and the areas where we want to have joint partnerships. And how are those joint partnerships defined? How are foreign investments defined? How are local investments defined? We have to define those things, Mr. Speaker, and I'm going to get a little bit more into that. But I was basically going along a journey. We spoke about tourism. We spoke about financial services. And of course, as a result of the financial services and the money that was made available to the territory and the expansion of government services, the expansion of business services, the more money that circulated in our economy, it created a lot of opportunities for everything that you see here in the BVI. And we must say that the Virgin Islander has a reputation. Again, the member for the 3rd District referred to it. The Virgin Islander has a reputation for being an entrepreneur, to being a business person. And again, if we look back in history, that has historical precedent. Because in many Caribbean islands, those persons who owned the plantations and those persons who controlled those plantation economies, the plantocracy is what they're often referred to, they remained in place. They never left. They never left the other islands. And they remained the dominant economic force in these countries until this day. And that's why you see in the Virgin Islands we don't have strong labor unions. I mean, we don't have any labor union here except for right now the teachers union. And in these other societies, they have a history of being employees of the same plantocracy, employees of the same persons who dominate these businesses. And their means of getting relief is through these labor unions and the labor disputes that they had in the Caribbean. We remember the labor riots throughout the Caribbean in the 1930s. And those political parties developed out of those either labor unions or those parties that represented more so the interests of the businesses. That doesn't exist here. Our parties developed in a different way, a lot of times surrounding certain personalities. So we have a different relationship to the economy than most persons in most Caribbean countries. So we are persons traditionally who had to depend on ourselves for our survival. We had to depend on ourselves for survival. We fished, we farmed, we had small holding societies who weren't working on anybody's plantation. The plantocracy left the Virgin Islands and we owned the land. Land ownership is very important to our identity. We own the land we want on anybody else's land, taking any orders from anybody else. That's why we're so enough with ourselves sometimes. We own it. We owned it. And we continue to own it in large part, even though a lot of us have sold land, etc. And that alien land holding license was important in that. So, because we own it, we have a different type of standard as it pertains to dealing with investors. As it should be. As it should be. And I believe that's part of the reason that we have this ambivalent relationship with investors. Because in some instances, we see investors coming in doing things that we ourselves see ourselves doing and becoming. And again, persons will say to themselves, well, who these Virgin Islanders think they are? That they can think so highly of themselves to place themselves in the category of investors. But look at what some of our people have done. And I often use the example of the investment club. We have our own investment club. And while in the history of the investment club, maybe we're not pleased with everything, I think they're a great example of what I'm speaking about, of how you see yourself. I'm not sure persons understand how big a company, how wealthy a company Cable and Wireless is. I'm not sure if persons understand the type of economic strength and power a Digicel has. But the fact that a CCT can be competing against these billion-dollar global companies should be a source of pride for us. It should be. And of course, this is why it's important for us to have a philosophy. Even important for political parties to develop clear philosophies, clear perspectives, clear points of view that will assist the general public in understanding these things. Yes, of course, we have a way of communicating. We talk about big man and small man, and we have a lot of ways colloquially that we express these things. But we have to clearly articulate for our people how we should see investment from the outside, how we should see ourselves as local investors, and what should be the nature of the partnerships between foreign and local. And Mr. Speaker, this act defines it for us. The time is now. We cannot wait any further because our existing streams of revenue are very much strained. Everybody is calling for more money. We want public servants need to be paid more. The school system needs more money. Our road infrastructure needs more money. We need more money for solid waste to keep the BVI clean, to cut the bush. We need to rehabilitate our bridges, our infrastructure. There's so much that has to be done. We need money. The existing sources of revenue, they have reached their limitation. They have done well for us. We can debate how the money should have been spent in the past. But they certainly provided us with a lot of money, and we can argue about how we spent it. But without a doubt, we had a lot of money. Small population, lots of money. But they've reached their limitations. Our economy is too government-centric. Even with the financial services, all the revenue, all the tax revenue from financial services filters to the government. Yes, they rent some apartments. Yes, they pay salaries to workers and they employ some persons in the workers, but the great majority of the revenue through financial services is coming through those fees they pay to government, and then government is really filtering money throughout the whole society, mainly through salaries, but also through procuring services from various businesses in the community. And of course, the persons with their salaries, they go and they procure services as well. We're too government-centric. Tourism is yet less government-centric, but as we've said already, our stake in the tourism sector has not been large enough or substantial enough. I think we have some good examples. Places like King Garden Bay, I can appreciate. King Garden Bay, lots of locally based tourism businesses. That's something that we can build upon. Lots of locally built villas. That's important. Those things are important. But we must build a bigger stake in tourism, even as we invite more investment into the territory. And I mentioned the investment club. They have shown you how you can do that as an investment club. The relationship between local investors, foreign investors, making tourism-related developments. So because we are too government-centric, it's important for us, to be able to, at this point, attract more investment in the territory. This is the pathway, and certainly this is my view, and the view of this administration under Honorable Andrew A. Foy. Now is the point that we have to attract more investment in the territory. That's what we need to take us forward. I know we've been looking for another something like financial services. that other cash cow that will provide us with another $200 million a year to the government. Well, I'm not sure if that's likely that you'll find that one thing that will provide that for you. We're going to have businesses that have the financial wherewithal to be able to employ all of these unemployed persons that we have in the territory, that will be able to provide government with some tax revenue, that will not degrade our environment, investors that will be partner to the people of the Virgin Islands and not just a place where you can make a quick buck and degrade the environment and degrade the people and then move on to their next victim. So this bill is absolutely necessary. I'm happy to see member for the 4th District here. I'm looking forward to him saying something about this because he is an investor. And I know he's already invested a lot. And I know he has plans to invest more. I think his voice will be important in championing the cause for investment in the territory. Foreign investment, local investment, partnerships. It's going to be important for us. Mr. Speaker, this bill does some very important things, and we certainly have to go through it clause by clause. Some of the things a member for the 3rd District spoke about needs to be defined in here. Namely, what defines someone as a foreign investor? It's important. What defines a joint partnership? And I agree with the member for the 3rd District that we have to properly define it so we don't carry on with what is considered to be fronting. Fronting is damaging, and it's taking place right in this territory. But we have to define it. It's not defined. I have personal experience because I was approached at one point by someone who said, I want to partner with you. I want to partner with you in this business. This is someone who's a foreign national in the BVI, wants to start a business here. I think you would be a great partner for me. So I went to I think it was the Premier's office at the time. And I asked them, well, how much in a business like this does a local person has to own? Is it 5149? Is it a different threshold? And I got one answer. And I went back and I told the guy, well, for this thing to be approved, this has to be the structure of the shares. Local 51, foreign 49. And the guy wouldn't go for it. It's my company, my dream, I can't have those type of terms. The same person went to somebody else and got the thing approved with 5 different terms. So one person gets one answer, another person gets a completely different answer. Because guess what? It was not defined. So we rely on the whims and the fancies of whoever may be sitting in the seat, or maybe how that particular person feels on a particular day, or even perhaps maybe their relationship with the person who we're speaking about, or maybe even the relationship with the preferred local investor. It's not defined. And so anything goes in some instances. And what we're doing here is legislating, making it law that it must be defined. Another very important thing that this bill is doing, Mr. Speaker, is it will delineate the areas where foreign investment can invest with little hindrance. The areas which will be reserved for Virgin Islanders, and the areas where we have joint partnerships. This provides more certainty to the foreign investor, and it provides more protection for the local investor. Making sure we get all the areas of industry correct is important. The areas that we protect, the areas that we allow full foreign investment, and the areas where we require joint partnership. Making sure we get those areas correct is very important. But the concept, the principle of providing some definition is important. Because sometimes we give unnecessary hindrance to persons who wish to invest, even though that's not an area that we have targeted for our local investors. And it's the same thing in the labor market. It's the same thing in the same principle in the labor market. If you have decided for yourself that, let's say for instance, construction is an area that you are saying, okay, it's in this area, we're going to have foreign persons working in these fields. Now, perhaps maybe that might change in the coming years because of course we dropped the ball in having a real technical focus in our high schools, etc. So maybe that might change. Okay, but let's just say, for example, construction is an area that we're saying we're going to let persons from foreign countries come in and work. We have some unnecessary administrative delays, bureaucracy, hindrances that will frustrate the business community. Define those areas where you're going to let foreign workers come and then streamline it. Now, if you're going to protect the area, protect it. Let's define those areas instead of slowing down the whole system and causing everybody grief and frustration. So this bill requires that those areas be defined. The other very important thing that this bill does, and I've been speaking for a while now, so I'll give somebody else a chance. Because it does a lot of important things. It's about 56 pages long. It does a lot of important things. But another important thing that this bill does is it legislates that the Minister of Labor and the Minister of Education get together and ensure that certain businesses, let's say these foreign businesses, have to have a certain level of locals on the staff. And if they don't have, they have to get workers from the local pool. This better defines this than our current laws that say belong or preferred. I mean, really, we should really pay attention to that section. In fact, I wish I had it in front of me now. If I would read it, maybe the Minister of Labor will choose to read it as well. But it's going to define. The minister here has the power to define the level of local workers on the job, and has the power even to give temporary work permits until you get a local for that particular job. And it defines in law persons, what's the word? I want to read it. I want to read it specifically. But you have to, I don't want to say understudy. I want to read the actual word that is here. Okay, I'll read it here. I've found it. This is section 25 on foreign personnel. Notwithstanding subsection 3, the minister responsible for labor, after consultation with any relevant minister as the circumstances may require, may on application authorize an investor to employ natural persons who are not belongers to perform in the territory. A, scarce key professional and managerial functions, or B, specialized services, scarce skills or specialties required for the operation of the investment. Okay, so they have the ability to hire these foreign personnel in areas where there's scarce resources, human resources in the territory. Subsection 2, the authorization granted under subsection 1 is subject to this Act and other legislation dealing with labor and immigration control, and to any applicable agreement entered into with the minister. Subsection 3, an investor shall, pay attention closely to this, absorb available skills in the belonger labor market. B, invest in human capacity development in the labor market. So the foreign investors are required, and this is a part I like being Minister of Education, I like it. Invest in human capacity development in the labor market. C, ensure the transfer of skills to belongers. That's what I was looking for the word for, as opposed to understudy. Ensure the transfer of skills to belongers so as to enhance the sustainability of the investment and its linkages within the territory's economy and achieving the developmental objectives of the territory. The foreign personnel referred to in subsection 1 excludes the investor and shareholder, his or her spouse and dependent children who, if non-belongers, is deemed to have been granted, subject to immigration control requirements, the right to enter and work in the territory at the point of admission once final approval of the investment has been granted. I'm going to go on a little bit more where it speaks about education. This is 26. The minister shall engage a minister responsible for immigration to facilitate the issuing of visas and residence permits to investors and their dependents and foreign personnel within a reasonable period. 2, the minister, after consultation with the minister responsible for immigration, and the minister responsible for education, respectively, may give approval to the engagement of foreign personnel in a written agreement with the investor to be included in the performance agreement of the investment in respect of the positions available for A, a long-term engagement of foreign personnel, or B, a temporary engagement of foreign personnel for a prescribed period. It's a temporary, that's a temporary that's a temporary engagement I spoke about. The minister, after consultations with the minister responsible for immigration and education, respectively, may generally prescribe positions as temporary in respect of foreign personnel within various investments to which Section 27 applies, even in the absence of the agreement referred to in subsection 2. And it goes on in 27. Where A, the minister and investor have agreed on positions that may be filled on a temporary basis by foreign personnel on the basis of lack of appropriate skills in the belonging market, or B, the minister has prescribed positions as temporary in respect of foreign personnel under Section 25. An investor shall ensure that belongers are trained. I'm going to repeat that again. An investor shall ensure that belongers are trained to acquire relevant skills to assume those positions within the prescribed period or a period agreed upon between the minister and the investor. That's strong language. 2, an investor shall train belongers to fill the positions occupied by foreign personnel on a one-to-one apprenticeship basis. Minister of Transportation, correct with apprenticeship? Unless otherwise agreed and specified in the agreement contemplated in Section 26(2). These provisions give protection for our local labor force, while at the same time providing an alternative where that training does not exist. And I will certainly say to the minister responsible for this, which would be, in this case, the Premier, the Minister of Labor, that we have to work together closely to ensure that we do have the trained personnel. So they have to work with me as Education Minister to ensure that we have the programs. And I'll make sure that H. Lavatista Community College knows its mandate as it pertains to fulfilling the labor needs of our economy, especially from a local perspective. So, Mr. Speaker, I think I've made my contribution to this bill. There's more that can be said, but I'm sure other members would like to participate in the discussion. But I give this bill, Mr. Speaker, my wholehearted support. And I anticipate, Mr. Speaker, that we'll have a robust discussion in committee stage and that we will have some proposed changes and that we'll have discussion on those changes, and in the end we'll come up with a better bill than we had before. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
I thank the member for the 7th District for his contribution. Honorable members, I have two other members indicating to speak at this time. Should we continue or break for lunch? I'm guided by the wishes of members. The two members are the Health Minister and a member for the 2nd. I'm hearing break for lunch. You're not suggesting that the Health Minister is a long speaker? Okay. Okay, honorable members, at this time we'll break for lunch. It's 1:45. We will be back at 2:45, where we will start off with the Minister for Health, then the member for the second district. Honorable members, this House is now in recess until 2:45. Please be seated. This honorable House now resumes its sitting. We shall continue with the debate on the Virgin Islands Investment Act 2020. At this time, I recognize the Minister for Health and Social Development and Territorial Member, the Honorable Carvin Malone.
Speaker, I'd like to thank you very much for affording me the opportunity to offer my contribution to this very, very important bill. Mr. Speaker, the fact remains that it comes at a time when we ourselves have to be mindful, because the global circumstances of which we face calls for diversification of our economy, and it calls for innovative ways in which we can grow our economy. In terms of background, the Premier clearly laid out, and the Office of Attorney General, they have worked tirelessly in getting this bill in draft and in amendments, and there are a number of amendments which will come to play when it goes into committee stage, Mr. Speaker. I would read first so that we are minded of exactly what it is that we seek to accomplish when this goes through the committee stage and it has its third reading, and by the grace of God, assented to. Mr. Speaker, the bill seeks to provide for the enhancement of the economic development of the territory through foreign and domestic investments for incidental and connected purposes. The introduction of the Virgin Islands Investment Act 2020 and the expected subsequent regulations and the internal policies and procedures have the potential to increase economic activity, job creation, infrastructure, and socio-economic development, and increase direct revenues to the public purse from taxes and fees if properly implemented and administered. Mr. Speaker, this bill is a combined product of three existing pieces of legislation, and we have to be mindful of what these are. Mr. Speaker, the Pioneer Services and Enterprises Ordinance Cap 297, the Hotel Aid Ordinance Cap 290, and the Encouragement of Industry Ordinance Cap 287, with added improvements that can expand existing industries and create new ones, inclusive of tourism, financial services, agriculture and fishing, professional services, light manufacturing, just to name a few, in order to bring into fruition the long-awaited diversification of the economic base for a growing population. That was well articulated when the Premier introduced the bill. Mr. Speaker, the whole framework around this has historic, and in terms of historic meanings, because I've often said over and over, and even during the campaigns of 2019, that unless your history is told by your historian, then the history of these territories will be based on settlers, those who knew only Christopher Columbus, those who only knew Sir Francis Drake, those who only knew of all of the persons with which they had interacted. But when our history is told, we will know that the capital of the Virgin Islands moved from Virgin Gorda to Fat Hogs Bay and then to Rotown. That's the history of it. But it left in its trail a number of persons who have contributed not only to the march of 1949, not only to the debate that led to the march of 1949, but also once we started the history of these islands. Mr. Speaker, I will be bold enough to state that we are challenged to live up to the brilliance of some of our forefathers. I'll say that again. You know of Joshua Leonard, don't you? We are challenged, Mr. Speaker, to live up to the brilliance of some of our forefathers, because our original leaders, legislators, last from the original set retiring in 2015, Honorable R.T. O'Neill. But, Mr. Speaker, this Virgin Islands was shepherded, I think shepherd or shepherded, the English majors will correct me, by teachers, farmers, preachers, fisher folks, or fishermen, as we'll call them back then, shopkeepers, carpenters, and masons. Mr. Speaker, they are the ones now in the 21st House, and we herald it as the 5th House of Assembly. But before this, there were 17 legislative councils. So somewhere when we're talking about 5th House of Assembly, I don't want folks to believe that we just 5 legislations in. We have a story that we have to tell, and we cannot forget those early days. Mr. Speaker, I have made note, and I'm going to get in trouble with this because I'm going to leave out some names. I cannot be fully exhaustive in the names because I should have started this from early, but I'll have 3-4 pages and I would not have enough time to do this. But when you look at William Happy Malone in Long Swamp, and Max Letsom, Antoine George, Jim George, Ehrman Rapset, Kenneth Chalwell, Joshua Chalwell, Joshua Leonard, Miss Baby Fred, Flossie Penn, Helen Fred, Louise Malone, Harold Malone, Randolph Malone, Ernest Pickering, J.W. Georges, Howard Penn, Hugo Foy, Liston Smith, Q.W. Osborne, Clarence Thomas, Clarence Christian, Warren Stout, Richard Stout, William Reimer, and the list goes on. Each of the districts, each of the areas, these are the people that our history books should be teaching us about. The story is told, and it is written already, how one, Mr. or Honorable Malone, Leslie Malone, took the Rockefellers Take them over to Virgin Gorda, introduce them to some land. Here we go. What can you do for us? We know of the carriers who basically they sailed in, and when they were finished, you had the moorings. You know of the actually the haycrafts. They came into sailboat, and people like Mr. Douglas in Lower State, Randolph Malone, who I know very well, and others, they all joined together. When you finish, you have Roton Wholesale. You know of O'Neill and Cabin and the others, when they joined together, you have Jerry O'Neill, or you had the O'Neill Cabin, the historian sitting on the other side, Honorable Vanderpool. He knew of all of these also. So the fact is that joining together to make enterprises is nothing new. The Virgin Islands Block Company, my father, when you had a stalwart such as Roland Hodge, right there, of where you have Bag and Center, and you had the first set of automated block making machine industries, moved down to Parkwood Pond. So we have a rich history. We have a history of which we should be proud to protect. It is the joining together of all of these bills, all of these legislations, and what we look forward, because if our intention is to make sure that moving forward, we attract investment without divesting our history and divesting our particular influence in this particular development, then we will be the better come 70 more years from now. Because we are 71 years since the reinstatement of the Constitution, and we have a history to tell of our first and second and third sets of legislators that hailed the House from 50 straight through until 84, 90. And we have been, quote unquote, in large extent, keeping and maintaining what they passed on. So the fact is that we have had some advances in recent years, because when you look at the volume of investments, and I'll call name, and I know that we're cautioned not to call names, save for the good intent of it. When you look at investments that now attains in Hodges Creek, now attains in Parham Town, this is the marine investment, now attains in Parham Town, and you look at what is in Hodges Creek, and you look at what investments you have when you come down to Treasure Isles and all of the particular structures and the businesses that have been developed on Wickham's Key 1, Wickham's Key 2, and the participation that we have, Mr. Speaker. This is, in my mindset, when folks come and they catch the taxi and they ask, well, who does this business belong to? And we say, RAP, since I can't call the name. So what? And it says, TP, you can't call the name. And it says, JT, can't call the name. But all of these are local investments that have been come through the years, and without the volume and the extent of incentives that could have pushed it even further. When you look at the ambition of even those that sit amongst us, MV, and all the investments that he is undertaking, Mr. Speaker, we have to be mindful that we have to encourage our people. Look at the investments down in King Garden Bay, KR, CRKR. Well, all of these are huge investments. QR. So the whole thing is that, Mr. Speaker, we have a history. When you put it all together, there's a lot that we have to be mindful of to help to protect. When you go in the center of Road Town and you look at the investments that that a stalwart lady, MD, when you look at the kind of investments that these persons are making, we have to make sure that in this Investment Act 2020, we don't put ourselves out. We do not put ourselves out. But we have to understand that there is a level of cooperation that is necessary in order to take us to the other step. Those who come and walk your lands and say, well, look, we want to be a part of you, and their only intent is to put up a don't trespass sign. Once they're finished, you have to be mindful who they are, because there are a lot of folks who are going to come in and tell you that they can raise 200 million for you, they can raise $1 billion for you. All you have to do is give me all the land and we can do that. Well, if you give me all the land, I could do that too. I could do that also. But the fact is that we have to make sure that our lending institutions come to grip so that those who walk in owning nothing other than the particular race, they're the ones who offered tens of millions of dollars. And when you go to the table with a proposal, you cannot get the funding levels that you deserve, that you expect. So, Mr. Speaker, in this, we have to protect those that have the assets, because if you let the land go, then when the no trespassing sign go up, you have nothing of which you can pass down to your other generations. So the boat builders that sailed the open seas and went down to as far as Aruba, went to Guyana, went to all over these particular places, they're the ones now that need major degrees in order to even qualify as a crew member. So it puts us out. So this global interaction that we have is putting too many of our people away from this. In the communication field, because there are some areas, because when you look in terms of development, Mr. Speaker, of your communication industry, say what you want of them, but the fact is that ZBVI have come a long way. And in addition to ZBVI, you have some of the entrepreneurs who sit with us even today, right over there. And Mr. Speaker, they have taken it, and I have spoken with the proprietor, with the investors in this particular industries, and he wants TV stations, he wants radio stations, he wants this and so forth. And as a old, one of our late leaders used to say, why not? Why not? Why leave it for somebody to come from Timbuktu to get it done when we have the competence right here to get it done? We have to assist our people in whichever sphere it have. The fact remains, Mr. Speaker, if you give all 13 or 15 of us $100,000 to invest, some will turn it into 10 million, some will give it into 10,000, and some will make it into 50 million. The fact is that we all have different competence, and God has given us each different gifts. I have said here before that if it is that owning nothing is a criteria for coming, then some of us can't come here at all. It should not be, cannot be, and would not be, because we must be able to participate in the economic development of our country. That's the only way to keep it safe, because our people like to own their own money. Our people like to, if you own $1,000 a week, $500 a week, $10,000 a week, then you sail your boat accordingly. The dinghy floats when the tide rises. The sailboat floats when the tide rises, and the ship floats. And they have some mega ones these days. All boats float if you have it properly patched, properly constructed, properly made. So we have to understand that it is not everyone who's going to be investing at the same level, and it is not everyone who come and say they have $1 billion to invest. You run towards them, and when a man say you have $1,000 to invest, you snug at him. We have to have the opportunities for everyone, because if a man owns, you have to give somebody something to lose if you want to protect this territory. None of us are safe until all of us are safe. None of us are safe until all of us can feed our families in a sustainable manner. Because if you cannot feed your family, you're going to find ways in which you can do this. So we can protect our territory, not by more police officers, by giving everyone something to lose. There is a famous song, I can't say all the words of it, but if you have a fire down west and the sirens are hollering going down, and nobody turn an eye because they have nothing down there to lose, how's it going to work? The siren and the fire trucks are going east. Nobody turn their eye because they have nothing to lose. What does it say? It says that you have a country that really is in the brink of disaster, because you must have something to protect in order to be protective of your country. So we have to build on these investments. We have to make it possible not only to be the janitors or custodian workers, sorry, not janitors, custodian workers. We have to make it possible that we can be the managers and the owners and all of this particular area. Not everyone can own a construction company. But why is it that if you want carpenters and masons and electricians and plumbers, that you have to search the whole globe before you can get these? You must be able to make the infrastructure, and the Minister of Education spoke of it. We're going to make sure that we make this so that folks understand that the trade investments and trade schools are not only for those who were not attained in the regular particular school, but it's all what you choose to do. Look at those who have the most money in our society today. Look at them. Look at your Bill Gates. What, he made it until the first or second year in college. Look at all of them who are multi-billionaires. Look within our very own society and tell me, all those who attained to be bank tellers and trust company owners is the ones who pick up the carpentry and the mason and the electrical works and the plumbing works. They're the ones who are most attained when it comes to the size of their bank books. Mr. Speaker, we all have different skills that can be honed into with this Investment Act. It is not only for the multi-millionaires and billionaires. It should be and must be and would be for those who have that small dream. Because with this, even with this pandemic, you have opportunities that show itself. Folks who were quarantined for areas needed to have supplies delivered to them. There are other areas that attained because office spaces are not as critical as they were even 16 or 18 months ago. My daughter is working at home and working for a company in the States. So we have to fix our internet because it opened up new opportunities. You can't be buffering and singing while you're waiting for it to say go. We must be able to click and go. We must have all of these done. So, Mr. Speaker, I shan't be long at all because the idea is simple. We must be able to put the incentives so that we can maintain a healthy ratio of the investments required, because if you need my land to leverage to make your money, and you could only get the money if you get my land, well, there's something wrong with that. We must, if we own the land, we must be able to get the business module set up. So the investment companies or this promotion company must be able to assist the folks that have the assets to be able to write up the proposals, to be able to associate them. Because I've always said, those who own American Airlines can't fly a plane, but invest in it. The number of investments that Brother Buffett has, he is no scientist, he's no pilot. He has investments in all of these different areas. We have the land, we have the particular, what is necessary in order for it to do. We have to be able to get our people on board at the highest levels. This investment is not intended to create more custodian workers. We have to have people participating at high level. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm not, as I said, going to be long on this at all. We must pass this. When we get in committee stage, we must ensure that all of the protection for our people are in this bill. When you look at the first district and you know, all of what the people have invested down there, I know that we have the shipyards and we have the boatyards and we have the particular ocean ferries that exist there, Mr. Speaker. But we have to state the basics. The farming and fishing is a critical part of our history. And in fact, the late Omar Wallace Hodge says, without those two components, we cannot survive. And we have seen where we've been locked down, we've been threatened almost, because if you can't get food out of Puerto Rico, out of Miami, out of the eastern shores, and then you are blockaded from Central America or further south in the Caribbean, well, what will we do? Mr. Speaker, it all goes hand in hand. It all goes hand in hand. So the Investment Act cannot leave out. We were privy to a particular conversation with the Marine folks, and we looked at a 200-mile zone, and we looked at the number of traffic that passed from north to south, going from south, going to Europe, going to America, Mr. Speaker, and the traffic is immense. What can we gain from that 200 miles economic zone? What can we gain from our waters of 200 miles? We have industries out there to be had, to be developed. We need not play the game and suffer under what is known. Who moved my cheese? It is a proper statement. Who moved my cheese? We have to look for new industries, we have to look for new ways, and we have to make sure that when history is written, this Investment Act would be heralded as an act that helped us to be where we needed to be 70 years from now, 100 years from now, as opposed to an act. And we will take it out of the atmosphere that, quote unquote, as a member for the third say, put us into a shelter. We must be able to use this and dissect it, make it possible, so that we can be proud of this. Not us, because is 20, 30, 30 more years, right? So the whole thing, 30 or 40 more years. But the whole thing is that when we look at this 100 years from now, what would it be said of us in 2021? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the territorial member for his contribution. The H. Bantipool.
Speaker, thank you. I thank the honourable member for yielding, accepting his junior position to a senior, and I appreciate that, member for the second. I promise you, someday you'll have the favor returned. Mr. Speaker, I must commend the government for bringing this bill to the House at this very important juncture in our country's development. And I want to please warn those who haven't spoken yet, Mr. Speaker, that I want to speak for a little while. So please indulge me. This is a very important bill, Mr. Speaker, has very wide-ranging implications and ramifications, and that are all very pertinent to the growth and development of this country, Mr. Speaker, not only in the economic context, but in the social context, even, Mr. Speaker, in the constitutional rights of the people context that I must speak about today. And Mr. Speaker, you might find me becoming very broad on the discussion because this bill has some very deep-rooted, far-reaching, important implications for this territory far into the future growth of the territory of the Virgin Islands. Especially, Mr. Speaker, from the point of view that this bill hopefully will help us to strengthen our economy, strengthen our ownership of our economy, and therefore strengthen and make clear to all who would understand and who would lend a listening ear to understand that it is time for us to manage our own affairs. It may sound like it's not in context, Mr. Speaker, but I dare you, I put it to you, sorry, Mr. Speaker, because I shouldn't dare you. I put it to you, Mr. Speaker, that this bill has far-reaching implications as far as those that I just mentioned. Therefore, I will present. Mr. Speaker. The bill is entitled, Mr. Speaker, Virgin Islands Investment Act 2020. And there are a number of sections. Part 1 is the preliminary, Part 2 is the administration of the Act. Part 3 speaks to investors, economic sectors, and business activities. Part 4 speaks to application for investment approval and control of investments. Part 5 speaks to the rights and obligations of investors. Part 6 speaks to dispute settlement. Part 7 speaks of National Economic Investment Fund, and Part 8 goes to the miscellaneous activities. I may just, before I get into the introduction of the bill, what the bill is for, I may just mention Part 5. It says, rights and obligations of investors. If I was an investor and I pick up this bill, Mr. Speaker, and I read what my rights and obligations are, here they are. Compliance with all applicable laws. As an investor, I better make sure. That's the first thing I have to do. I'm coming to invest, I'm deciding to put my money into the BVI, whether local or foreign investor. The first thing I better be conscious of, you better live by the rules of the BVI or else. That's the first thing I'm reading here, compliance with all laws. When you're wooing or you're trying to attract investment or investors, that's not the first thing you start with. To tell them you better comply with the laws or go get out. I'm just saying, if you read all of this, and I won't go through everyone, and you hear of the rights and obligations of investors, Mr. Speaker, you want to be able to pick up this bill and an investor sees that the BVI is welcoming them to the BVI, to invest in the BVI. Or even a local investor should know that the BVI is welcoming you and they want to sit and negotiate with you and let you know that your investment is welcomed. Not that the first thing you see is that you better live by the rules or don't come. Registration of investors and investments, application of active matters and treaties, expropriation, payment of compensation. These are all what the investor must think about first before he decides to invest in a BVI. Right of review concerning expropriation and compensation, foreign personnel, facilitation of visas and permits of investors, dependence on foreign personnel, capacity development and transfer of skills, transfer of funds. Mr. Speaker, don't misunderstand me. These are all important and are all correct things that an investor must bear in mind. But the bill says rights and obligations. I don't think I read any right there of the investor as yet. What are his rights? There must be two sides to the story. Just about what the country is expecting of you. The investor also wants to hear what he expects of the country. We have always had, Mr. Speaker, perhaps my opinion, and I've listened to many talk shows, I've listened to many instances about this matter, or commentaries about this matter. And the atmosphere that we have always created is that you're welcome to come to the BVI, but you're not welcome to invest. In a sense, that's how it comes over sometimes. I'll come back to that, Mr. Speaker. I'll leave it right there for a moment for us to ponder. But Mr. Speaker, the bill starts out and says, this is a bill for, I'm going to read it very slowly. This is a bill for an act to provide for the promotion of sustainable economic development and growth through the mobilization and attraction of foreign and domestic investment. That's it says a lot. And I like it. I like what it's purporting to be for. I like what it's suggesting for a country. An act to provide for the promotion of sustainable economic development and growth through the mobilization and attraction of foreign and domestic investment. I numbered all of the things in here that we're trying to make sure happens. So we are trying to make sure that there is sustainable economic development as a result of this bill. Sustainable economic development, 1. Growth, 2. Mobilization and attraction of foreign and domestic investments, 3. Enhance economic development, 4. Reduce unemployment, 5. If I were to write the bill, I would have said increased employment, but it's the same thing. But let's be positive, to look for positivity. Increased employment. Accelerate growth. Diversify the economy. all important matters that we must speak to, very important matters that this bill is speaking to. Provide for reservation of certain economic sectors and business activities to certain categories of investors. Crucial. To provide for dispute resolution mechanisms involving investment. In any climate that has to be provided for, and to provide for incidental matters. So, Mr. Speaker, the bill is wide-ranging, and as I said, I commend the government for bringing it here because it's time for us to put it in real context and to be able to have any investor, whether domestic or foreign, know what this country, not this government only, but this country, is willing to do to foster investment, and what any investor is expected to do when he or she invests in the Virgin Islands. So that is important, Mr. Speaker. I will move on, Mr. Speaker, to address the matter because I think we have come fairly full circle to recognize that, to recognize the connotation or the definition. And I'm stumbling some words here because the AG is watching me directly, and I know she's weighing my words, what I say. So, Mr. Speaker, the implication that we have and the sort of public understanding or definition of what an investor is in the past was always somebody who come from outside to spend money in our territory for development or whatever. That was an investor before. And I appreciate the Minister of Health's exposition of letting us know that there has been from way back and continue to be many very crucial local investors. In fact, those who bore the burden of investment in the territory to keep the economy going long before there were the Rockefellers and those persons before, the Charlie Careys and whomever we might have had from way back then, that there were many investors who, when you put it in the context, Mr. Speaker, of numbers at a time and put the inflationary rate to it now, you realize that those local investors who stumped for us in the past were very crucial investors to bring us to this point. They bore the burden. They plowed the seas. They may not have looked like investors to us, but they carry the burden because investment is all about the flow of funds in a place that creates an economy. So I may go as far back, Mr. Speaker, as I don't know where, the 50s or the 60s or even the 40s before I was, and ask somebody to tell me what was the GDP at the time, the gross domestic product. You ever thought of it? I don't know, it might have been a few $1,000s, or I don't know how much the cattle we sold to St. Thomas and how much the trade was being done at the time, but it will be interesting to see what the gross domestic product at that time was. I can't remember who it was I was checking back, who, it must have been Warren Buffett or somebody who's, when they were trying to figure out who are the millionaires and billionaires of the world today and when did they become a billionaire, I think Buffett became one when he was 30 years old, something like that. And his value at the time was $1 million at that time. And they spoke about how he got $1 million in those years way back then. But when they put an inflation factor for it, he would have been a $10 million millionaire at a time. But we had some before who were probably, when you put an inflation factor to it, they would have been very substantial at this time, Mr. Speaker. And I'm not going to, for the sake of not listing a lot of names, I'm not going to call names right now. I listened to the debate about names being called in the House, and I think there are times when names, especially when we are speaking of those who went forward and ahead of us to help us to get where we are, I don't see why names can be called. I'm not going to resist calling Mr. Malone's name, Leslie Malone, and great teacher Obed, and all those. You're going to have to call names in here sometimes. And my view is very straight about any names with people who do business with government. The moment you decide to sign a contract with the government, your name is public. So if you don't want your name out there, don't sign a contract with government, or don't do business with government. Your name is going to be public. It should be public, because it's public funds you're using. So, I always encourage people. I have avoided renting any of my properties to government for a long, long time. Lo and behold, I learned that my brother, after the hurricane, was renting to the tourist board. And nothing was wrong in doing renting, I'm saying, but Mr. Speaker, once you do that, you're public. So you have to always be prepared, once you're doing business with government, to be in the public sphere. And that should be expected. So the point I'm making is also, Mr. Speaker, is that we want to respect and we want to encourage, through this bill and other means, we want to respect and encourage local investors who have toiled and worked to make sure that the country can continue to grow and develop, and that there can be employment, increased employment, and there can be increased wealth in the country and in the economy of the country for now and for the future development and growth of the country. Because without that, government can't build its structures, build its infrastructure, do what it needs to do unless there's economic activity in the territory. And most times, we have to rely on local investors to create a lot of that economic activity. And it will be interesting for, I don't know whether it's the what do you call them, the planning unit or the unit that does the economic studies for us, whether they can, at some point, pull out all the local investment of the territory, showing what they do for the territory and the foreign investment, to see how related is the local investment to the growth of a territory and the importance of the local investment to that growth. Sometimes we don't pay enough attention to that, Mr. Speaker. Small as it may be, small as the guy who's operating a gas station down in King Garden Bay, or somebody who's operating a business up in Virgin Water, or somebody who's over in Just One Lake, toiling every day, coming across the water every 2 days to buy some food to sell in his restaurant, or somebody who is over in Anegada ensuring that their lobsters come across, or whatever it might be. Small as it may be sometimes, Mr. Speaker, it's important to the economy and the growth of the territory. It creates employment. It creates activity on the boats. It creates traffic with the taxis, with the rentals. It's an economy that continues to evolve and spin and turn, primarily many times due to the local investor. Whether he's small or great, we have to pay attention to them. That is why when they're in distress, when they have issues, when the fishermen over in King Garden Bay and Honorable Member for the Second is distraught because they're on him, and he picks them up in his car and brings them to the supermarket to make sure that they have, what kind of fish is it to throw to catch a fish up again? The squid, that's not sprat, the squid. He comes to my store looking for squid and harassing me for your fishermen. But what he's doing is important. The work of the fishermen in our economy is crucial. And I'm going to come back to the fishermen and the fishing and fisheries minister for agriculture and fishing. I'm going to come back to that because we got to build our economy and we got to stop talking and take action. I'll come back to that. But before I get to that, Mr. Speaker, I want to just as the Jamaican would say, I want to just emphasize that local investors are crucially crucial. But, Mr. Speaker, the local investor can't grow and develop in this modern day and age, Mr. Speaker, without the aid of, yes, the government in its laws and its rules and its stimulus. I'm not speaking about recent stimulus now. I'm talking about continuous stimulus that should be given to locals in sectors that are crucial for the development. We tend to overlook them. You know, I believe the hotel aid and the encouragement of business. A member, leader of opposition, I believe when they put it in, it was put in for the Rockefellers and those people. I don't know if they're thinking about us, local investors. I would guarantee you, go back to when that thing was put in. It was put in for foreign investors. We don't even think of local investors when they have to apply for it and encourage them to apply for it. Mr. Speaker, as a matter of fact, sometimes I, as an investor, I forget to apply for it. I didn't know. I've never applied for it. Never. But our mentality, including mine, has always been that these government encouragements and stimulus things that are in there are for foreign investors only. We must promote and encourage that local investors should apply for them. Encouragement of Business Act. What does that mean? What is that about? Mr. Premier, I notice you're not the Minister of Finance. What is the encouragement of Business Act for? Who's it for? Who's it for? The guy who's opened a restaurant over on, what is that, a little bit? Just one day. You're gonna spend $250,000, $150,000. Does he qualify for encouragement of Business Act? Or because he's not building a big hotel like all other people, he better don't come here talking about that. To get his customs duty free for bringing in his material. What is it for? Hotel and, what is it called? Hotel and something aid. Huh? If you ain't building a big hotel, do you qualify? But you're building some villas up in the hill, looking over from Great Mountain, looking over the water. Did you qualify for the hotel and you said that, Minister, you're saying it. Hotel aid. Okay, right, hotel aid. Do you qualify? Do local investors qualify for these things? And even if they do qualify, are we encouraging them to take advantage of it and educating us about what we can take advantage of to be able to get our business off the ground without too much overheads and so on, so we can get rolling, as we do for foreign investors. But, Mr. Speaker, not only is government role important, this might be a touchy subject, but I'm going to get on it. What is the role, Mr. Speaker, of banking in the investment climate of a territory? What are banks for? What is the purpose of them being here? What if they were not here? What purpose do they serve in a country that is seeking to grow? What purpose do they serve in a country that is seeking to grow its citizens, its local citizens? What is their function? What is their business modus operandi? How do they operate? Who are they operating for? Yes, I know. Ultimately, they are operating for their shareholders, whether they may be in Timbuktu, in Canada, in the United States, in Trinidad, or in some other place in the Virgin Islands, as we have our own National Bank of the Virgin Islands. What is their purpose? What is the bank's purpose? And banking has evolved over the years. I spent 15 of my years there. But what banking was 15 years ago, I don't know, Mr. Speaker, and they must know because the banking climate probably all over the world have changed. First of all, the bank prefer you to be not inside the bank. So they only have a building there for so. But the banks prefer you not to be inside the bank. And don't get me wrong, Mr. Speaker, because I have a very good relationship with all my banks. They take care of me. But I'm speaking more generally about the bank's purpose. They may take care of one of me or you or whomever. But what is the bank's purpose in the Virgin Islands and its investment climate? I don't know if there's a section here on that. But investment and investors always have to have a source of funds. And if you're not addressing the bank's purpose in the Virgin Islands, then the investment climate, even for foreigners, is not the right climate without the banks playing their role, Mr. Speaker. So this needs to address banking in the territory. What is the meaning of banking in this territory? What are they here for? How would they serve? And nothing is wrong with a bank and their shareholders determining how they're going to operate. But as a territory, as a country, we must understand how they're going to operate, why they're operating in that way, and do they really serve a purpose in our territory? Begs the question, Mr. Speaker. Very important. Because if you go all down through the ages, even now, Mr. Speaker, when you listen to, I don't know, this Bloomberg and all them things are talking about these stockholders and stocks, and banks are crucial. In 2008, the November 2008 crash of the stock market, it was primarily a result of banks and their mortgages and so on. So banks play a role. We must understand their purpose. We must also understand, obviously, because obviously they have shareholders and they want to determine how they're going to operate. But as I told one banker, one banker one time when I worked in a bank, a senior vice president who came to visit and who asked the question why we weren't lending more money into the economy. Why are you not lending more money into the economy? And he pointed out, I've looked at your what you call your bad debt ratio, the loans that haven't been repaid and won't be repaid. And you as a territory, a bank in this territory, you as our bank in the British Virgin Islands, you have one of the lowest bad debt ratios in the whole of our banking throughout the world. So why are you not lending more? Why are you not taking more risks? The point I was coming to, Mr. Speaker, if our banks are not prepared to take risk to lend to our people, why are they here? Banking involves risks. Any investment involves risk. You measure the risk, you try to minimize your risk, but you have to take risks. You have to take risks with our investors. You have to take risks with our people. Mr. Speaker, when the first course I went to in Barbados in terms of lending, the instructor said to me, we get thinking that the first thing you do is grab the business balance sheet, honorable member and honorable health minister. The first thing you do is grab the balance sheet and go straight and see, well, let me see how much money they have and how much property they have and so on before I lend them any money. But he said, no, that's not the first thing you assess as a banker. The first thing you assess is the person sitting in front of you. Are they honest? Are they true to the word? Will they try hard to do as they promised? Before you get to that, the last thing you said you do is analyze the balance sheet. The most important thing is for you to be comfortable that this person borrowing the money is going to do his hardest best to pay it back. That's the first assessment. But banks have gone a different route nowadays. Before you even get in the seat, they want to see a balance sheet and all the things and all the what. So the investment climate in the territory, Mr. Speaker, needs banking. It needs a new set of banking. It needs some kind of banking that will take risk. And if you're going to encourage local investment, even foreign investment, you need some banking called merchant banking. Not banking who will make their money, all they make their money from is fees, and they need to lend some money. This 4 years, this one bank is lending, the other 3 ain't lending. Then another one just come in, got bought out, and he's lending, and the other one's gone in a cocoon. And you hear the feds something with the other one, and they can't lend money, how they should lend money, and all kinds of things. Mr. Speaker, we have to find a way to encourage some banking in the territory that will help the investment climate for our local people. A person like me who I take risks, and I have learned that it's two people you satisfy when you're a business person, you make sure your banker is happy and that your supplier is happy. So I have done all my best over the years to make sure that happens. But it's not the same fit for everyone, and we have to try to find ways to get the banks to take more risk with our people, to encourage our people to come into the banks and to do business. And develop and establish what you call banking relationships with our people. Because it's not the same anymore. Our banks have become a loft, and the customer is just a number. No longer personal banking, Mr. Speaker. It's important. So I want to encourage us to, when we're doing this bill, to address the issue of how we can attract funding or financing for investment in the territory, Mr. Speaker. And there are ways of doing that, and I would not go into it in a major way now. Then, Mr. Speaker, this bill starts out, and you have to forgive me, Mr. Speaker, and take my time today because, in fact, I haven't spoken so long, you have to give me extra time, I hope. But this bill, Mr. Speaker, starts out with a very good, an act to provide for the promotion of sustainable, hear the words, sustainable economic development and growth. Sustainable, it's one word, very important. Economic, that's important. Development is important, and growth. That one sentence says it all. Sustainable economic development and growth. Mr. Speaker. Very important. No country, no government can grow and develop without the third most important point I'm going to speak of, Mr. Speaker. I talked about local investors and foreign investors. I talk about banks. But I also would like to speak, Mr. Speaker, about public investment, the government, and what are they doing to stimulate investment. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, the previous older government that we used to know about, under the Honorable H. Lavity Stouts and Ralph T. O'Neill's and Cyril B. Romney's and all those, good people who have gone and laid the groundwork for us. You would always hear that when the economy is struggling, they will come up with some road program or something to start getting some money turning in the economy so that there can be economic activity. In their minds at the time, that was economic activity, and yes, it was. And even today, it has to be. There are times when the government must find ways to stimulate the economy. One such time, Mr. Speaker, is right now. In the midst of this pandemic and in the midst of all that is happening, the government ought to seek every way possible to stimulate the economy, borrow money, spend the money in the economy. And I'm sure they're going to tell me, yes, we're doing that. We're building some roads, we're fixing some bridges. Yes, that money that the last government borrowed and had it there to be spent. Honorable Deputy. And I'm glad to see the Minister of Transportation is spending it. I spent the ones that the previous government had left there from the CDB, $15 million. So I'm glad to see you spending the 65 that we left there. So I want to claim it too. So give me a little chance. Member for the opposition, don't be afraid to claim it. You were there to raise it. So I'm there with you, leader of the opposition. You know, we work together. Government is a continuum. So we borrow it, you spend it, you're going to borrow it, and so, I don't know if somebody will spend it, but that's how it works, Mr. Speaker. But the point I want to make, Mr. Speaker, in all seriousness, is that government has a role to stimulate the economy. And there are some who are fearful and afraid to borrow to stimulate the economy. But when you go back in the context of the H. Lavity Stouts and Ralph O'Neills and Cyril B. Romneys and Mr. Wheatley, my good old Dr. Wheatley, Dr. Willard Wheatley, when you go back to those old boys' time, Mr. Speaker, they borrowed money, they weren't afraid. They were not afraid. They built the port. You know that, Mr. Speaker, that's a huge investment. Nobody would know, but that was a what do you call it, a PPP, public-private partnership with J.R. O'Neill. It was the first one in the territory, probably the last one, I don't know. Okay, the member here is claiming his football stadium in Longlook, East End. So I agree with him. But, Mr. Speaker, those were things that stimulated the economy, and the government has to continue to do so, and we have never shunned doing it. We normally have an outstanding borrowing of 100 million or so, I don't know how much it is now, and we have a good reputation of paying it back. And with that good reputation, we should not be afraid to keep borrowing to stimulate the economy and pay it back, Mr. Speaker. That's how economies grow. That's how businesses develop. That's how businesses develop. You borrow money. I always tell a joke to people when I met one friend in the bank here on the ground floor, and he had a little bag of money put in the bank, a little brown paper bag, and I said to him, "You're going to put in the deposit?" He said, "Yes. I got to save a little thing." I said, "Thank you very much. Because I don't normally stay on the bottom floor, I go on the third floor." He said, "What do you mean?" I said, when you stay on the bottom floor, I go on the third floor, whatever you put in, I'm going to borrow." He got angry, he got serious, he said, "You don't take no more money." But that's how it works. You deposit and somebody can borrow, you're going to get your interest and I'm going to pay the interest on the loan. That's how governments work too, Mr. Speaker. So let's stimulate the economy, Mr. Speaker. And I'm going to speak of one other way of funding, and then I'm going to speak of how we should be stimulating the economy from various sectors' point of view, especially one or two main sectors when it comes to investment, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I did promise I was going to be a little broad, so bear with me. Mr. Speaker, I came up for many years hearing arguments in the Houses of Assembly, the Legislative Assembly, and all through the public and everywhere about what do we do with the Social Security money. What do we do with it? Mr. Speaker, here is a major feat that our old boys years ago passed in the House of Assembly, where the opposition member joined with the government when he couldn't get enough members on his side to pass the bill. Opposition member Ralph O'Neill joined with leader of the government business, H. Labadie Stout, and passed the Social Security bill. That's history. It's in the books. So we passed the Social Security Board Act, Mr. Speaker, and that act is in place. And we have carefully, and we have over the years, Mr. Speaker, been look at our fiduciary responsibilities with that board in the management of the funds to the point where the funds, I'm not sure where it is now, it's probably close to $1 billion. Minister, you got to tell me if you're shaking your head, so it's not far. $1 billion. Mr. Speaker, this is a 30,000, 35,000 population economy with $1 billion in a fund. I challenge many other small Caribbean territories who can tell me that. So what we're going to do, Mr. Speaker, we're going to sit there proudly and look at it and say, wow, beautiful fund. One, how are we going to know? How billion is? How many is yours? 9? No, 8. 9 zeros and a 1, right? 1,000, you see these economists out there that you have. $1,000 million is there, somewhere out there, and we are all afraid to touch it, Mr. Speaker. But guess what? We are giving it to the United States to build their bridges, to build their roads, to build their housing program. They have the Fannie Macs and the Fannie Mays. Is it Fannie Mae or Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae? I come in, Miss Malprop, what is it again? Attorney General. So I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, we are giving our Social Security money to those to do what they're doing in the United States. And I'm coming back to that. You got to understand where I'm connecting, Deputy, where I'm connecting here. We believe that people out there can manage our money, but we here can't manage our money. People out there can manage us, but we can't manage us. You see the connection I'm talking about? I'm coming to that connection. That's why I say it's a broad context that this bill is important, Mr. Speaker. Broad context. It's a broad context. I'll come to that, and let me don't get too distracted with that, because that thing there where people come in here and make us look like we're little kids, little boys. We who are elected members of the House, and people are making us look like we are little non-entities. Mr. Speaker, that thing is digging me deep in my soul. Because we are managing a $1 billion Social Security fund, we, the government of the Virgin Islands. Hello, can somebody give us some kudos for that? That we can manage our own affairs? That we can manage our own funds? Mr. Speaker, there's some context there. Because those who may think they want to come here and manage our finances, there's some context there. Because I don't know how well they're managing theirs. Context. Investment. So what do we do, Mr. Speaker? We're going to keep the $1 million there and lend it to the rest of the world to develop theirs, and we don't develop us? I put it to you, Mr. Speaker, I put it to the leader of opposition. Because, you know, Mr. Speaker, the leader of opposition is always tomorrow's new government, and the government may be always, and that was told to me by people before. I mean, you joke about it, but you know, unrephrasing, it happens. I wouldn't know. You wouldn't know about that? Okay. I have all the yield to my senior member there. Mr. Speaker, but in all seriousness, though, I want us to get the point I'm making here, because I wanted to go down in the record that we have money to invest in the territory of the Virgin Islands, and we should invest that money in the territory of the Virgin Islands and stop this foolish thinking, I shouldn't say foolish, just untrusting thinking. Let me find a better word for that, because there's nothing as foolish thinking. We all have thinking, and it's always good. Depends on the context. But we must discontinue this behavior that we don't trust ourselves to develop our own country with our own funds. So how are you not going to develop your own country with your own funds? You're not going to trust in yourself, but you're going to other people to ask them to trust you? With their money? Mr. Speaker, an airport needs to be built in the budget, needs to be developed and extended. Roads, Mr. Speaker. And I probably a year ago or 6 months ago, Honorable Member of Minister of Transport, I would have tied my tongue to speak about the roads because it was my responsibility just before then. And I have no qualms about saying that a comprehensive road program is long needed in the territory of the Virgin Islands. I'm not talking about this government, I'm talking about governments before, including my government when I was there, Mr. Speaker, my government participated in. A comprehensive road program is needed in the Virgin Islands, and there must be some investment in it. I'm not talking about just going up and putting on some asphalt that we all do now and before. I'm talking about getting a bunch of engineers who are going to design roads to suit the territory in the mountains and the hills and the valleys and the coast roads, and put in the right, what we call those rocks and things, whatever it is needed. Now, what a big word is it called? I don't think you have it right, Minister for Health. But we need to invest in those things. Some kind of mitigation, whatever they call it. Minister of Transport, tell me. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, we need to invest some money in those things. Where the money come from? We're looking too far. We're looking too far. Somebody can say, you better leave us Social Security money there for when I come to retire. Well, God bless you. If you don't fix the economy and take care of what we're doing now, you may never retire. So let's fix it. Let's fix our economy. Let's invest some money in the territory and stimulate the economy. I'm not going to go and tell you, Mr. Speaker, we should go and take grants from the Social Security Board. The Social Security Board should be treated as a lender, and we should treat them as a lender and make sure when we lend from them, we pay back, and we pay back at a reasonable rate, just like what we do with other lending. Because don't misunderstand me, Mr. Speaker. I understand the Social Security Board, and I understand the Social Security Board's fiduciary responsibility, and I understand the Social Security Board, how it works. I have been there for 10 years on that board. I have been through at least four, it must have been four actuary reports. Actuary reports, which is a report where an actuary, there are very few of them in the world, who come and look at the fund and see if we are making sure that the fund is going to be there for the contributors when the time comes. The actuary. That's the big word that's all it's for. He will tell you whether you're investing the money right. And you know, the actuary always said to us, and that board, and you can read the reports, you need to invest more in yourselves. There's no, and we get scared and afraid. But the money is mounting up to be $1 billion. We don't need most of it till the next 20 or 25 years, and we're afraid to invest it in our growth and development, in our public sector. Only thing I say, Mr. Speaker, always treat the Social Security funds like you will treat another bank or some other investor or some other lender. That you must borrow money at the rules and regulations that they have and live up to those rules and regulations, as we have done so far. Electricity Corporation have borrowed money from the Social Security Board, Mr. Speaker. The Port Authority borrowed money from the Social Security Board. And others have borrowed money from the Social Security Board, and they're paid back and they're paying back. So why we can't continue to do that? Why we can't fix our airport? Why we can't fix our roads? Why we can't fix our water and sewage? Why we can't do all those things? And somebody can say, yeah, man, you were there, but you don't fix it. Well, yeah, I accept that. But doesn't mean I'm not going to say now that we should continue and do our best to fix it. Why don't we fix our city, the city of Road Town? I didn't fix it how it should have been fixed when I was there. But let's fix it. The city should look better than what it looks like. And yes, and maybe that's why I'm not there. I got thrown over because of it. Who knows? You know, I mean, this is politics. The public has a right to throw you out if you don't do what they want you to do. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to say that we should do what we're supposed to do. Road Town, the city. I can't get anybody to pay attention to me about putting garbage dumps right in the center of Road Town, in front of the hospital. And the minister knows we've been talking about that. And I'm not going to let him out the hook. Those garbage dumps should not be there. Why does the garbage, why is the solid waste or whomever, Minister for Health, or whomever it is responsible, I clean up down there in front of the hospital after the Karimek story, whatever it was. Lo and behold, a bunch of garbage bins become the site there. That can't be. It can't be. Tourists coming to Tortola and we walking through Road Town should not be walking through a bunch of big garbage bins. That shouldn't be. Mr. Speaker, why aren't we fixing Main Street? We turn it into a tramway now. And Mr. Speaker, I have to tell you, I am not in favor of the road turning down Main Street where people can't even walk across, people come down to full speed. I had to beg for some speed bumps on it, but it's still the wrong way. We were trying to turn Main Street into more of a pedestrian street than a traffic street. It's now become, you're afraid to walk across. I'm not agreeing to that. I said to the minister, when he asked me about it, I said, Minister, I don't mind if you try something, but if it ain't working, change it. Main Street, you can't walk across the place, you're frightened. You're jumping on the side all the time. That's not what a city is supposed to be. Yes, if you want to go out of the city and drive how you want, that's fine. But when you're in the city, people should be able to walk and cross and go to businesses as they wish comfortably. And not only people, you have to remember the senior citizens of the country who traverse through the town on foot, or maybe holding a stick, or maybe in a wheelchair. The city should not be treated like that, and I'm still not in favor of 2 lanes in the city. Unless you can put street lights where people can cross over comfortably, where the traffic stops to allow crossing. I don't mind change. I'm always in favor of supporting change, but when change does not satisfy the public and does not satisfy the needs of the people, Road Town is no longer a pedestrian-friendly town. It's not so. You can't cross. Always 2 vehicles coming in one direction. That's a hard thing to cross. And okay, if you do that, make sure that when a person wants to cross, that he can wait for a street light to allow him to cross safely. But it's not so anymore. You're across by the banks, you want to get across to Republic Bank, you want to get across to another bank, you got to be watching for, you watch for one car, but you don't show the other car seeing you, and by the time you get across, you jump back. Mr. Speaker, I'm not criticizing the criticism's sake. I told the minister, try it. Try the new way of through Road Town. I don't have a problem. I wasn't in favor. It was presented to me when I was there. And for the same reason I said I didn't like it. I didn't like the double lane where people are crossing unless you have traffic lights. When you go to New York City and Atlanta and all these places, yes, you have 2 lanes. But a light pops up and everybody got to stop and you cross. A lot of people bunch up in the same spot, waiting for the light, and then they cross over. That's how a double lane in a city works. They can't walk without that. We can get some accidents and people get knocked over, especially the elderly people who can't move as fast and who are not so quick to determine whether they should go across now or not, Mr. Speaker. But the point I'm making is that we should use our Social Security funds, Mr. Speaker, to stimulate the economy. I'm not talking about taking the money from it and don't paying it back. I'm not talking about grants. I'm talking about the government applying properly, like they would apply to a bank, for borrowing to do specific infrastructure development in the territory. And the reason I speak of infrastructure development and speak of very passionately is that any government, and in my government we talk about it. Many governments keep talking. They're talking about the shift to more emphasis on a tourism economy than relying solely and primarily on a financial services economy. The shift. When is the shift going to happen? When are we going to show the investor, the people who want to come and build hotels and build marinas and build whatever, when are we going to show them that we're prepared to put in the right infrastructure? We're talking about tourism, we're all talking about, this tourism going to happen, because that's what's going to give more employment, and that's what's going to bring in more taxes for the country from the payroll tax, and that's what's going to bring in more people who are going to be able to have a job and go to supermarket and support all the businesses. Tourism. More people get work on the boats and the yachts and the marinas and can build hotels and have construction going. And yes, Mr. Speaker, we talk about this great shift. And I heard about this great shift in my government. I'm hearing about it now in this government. But I don't see anything happen to make this shift happen. Where is the infrastructure? Where are the plans for the roads? When are we going to extend the airport? One government go in, say they're going to extend the airport, they ain't get it do. Another government go in and changing the whole plan and going to another big airport somewhere else. And who's thinking, can you tell me that in a 4-year term, you can plan and build a new airport? Come on. We need an extension to the airport now and stop sending our people to St. Thomas. Mr. Speaker, as I tell people all the time, sending out tourists to St. Thomas, we've got so accustomed of it now that we want to change it. But sending out tourists to St. Thomas is like going to pool, owning one mat and telling people on your way up to one mat, stop it right way. No, that's what we're doing. We're telling the people on your way to the BVI, where we have spent our money to attract them to Tortola and Virgin Islands and Justin Lake and Anegada, on your way up to Tortola, stop by St. Thomas. So St. Thomas now taking our yachts and our boats. They're going to soon take all of our tourists, because that's the first place the tourists stopping. The first thing in their mind. Yes, they got to expand the airport, because all tourists, they got to take care of two sets of tourists. Mr. Speaker. Yes, we have to extend the airport and let us stop playing. Mr. Speaker, this word isn't a rude or a pilinky word, and let's get on to it. Whether it's this government or that government or whatever, let's fix the airport for once and for all, man. Stop listening to the people who saying we don't need an airport. We don't need an airport. We don't need an airport. And we want to develop tourism. And we want to develop business. And the persons who come in to meet our financial services have to step in Puerto Rico or Santo Domingo or St. Thomas or St. Martin to come to Tortola. What kind of place that is? Stop it. All 13 members of us in here, let's get on with it. Let's get an airport, man. Let's put our heads down to it. I don't care whether you borrow the Social Security money or whether you go somewhere else and borrow the money, but let's extend the airport. It's only 1,500 more feet to put on a 1,000, whatever amount it is. When you leave Miami, man, let the next destination stop. Beef Island, Terrence B. Let some airport. Stop it. Not the Cyril E. King Airport in St. Thomas. Not the Juan Louis, whatever it is in Puerto Rico. Not the something in Punta Cana or Santo Domingo. Not some of the place where Inter-Caribbean got to be picking up some of the carriers somewhere, and everybody by the time they reach it, they're tired. My people, I call on us. I call on us. Let's do the right thing. Let us expand the airport. Government, Minister of Finance, do it. Member of the opposition, leader of the opposition, do not stop it. Let's make it happen. Let's make it happen together and fast too. The plans are there already. Stop changing the plans again because you own government, you meet another one there. This happens, yes, but it's 2 years now, 2.5 years you're there. Make it happen. Remember the good honorable gentleman from the COI asked me why I didn't consult the Port Authority when I was going to fix the cruise spare. Mr. Speaker, I was a good gentleman. I just was very honorable. And he asked me why this Public Accounts Committee criticized me for not listening to the Port Authority board at the time. I wasn't going into politics to tell him that that was the previous government Port Authority who didn't want me to do what I wanted to do. But if he hears me now, he'll hear me what I wanted to say. Because I was being respectful to the honorable gentleman at the time. But no government don't get in office and set a policy. Leader of opposition, listen to me. I got into office, the Premier appointed me Minister for Ports. The Premier instructed me through the cabinet to go and build a cruise spare to handle ships that can hold 5,000 passengers and 2,000 crew. I must go listen to the Port Authority board who I met there, who was appointed by a Virgin Islands Party government. And nothing's wrong with that. In fact, it's something that's wrong with it, yes. I totally agree with this government when you're getting all boards handing a resignation. It's the right thing, because you're not going to carry out my policy. You're carrying out the government policy before. Now I come in here, I got my policy. They tell me I must go listen to the Port Authority who wanted to build a little simple little thing to hold $10 million cruise ship that couldn't hold none of the ships could have held there. And the good gentleman is telling me if I didn't have any respect for he called out the names on the Public Accounts Committee. The present leader of opposition was one. The former leader of opposition, the former premier was one. He said, look at all these honorable men on this Public Accounts Committee who said you were wrong to not listen to the Port Authority board. You ever hear more, Mr. Speaker? I wanted to tell the good gentleman, Mr. Speaker, because he's honorable and I was respectful to them because they're doing their job. But I wanted to ask him if when the government changed from Cameron in the United Kingdom to who took over from Cameron? What is the lady name? Miss May? When Miss May take over, or when a Labour government changes to the Conservative government, do they keep their boards? Do they keep their same advisors? Do they follow their same policies? Come on, man, I'm telling you, Mr. Leader of Opposition, if you ever get over there in a seat with the leader of the government, you could change up all them board one time. Don't stop. Just like what this government did, they did the right thing. Because he appointed, I am being told that I should have listened to the Public Accounts Committee who criticized my work on the port. That's the best project happened to this Virgin Islands and going to be the best for the next 100 years in terms of building the economy of the Virgin Islands and providing jobs and providing money for the territory to go forward. And I must listen to the Public Accounts Committee that is opposite to me, and I must listen to the board that was appointed by the last government. Mr. Speaker, who you talking? Mr. Speaker, who they talking to? You don't understand me, Mr. Speaker. I'm a businessman. When I set out to do something, I set out to do it. Once I had the authority from my board was the cabinet of the government who said go forward and build. And I could have all kind of opposition here, all kind of thing talk. The leader, the present leader of government business, he knows he was in opposition then and he was doing the job. But I think I'm gonna listen to him. He gonna run me, he gonna run my government. Just like this one here trying to run that one. That's how it is. He is doing his job and he was doing his job too. But you think I will listen? Mr. Speaker, I went forward. The port is built. Mr. Speaker, I didn't speak for a long time, so please bear with me. Walk with me, Mr. Speaker. I'm not losing my, Mr. Mitch, the doctor is here, they're not here anymore. I'm all right though, I'm all right. You always look at me. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, but I must make the point. And I went home after that session with the COI. And somebody said, boy, you know how to bite your tongue. Because, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to say what I wanted to say. You know? Because, Mr. Speaker, I was told if I wasn't disrespectful to the board, a board that I met there, and I could call the names on the board, but I don't call them here now. These are boards who was the member for the Minister of Health, know them, who are stalwarts in the Virgin Islands Party. Every 40 years, you honor them. And Mr. Speaker, when I put forward my proposition, Mr. Speaker, as a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, if you go down and analyze everybody who was on the board, even my permanent secretary at the time, who ran against, anyhow, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, you are telling me that I must honor that board and don't carry out my government policy? But Mr. Speaker, eventually I got them all dismissed. Because they were doing their job at the time, nothing's wrong with them, they're all people. But they're not going to carry out my policy, Minister for Transport. So when you got anybody in your way who blocking your policy that you are given instruction from your government, get them out of the way. I ain't afraid to say that, because I've done it. You getting in my way to carry out my policy, brother? I who are being elected by the people to carry it out? So you understand what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker? I have, Mr. Speaker, just like Donald Trump, I have no problem firing. In the interest of the people, in the interest of the people. But Mr. Speaker, I'm saying to us today, let's take the light of what we're talking about today in terms of investment. But we have to stimulate the economy. We can't keep doing the same thing what we're doing all the time and expect the people out there are suffering. Stimulate the economy. How are the people going to be suffering out there and the Social Security Board got $1 billion? Don't be mistaken. I'm not telling you to take up the Social Security Board money and give it away. I'm saying take it and stimulate the economy with economic activity in the public sector. That is investment, Mr. Speaker. Hear me out. Mr. Minister for Finance, Mr. Premier, wherever you are under the sound of my voice, do not be afraid. Get up and put a road program together, Minister for Transport. Put a bunch of engineers in a room for 6 months, 3 months, and let them design every road in the Virgin Islands, Virgin Gorda, Just Van Dyke, Antigua, Tortola. Even put 1 or 2 on the little other islands. Design them and tell us it needs $100 million to build them. You see what everybody hold up their head quick. It needs $100 million to build a road to last for the next 50 years. To drain them, to put the right pavement where the right pavement needs to be. Asphalt can't be here, concrete has to be here, or whatever it needs. Drain them, put in the sewage pipes. And Mr. Speaker, they called me the other day to talk about sustainable development. I see it here in this thing. Sustainable, what is sustainable economic development? So there's a team here, and I told the team, look, I hope I ain't coming here to ask me no question, to put in a book, to go put on a shelf again, and never be used. Also, Dr. June Summers is her name. Suma, sorry. You have to forgive me, because I know personally, her name is June to me. But anyway, Dr. June Suma approached me to discuss what I understand to be sustainable development. Mr. Speaker, I went through the 2017 OMA. Mr. Speaker, every one of us in here were there. It's going to be a scar on our emotions for a long, long time. After it was all done, we looked at what is going to be sustainable development in the future. We wrote up all kind of book, all kind of proposals and all kind of things. We need to build the roads, Mr. Minister of Transport. But while we are building those roads, the Electricity Corporation, Minister responsible for electricity, I hope you're listening, needs to bury the main lines in the roads and take down the poles so that the next time there's a big hurricane, we don't have to be out of power for 6 months. That is sustainable development. That is what we should borrow money from the Social Security Board to do. Because our economy wouldn't suffer for that long period anymore. That is sustainable development. Borrow $100 million from the board, give it to electricity, tell them dig up all the roads, the main roads. I went on to Caribbean for a meeting. The leader of government business knows. Long past 6 months after the hurricane, and the people ain't had no power. They ain't had no water. What is the minister's problem there? Minister appealing for time? Okay? There was no power. I didn't speak because I came here to speak today. There was no power at the time in Caribbean. There was no water, Mr. Speaker. And I was quite rightly reprimanded, upper-handed by the people in Caribbean. One reporter said, Lord, when I went outside, she said, Lord, Minister, I could see it on your face, you were going to cry. She was right. The people were 6 months later without power or without water. That wasn't fair to them. I had to take the heat. Mr. Speaker, I'm not reprimanding the government here because the government is doing their job. But all I'm suggesting and recommending is that we borrow some money from wherever we have to borrow it. Don't wait for the British government or our kind of government. Come on, people. It's our business. It's our territory. We're the ones who will suffer. We're the ones who are not going to have any economic stimulation. Let's stop waiting for the British government and waiting for this government and waiting for that approval. Let's use our Social Security money and do what we have to do. Let's bury the estimate given to me at the time, Minister of Electricity now, by the Electricity Corporation was $75 million to bury the main lines throughout the territory. Bury them under the ground. Knock down the poles. When the wind comes, them lines are up and down and popping the poles. The only thing I had to fix after the hurricane is the lines that move from the main lines to the villages. That could happen in 30 days. We have to build an infrastructure to sustain us during disasters like hurricanes. We can't bury our nose in the ground and hope that the season come again and none hit us. Past us, it went to Bahamas. This one passed us, it went to Haiti. It don't hit us again. Let us build a sustainable situation so that when it hits us again, we go down but we get back up quickly. That's all I'm saying. I hope it ain't going to deaf ears, Mr. Speaker, because I know there are minutes. And I know the honorable leader of government business is going to pay attention, and Minister of Transportation, he's not going to ignore me. And the Deputy Premier will carry the message because he sees my face. Mr. Speaker, please bear with me. I beg. The economy of the Virgin Islands, Mr. Speaker, is a resilient one. But it is not infallible. Let me say that again, Mr. Speaker. The economy of the Virgin Islands is a resilient one. But it's not infallible. And Mr. Speaker, the very Social Security Board and the very NHI survival, this is economics, this is space economics. The survival of the Social Security Board, Mr. Speaker, and the survival of the NHI. People think they're just there and happening. But their survival is contingent on continuous employment in the territory of the Virgin Islands. Let me say that again. The economy of the Virgin Islands is resilient, but not infallible. And when certain institutions are being threatened to fail, we have to be careful. And 1 and 1 makes 2. So if you don't stimulate the economy and create employment, you see this long employment drought we have with this COVID that we have no control of? You will be surprised, Mr. Speaker, it's going to affect us when it comes to the NHI and Social Security, because if revenue isn't coming in from employment, the Social Security Board have issues. They might be able to handle the short-term shocks, but not in the long term if you don't find a way to divert and diversify growth and diversify the economy. I'm speaking about this document, Mr. Speaker. So in case you think I've gone off on a tangent, I'm right here. Thank you.
Thanks for the assurance.
Thank you. That's for the younger ones to know how to handle this. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, it says here, growth, unemployment to increase, well, they say increase, to reduce unemployment. I'd say increase employment. And I hope we change that when we get to the committee stage. But to reduce unemployment, and accelerate growth, but the most important thing, and to diversify the economy. Mr. Speaker, which I now come to. Mr. Speaker, I now come to. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I sit down in this room here, not this particular room, but the room up the road, many times. And I heard all kinds of ministers on this side and on that side. That thing is so easy to say here, Mr. Speaker, that it rolls off our tongue like water and stream coming down the river. You know, you know what Dr. Martin Luther King said? Like a mighty whatever. The words that come off all of our tongues, ministers, I want you to listen to me, and members over here. Every time we talk, we say, oh, we're going to diversify the economy. We're going to diversify the economy. What does that mean? We're going to develop our tourism. We're going to do more. We're going to develop agriculture and fishing. Mr. Minister for Agriculture and Fishing, I hear you. You sound good all the time. I am yet, Mr. Speaker, to see anyone in this room here, whether on this side or that side, who did anything really serious about diversifying this economy yet. Now, to this date. I am yet to see anyone in any seriousness who have gone about seeking to diversify this economy. We are so comfortable, Mr. Speaker, so comfortable, even up to now, with every day going up to the FSC and say, how much money you have for me? How much you got in the kitty? Inviting the FSC down to the cabinet and saying, I got a little extra checkup for us beside the 89% that you normally give us, another 11% to keep. You have any little extra there for us? That is our comfort. We have become too comfortable with financial services. 1982, it was 84, when the Romney government and the rest of them old boys put it together. This financial services thing has blinded our minds. It is so easy, it's such easy money. Mr. Speaker, it lasted for, how much years is it? 40 years nearly? Soon? Which is good, and we must keep working to sustain it. But Mr. Speaker, one must always ask the question, is it going to last forever? Is it going to last forever? One thing I can say, Mr. Speaker, you see them water out there? And them sand out there, Mr. Speaker, and them trees up there, along, you don't cut them down. Mr. Speaker, you see them thing out there? They're going to sustain time, but I don't know about other parts of the economy. So our tourism that sits on the water, most of it, and our fishing that sits in the water, most of it, and our agriculture that can be developed and live in the mountains, a lot of it can sustain time. We need to diversify. This thing about giving mouth lip service to tourism and not seriously looking and listening. I've been listening and reading some blogs recently from some business people, and they're wondering how serious we are about tourism and especially in the charter boat industry, and how much you're paying attention to it. Mr. Speaker, when the hurricane hit us, bam, in September, when all the buildings get broken and everything, all the hotels were mashed up, by December, the charter boat industry was up and running again with the investments that the private people in the charter boat industry put in. We got to pay attention to that. We got to see how we can improve that. We got to see how we can stop it from going to St. Thomas. We can't take that lightly. That thing that happened recently where everybody put up their boats and went to St. Thomas. You see Village Key, Mr. Speaker? I went over the Village Key, some of the guys hasn't where the boat them gone. They tell me everyone is sitting in a dock in St. Thomas. You go in Village Key now, you don't see a boat. Them big yachts that be out on the end of Village Key. We can't take that lightly, Mr. Speaker. I'm saying to you, government, do not take that lightly. Find out what the charter boat people want and let them, this investment thing saying what you're going to do to encourage investors. We ain't talking about the future investors now. We're going to talk about the present ones. How are we going to hold them? How are we going to keep them? How are we going to make them satisfied? How are we able to do our processes that taking forever? Every little thing. Customs. A boat comes in, several boats. You know how much times the Speaker had to mitigate and get involved in ensuring, and when you get down to it, it's not the administration of the customs per se, it's individual, sometimes customs officers who take it on their own. Mr. Speaker, a fleet of boats come from on a sailing trip from Bermuda from somewhere in England or somewhere to Bermuda to BVI, a triangle or something. Mega yachts. The owners of them spend $40, $50 million on a yacht. They're coming into the BVI, but to get in, if they happen to come in on a Sunday, they better stay out there waiting until when somebody come to meet them on a Monday, or if they do venture in, they better understand that they could be locked up. Follow the laws. That's what this thing here say. Okay? So we got to pay attention, Mr. Speaker, to tourism. And let's talk about diversifying it. Let's figure out how we're going to take care of tourism. I met a guest here 2 weeks ago. She was in a wheelchair. Her husband was pushing her along. She started crying when she realized how beautiful I myself nearly breaking on tears when I realized we take it for granted. When she looked out from the veranda and the porch and she looked out at the grandeur of the ocean and the beauty of the sea and the tranquility of the Virgin Islands, the lady started crying. I couldn't understand why. Then she expressed to me, sir, I am a painter and I've never seen a sunset like this. And she asked her husband for a camera or a phone. And the lady stayed there for hours. We take for granted what we have. But we must diversify and attract people to come to it. And the lady was all about trying to get here. That's why I talk about the airport. She went to St. Thomas. She had to come across her boat to St. John. She thought St. John was Tortola. Until she called and said, I thought I was here, but I can't get a room, I can't get food to eat. I'm in a place called St. John. Because there were so many tourists there at the time, she couldn't even find a place to eat. To go through the portal, the BVI portal. She had to call several times to somebody here to get it done. She got through, then her husband can't get through. She had to spend an extra day before she could come in St. John. We gotta put the money where our mouth is. And I wouldn't, that portal thing, you know, we got to listen to what the people are saying. I read a blog every day that every one of us is in, where they talk about this BVI portal, and it's look like some rocket science to get it fixed. I'm not a tech man, so I don't understand it. Everybody saying St. Martin, easy. St. Thomas, easy. Puerto Rico, easy. BVI, if you don't find somebody who know to get in, you can't get it. And they're calling all these names, you gotta call this person and call that person. I can tell you the truth, I know who I have to call to. And the good thing is about those who you call, they're very helpful. But what you have to do it for? Something wrong with it. Fix it, man. Let's Lord have mercy, man. Let's fix it. But Mr. Speaker, I go to the point of fishing. Mr. Minister of Fishing, we hear about the economy of fishing. We hear about the Japanese going out somewhere in the ocean beyond Niagara and fishing in our waters. We hear about all these things. Everybody's saying they're going to invest some money in a big word, they call it pelagic fishing and all kind of thing. I import more fish in my supermarket than I need to import, and we are in a fishing ground. Every day, a bunch of kingfish and all kind of things coming from all over the place. Frozen, not fresh. I ain't got a clue where it come from. But we have them out there. But we all talking and giving lip services, pelagic fishing. Let's get farmer fishing company or something and invest the money in those fishermen who are interested and send them out to fish. Send them out to fish. We got to invest the money in it. In every country, agriculture and fishing is subsidized. All you got to do it right and transparently. Nobody can come tell you who's a fisherman who ain't. If you do it right, invest the money right. Let's put a fishing fund together. Let's do something to buy some boats, some big ships. Why the Japanese can go out in them big fish, them big boats, and we can't do them? What happened? Because the seawater like their color better than us? Well, Mr. Minister, let's do something, man. Let's try something. Be bold. Don't be afraid of them who criticize you. Be bold. Go buy 2 boats. Let's go find out what them pelagic fishing boat like and them long line thing what they use. And let's get some men out there who know they'll get a good $300 or $500 a day to go out and let them go fish. Let's do it, man. Let's try it. Stop the talk. Stop the lip service. Let's do something, man. Let's do something. I know there were a bunch of men, BV Islanders, who were interested in get this pelagic fishing some time ago. But a lot of them are sitting on the money. This thing called for investment. The bank them here and lend them money. The bank don't trust the boat. The bank don't lend money for boat. And the poor National Bank, who used to be the, what used to call them again? Development Bank, the poor development bank lend money to a lot of fishermen and they get paid back yet. Yeah. A lot of money they write off. Because the poor fishermen couldn't afford to pay back because they ain't do it right. But let's be bold. Let's find some millions of dollars. Instead of spending millions of dollars elsewhere, let's find some millions of dollars to spend here. Put it in the fisherman's hand. Develop a proper fishing, what do you call it? Whatever it is, company limited. I was in Barbados, I was all over the place, walking where I see they do it. Stop the lip service, let's do something. Lord have mercy, man. We need to do something in the BVI. I ain't talking about your government alone, I'm talking about my government too. All of us the same thing. Same bunch of us. That's why the people fed up of us. They want to see us do something, man. Something with sense. I even though they start my building road and fixing road, I fix the road today, next day a little water come down the mash home. And I think I doing thing. Hope Hill Road, I thought I jam in the next thing of the water, mash it up, go down King Garden, go all about, I just bragging, oh, are we fixing some roads? Get some proper engineers and let's do some good roads, man. I ain't going back, I ain't gonna get back there, but I want to encourage you, Minister, let's do it right. Tell the Minister of Finance you want $100 million for roads. I bet you never called a number before. You're afraid. Put it together and tell him, If you want tourism, if you want people to come here to invest and live here, give them some roads. Don't be afraid to tell them. But have it based on something that you have. Put your engineers to put some numbers together. But let's not do it halfway and half-heartedly and little piece, little piece. It ain't gonna work anymore in the BBI. By the time you get to the bottom of the road, paving it, the top of the road mash up. How do you tell you that? We can't put on a decent pipe. We know the PVC pipe they're mashing up. We go there every week and the pressure busts them up. We talk about we have what kind of pipe called HSP or some PE. But not one of us taking time to stop the men from going down there, fixing the pipe and digging up the road and tell them from point A to point B, let's dig it up all together and put on the HSP pipe them. We're going to hear that we can't get a pipe done, the shipping can't come. I know here that the sewage program stopped because I put on some piping over there. By the time I done finish, put on the pipe them, what the name? CDB engineers come in and say, well, those pipes are good for 20 years, but we need to take them up and put on a bigger one for 50 years. Because of how much more people are going to be using the pipe them. I don't know how much children we're going to get up in East End, but that's what they say. So the pipe them where you see digging up now in Parakeeta Bay, they're in the right pipe? Whatever the long story is right now. I say we got too much story. See what I tell you? But excuses, got songs, excuses, and we hear them every day. Anyway, yes, you know who it is. My nephew. But Mr. Speaker, all right, I give the government kudos for trying though, because we go there, we have to try. But Lord of mercy, the point I'm making, Mr. Speaker, is from a fisheries standpoint, Mr. Minister, I'm not here to scold you. I'm here to advise you and beg you. Stop the talk and do something. Take $2 million, buy 2 boats off, $3 million, whatever it is. Let's use the $2 or $3 million wisely, not otherwisely. You heard me what I said? Wisely, not otherwisely. Hello. I'm not playing politics. I'm a statesman. I'm advising my people, my government, Mr. Speaker.
Order in the House.
Minister for Health, please behave. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I'm still here. I want to finish, Mr. Speaker. Yeah. Bear with me.
I just want you to make sure to confine to the bill.
To the matter at hand.
Standing Order 38-1.
Okay. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I always like you because you keep us in check. So when we get over hand, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, so, Minister, let's get some fishing going. I don't know about fishing, but all I'm saying, man, let's start talking about this fishing and let's do something about it. Let's stop telling the farmers we're going to give them water and we ain't giving them water. Let's find a way to give them water. I mean, I was the minister for water and I had a problem too. I didn't give them water. I used to get abused by a certain lady every time. And I'm sure you get abused now too. But she's right. You have to subsidize agriculture. The poor farmers can't afford water, but we need to produce food. So we have to encourage them and subsidize them. Even when they get angry at us, we have to help them. And I keep saying that because I was there and I didn't do enough either. So I want us to do what we have to do to help the farmers, help the fishermen. And I ain't talking about, Mr. Speaker, I bet you, sorry, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure right now, I keep hearing the minister said we're going to put, we call them thing, the fishery building somewhere for people to bring in the fish. You got one yet? Anywhere? Mr. Speaker? Come on. I mean, let's even put up a plywood one for time being, no man. Let the fishermen bring the fish and drop them off and put in some big box to cool them. Somewhere, put one down town, put one up East End, put one just one like, and build a plywood building. For now. When hurricane come, blow down, we build up another one. But let the fishermen have a place to go, man. We got some big talk. We got big talk. I know I'm talking about. I had some. I could have talked. Mr. Speaker. What are we going to do and how are we going to do this and do that? And every time I go answer a question from the opposition members, my team give me a big write-up, and I go in the house and give them the answer. And every time I give them the answer, the member of the talk say, when you get water in Sikobe? After I do all along answer you give me. You know what I'm talking about? They tell me you can't get a pipe to go up around the hill. You got to do this up Long Trench. You got to do this up over some. All kind of thing they give me to say. Lord have mercy, man. When I look back, I laugh at myself and say, yes, what I was. Mr. Speaker, I didn't say anything. I'm just trying to follow section, something he said there.
38-1 of the standing order.
I'm following that, yes, sir.
Great.
But Mr. Speaker, now let me come down. Mr. Minister of Agriculture and Finance and Fishing, I hope you got my point. I wasn't criticizing you, I was just encouraging you, giving you a little encouragement. Because I know you mean well. And you will do well, you're a young fella. But Mr. Speaker, the implications of all these things I'm talking about when we talk about investment, I'm just taking off my points here, Mr. Speaker. When we talk about investment, Mr. Speaker, I'm coming to the important point now to finish up. I'm not going to take forever. This is my wrapping up, Mr. Minister of Health. And Mr. Speaker, I have to take my time on this one because it's important. I mean, we rush over certain things and don't understand the long-term implications of these matters. When I opened my discourse just now, Mr. Speaker, I said that we in this country must, in everything that we do or say, and every bill that we pass or unpass, or every bill that we pass and sit unassented to, Mr. Speaker, whatever we do, we must do in the interest of the people of this country. Not in our interest, but in the people's interest. And people understand that we the people, like every other country, in this modern day, we the people have the ability and the rights to manage our own affairs. I'm going to say it again, and I'm going to support why I said it, Mr. Speaker. We the people must stop, slow down, and despite all negative situations, negative stories, negative fights between one side and the other side, negative fights out in the public, negative fights before the COI, negative fights all over. Despite all that, Mr. Speaker, I want to suggest, I want to implore, I want to encourage, I want to indulge us, I want to sensitize us to the fact that it has, the time has come that we must stop mistrusting and misbelieving ourselves that we cannot run our affairs. We have to depend on government's affairs. And every time we make a mistake, and every time we do wrong, we must believe that someone else come to correct us, and we systems and mechanisms in place. It's only turn out the mic on me now. We must have systems and mechanisms in place to reprimand us when we do wrong, but that does not make it right that we don't manage our own affairs. I put it to you. And the reason I put it to you, Mr. Speaker, is this. Mr. Speaker, name me one country in the world where there aren't complaints about misgovernments and mistrust and about corruption and about management styles and about, name me one. But yet, they are managing their own affair. Let me go to Nigeria, Mr. Speaker, one of the countries that is considered in the whole wide world the most corrupt government. Does that mean that the British government or the US government or some other government go in to run the affairs of Nigeria? They have systems in place to deal with it. Even if they have to take them to The Hague, the court of The Hague, to deal with some matters that may be there, but it doesn't change the fact that they're running their own affair. And why are we afraid to talk about the United Kingdom government? Somehow there's something in the atmosphere that's saying you can't talk about the United Kingdom government. Mr. Speaker, why is Mr. Cameron not the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom government anymore? Because his father had a trust here? When the House of Commons were calling for a public register in the BVI, and they realized that the Prime Minister's father had a trust there? That is not a secret, that's a public story, Mr. Speaker, so I'm not speaking anything privately. That was the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. Mr. Speaker, why are we afraid to say that there are investigations right now in the UK government, present Prime Minister's handling of stimulus funds? Mr. Speaker, Julius Caesar, Mark Antony and Julius Caesar says, Mr. Speaker, did that in Caesar seem ambitious when they slew him? When Brutus and the rest of them slew him? Was that ambitious? Is it wrong for us to speak of what is happening in the United Kingdom government? But Mr. Speaker, the point I'm making is as a result of them not misusing their funds and doing whatever was wrong, does that mean that somebody should go and run the United Kingdom government? Does that mean that somebody should take over their finances? Tell me, Mr. Speaker. But we in the Virgin Islands seem to think that because we may do something wrong or not right and we may not follow some rules and so on, we must let somebody just take us over. Mr. Speaker, do you understand the implications of what I'm speaking about investment and why we as a country have gone for the last umpteen years and haven't asked the United Kingdom government for one penny? As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, we have financed the largest portion of having their governors and whoever they have here. And Mr. Speaker, we must, as a people, mistrust your own people. And that doesn't let us off the hook, Mr. Speaker, when we do wrong. If we do wrong, we do wrong. We must be corrected. We must be brought to justice. We must be reprimanded. Whatever has to be done, must be done. We must be kicked out of office. Ultimately. But it doesn't mean that we can't manage our own affairs. Because since whenever we stop getting grant and aid, Mr. Speaker, we have been managing our own affairs, and all of a sudden we can't manage our own affairs. Population. Everybody seems to think that the governor must do everything, and we must put our faith in the trust of the governor. I'm not speaking of any particular governor. I'm talking about the governor, the name governor. Mr. Speaker, it's time that we run our own affairs. Mr. Speaker, you know, under the Westminster parliamentary system, the Westminster system of government, the Prime Minister is elected, and he chooses his cabinet. But you know who he reports to? He reports to Her Majesty. Have you watched The Crown recently, Mr. Speaker? That is a story written based on the activity, and I admire how Her Majesty operates and have operated over time. I've seen her in the story where she operated with Sir Winston Churchill when he was battling against Hitler and so on. And Mr. Speaker, I have to interject here. I saw when she was encouraging Prime Minister, what's the lady named, the Iron Lady, that you call her? Margaret Thatcher. I see in the Crown, I believe it. Because I was in South Africa in 2000 and whatever year it was, 5 or 3 or whatever, or 2, in Cape Town. And I understood what was meant by apartheid. Because even 10 years after apartheid was abolished, I saw the people in the slums. And Mr. Speaker, I never see something like that yet. But it was an interesting way of doing it. The poor black people couldn't have a house each other for themselves. So those who were considered uppity black people live in a house, a little house. Each family live in a house 8 hours a day. So 3 families live in that house in a day. You had the house for yourself, 8 hours, you come out, pack up your bag, and you get out. And another family come in and live for 8 hours. And then another family. Mr. Speaker, this is how the people were living. But that was a good thing. Those are good people. But you walk across the street and you see the boxes and the cardboards where the others live who couldn't get into that house. Mr. Speaker, that was the result of apartheid, where one race of people in this century, well, in the one just gone, where they live like that. And governments all over the world, including the United Kingdom, supported that type of government. And when the time comes to push to get that type of government to discontinue the apartheid activity, the Prime Minister of England at the time decided she wasn't supporting the dissolution of apartheid. God bless, we had a good queen who insisted to the then Prime Minister, you have to support the abolition of apartheid. You have to support it. And she fought back and pushed back. But thank God it is gone. The people are still there fighting over poverty, but it's gone. Reminds us of us. I'm a Vanderpool not because I'm a Vanderpool. I ain't not Vanderpool because of Vanderpool. I'm a Vanderpool because of the plantation owner who owned the Vanderpool, the slaves of the time, who became Vanderpools because of his or her name. That's why I'm a Vanderpool. You think I'm a Vanderpool because I bring Vanderpool from Africa? I wouldn't say we're from where specifically, but I will leave that alone. Because I don't want to be called an Irishman, Mr. Speaker. But all I'm saying is, Mr. Speaker, we in the BVI, and when I say we, Mr. Speaker, I want us to understand we must not be racial one way or the other. We have some people living among us who are all people that live with us. They're from England, they're from all over the place. They might be Caucasian, but they're part of us. They have belonging status. They're part of us. I want to invite all of us to fight to rule our own selves. I don't care what y'all tell me. I wish and wait one day when a Caucasian will run for office and come in here. Nothing's wrong with that. It's called representation. I know we all hold up our head and wondering what happened and what I was saying. But they're a constituency. They couldn't be represented. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, the first house, have you heard of Mr. Brundle Bruce, Mr. Speaker? Okay, he might not have on that nice thing on his head like you, but he was one of them. And he represented. So we must be fair, but all I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, is my people listen to me out there, as we say in Radio Land. Please, my people, don't take the fact that the COI or whomever is coming here and saying we're doing this or that. They might be right of what they're saying, but it doesn't mean that we can't run our own affairs. We must put the right mechanism in place to deal with the wrong things, but it doesn't mean that because of that, we must not do the right thing and manage our own affairs. I said it at the Sunday morning well in 2013. Mr. Historian Malone and my great doctor, Deputy Premier Natalia Whitney. I said it then. I bet you nobody can't remember when I went and made that statement at the Sunday morning well. I nearly wasn't invited back the next year. I had to beg to be invited back. All I said is that it's time that we, the people of the Virgin Islands, understand that we have the same brain, we have the same heart, we have the same understanding. We went to school, we produce doctors, we produce nurses, we produce scientists, we produce all kinds of things here in the Virgin Islands, and by God, can't we manage our own affairs? We have to wait for the governor or the British government? My people, wake up. Wake up. I have some more to say, but I'll leave right there, Mr. Speaker. Let's invest in ourselves. Let's believe in ourselves. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for the 4th District for his contribution to the Virgin Islands Investment Act 2020. At this time, I recognize the member for the 2nd District, the Honorable Melvin M. Turnbull.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm sorry, I'm hearing a little chatter.
You're hearing chatter, Mr.
On the
Speaker.
opposition side.
Yeah, my two senior members,
The member for the 2nd District must be heard uninterrupted.
Yeah, I don't want to interrupt my seniors. I was brought up with respect. So I respect them. Keep the energy up. Keep the energy up? I don't have the kind of energy a member for the 4th have. Almost give me some flashbacks there. Mr. Speaker, the only thing that I'm glad for is that there were no cups on his table. You know, when he gets excited, he throws them down. Mr. Speaker, I stand to give my contribution to this bill before us entitled the Virgin Islands Investment Act of 2020. Mr. Speaker, having gone through the electronic version of the bill, I was hasting to get to the House on time today, and I left the notes that I made separate to the bill, so I tried my best to go over what I recalled. Mr. Speaker, this bill is one that it is not the first time that it has been before this honorable House. I believe it is in fact the first time now for the 2nd reading under this present administration. And having listened to the mover of the bill, the Honorable Premier, and then the member, the at-large member who is responsible for trade, who seconded the bill, then the Deputy Premier, the Honorable Fraser, and Honorable Vanterpool, as well as Honorable Malone. Having listened to the contributions of those members, Mr. Speaker, I just wish to make my comments in terms of perspective of this bill and what it is that we are hoping to achieve, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I find it strange that Honorable H.L. Stout passed over 26 years ago. And before his passing, there was a vision cast for this territory, which is over 30 plus years. And there was a vision to develop financial services. There was a vision to ensure that tourism was one of the pillars of the economy. And it was also a vision that spoke to continuing to build this territory that our forefathers fought for, that the men and women that stood for some 70 plus years in the then Legislative Council and now the House of Assembly stood for and had the trust, as we do, of the people to lead them. Mr. Speaker, having just again gone through the objects and reasons of this bill, in theory, Mr. Speaker, I understand what it sets out to do. But in actuality, I have some questions that I wish to raise in this honorable House, hoping that we would turn our minds, turn our attention, turn our energies towards the questions that I will put before us. Mr. Speaker, this territory was founded, was built, continues to be built by a level of commitment of persons who at that time didn't have education, but what they had was common sense. What they had was a belief. What they had was a hope, a trust in a God who they knew that not only they deserved better, but they knew that they could do better than what existed. And over the years, Mr. Speaker, many investments have been made. Investments have been made to ensure that where they were, we who now sit, we who now stand, would be able to be in a better place. So they continue to build on the foundation that they had. They made sacrifices, Mr. Speaker. They made the necessary investments. They made investments in education, Mr. Speaker. They made investments in the same financial services, Mr. Speaker. They made investments in education. They made investments in the overall infrastructural development. They made investments to have the BVI defined and identified as one of the top 10 wealthiest territories or countries in the world per capita. That's the investment that they made. Mr. Speaker, I am going to crave your indulgence only for the relevance. I understand there is still an ongoing discussion that we have not yet finalized about calling names, but I'm calling names, Mr. Speaker, just to help us understand the importance of where we came from in terms of investments. So it is not, Mr. Speaker, in any form to pull any company down or to raise any questions, but it is from a standpoint of helping to substantiate my contribution. Mr. Speaker, I grew up and still am continuing to grow in an era where both my grandfathers were farmers. My grandmothers, for the most part, had some level of schooling. But what they knew how to do, Mr. Speaker, was work. My maternal grandparents had 14 children who all lived in a house that had probably 2 bedrooms. My paternal grandparents had 5 children, and they did their best to raise the children that God had gifted them with in very minimal educational advancements. My father, it wasn't until I believe it was 2002, and my mom was 2004, that they both attained and achieved their bachelor's degree. But Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity to receive my bachelor's degree in 2002. My brother also received his bachelor's degree in 2004. So then you see the continuance of investments. You see the streamline of sacrifice being made. Mr. Speaker, the district that I represent, from Just Van Dyke to Bruce Bay to King Garden Bay, up the hills, Lock Hill and Mares and Chalwell and Great Mountain and all those areas, is in fact a tourism district. That is the majority of persons living in that district. The persons that own businesses in that district are in the tourism industry. And there are those, Mr. Speaker, who have made investments. In White Bay, Just Van Dyke, you look from one end of White Bay to the other, starting with One Love, down to Coco Locos and Miss Gertrude's, and then you have Hindus, and you have Ivan Stretch Free Bar. You come into Great Harbor, Mr. Speaker, you have Rudy's, you have the Shinneries through their rental and gas stations, you have the other Shinneries, Mr. Shinnery and his wife on the eastern end, then you have the Alibabas, you have the Foxys, you have the Calwoods, Mr. Speaker, that own their businesses. And investments were made. Investments have been made. I come over to King Garden Bay, from one bridge of King Garden Bay, Mr. Speaker, to the end bridge of King Garden Bay, heading west. There are about 22 businesses in that area that directly deal with tourism. When you come over the hills, it's no different, Mr. Speaker. Bruce Bay, by Nicole's Bar, Isis Villas, and all the other businesses there, Mr. Speaker. But even coming into our capital, you have businesses like Clarence Thomas, you have businesses like One Mart, which originally started as the fruit bowl, fruit basket. You have businesses, Mr. Speaker, Super Value, and Bolos. You go to the east, Mr. Speaker, it's no different. You go to the west, it's no different. You go up to the country, Mr. Speaker, you go to Vorjengada, it's no different. Anigada is no different. Investments have been made, Mr. Speaker, by the people of this territory. And while these investments have been made, you look at the Airways and the Bratwitts who have invested in their airline company. You look at the ferry operators, Mr. Speaker. You have Rotong Fast Ferry, Tatola Fast Ferry. You have, what other ferry you have? Native Sun. You have Speedies. You go into transportation and you see the same exact formula, Mr. Speaker, where the locals, the BVI owners and operators have started taxi companies which have now passed on and continues to pass on from generation. You look at Scatos, Mr. Speaker. Which came from his father. And then you have no choice, Mr. Speaker, but then to understand and appreciate where this territory is right now. Because out of that foundation, Mr. Speaker, out of those sacrifices that were made, you look now and you see our young people exemplifying and continuing to carry on the legacy that they know to be the Virgin Islands heritage. Our young people, Mr. Speaker, are making investments. They are making investments to be able to provide for themselves, provide for their families. But they're using a model, Mr. Speaker, that has been instilled in their fabric. Mr. Speaker, I believe everything that this territory needs, this is not the first time, it's not going to be the last time you hear me say it. Everything that this territory needs to develop, to continue to lead, to continue to be on this cutting edge is in and relies with the most underutilized resource in this territory, which is the human resource. Mr. Speaker, I heard the speakers before me speak about tourism. And in the bill, it addresses things like hotels and the transportation aspect. And it deals with the ability to get to and from, Mr. Speaker, because again, we want to broaden our horizons to develop this territory. We need to move to the next step, as we state. But the question I have, Mr. Speaker, is can we move to the next step in any area of the development of this territory with this Virgin Islands Investment Act and the contents that lie therein without the people of the Virgin Islands? Mr. Speaker, one of the things I understand and understood from my business management course is the most important part of business is understanding who your customer is. And one of the basic 3 rules, one of which I will highlight, is ensuring that you don't mistake your wants and likes for that of your customer. So in order to know if you have the right product, if you're satisfying your customer, Mr. Speaker, questions have to be asked. What does my customer want? What do they desire? What do they require, Mr. Speaker? And if you don't satisfy the needs of your customer, what would happen is you would eventually go out of business, because the customer will move towards someone else or some other business that is willing to satisfy the things that they want. Mr. Speaker, what I am questioning is the Marias by the sea, the Treasure Isles, the different hotels, guest houses, villas now that just about everybody's owned and diversified into Airbnbs. How are we going to involve those same persons who have been the foundation to be at the table to take advantage, Mr. Speaker, of this act and the contents of this act? How is it, Mr. Speaker, when you go into fishing and farming? I spoke about my grandfathers, but I could go from Anegada to Just Van Dyke, Mr. Speaker, and name at least 5 key fisher folk, men and women, who have helped to sustain and provide produce for this economy for years and years and years, Mr. Speaker. But now when we're talking about investments, Mr. Speaker, what I am hearing and what I've heard, Mr. Speaker, from some of the previous speakers is we're looking for investors to come in. Mr. Speaker, the conversation has to be that we are trying to form the ability to build our people. How you build this nation, Mr. Speaker, is build your people. I grew up, Mr. Speaker, having the opportunity to leave the BVI very early. And I relocated to Framingham, Massachusetts. And if you know anything about Massachusetts, Mr. Speaker, it is still one of the most racially active states in America. It is one that states, Mr. Speaker, what you are not allowed to have because of what you look like, because of where you came from, because of your ethnic background. I remember coming back home after graduating high school and excited to work in a local establishment, but excited more so, Mr. Speaker, to earn a little cash to go to college. And I was told by a senior employee who had been at the job some 20 plus years. Don't think that when you graduate from college, you coming back here and you ain't get no big job, you know. You gotta work your way up like me. And Mr. Speaker, that statement stuck with me for years. The individual passed away 2 years ago. We became friends. We were friends, but we became even closer friends. And when I stood and looked over her remains, the words came back to me. And I'm saying all of that, Mr. Speaker, to say, as far as our education is concerned, we continue to train our people. We continue to train ourselves to understand that you go to school, you graduate, you go to work for a trust company or some other company, and you stay there for 20 or 30 years, and hopefully they give you a watch when you're done. Because the key thing is you got to walk. Mr. Speaker, I will challenge that every waking day. We're talking about having investors come in, and Mr. Speaker, I'm only repeating what I heard, so that we can put our people in a place, Mr. Speaker, to get internships and to provide work for them so that they can be employees, Mr. Speaker. I don't want to talk about no internship. I want to talk about ownership. I want to talk about partnership, Mr. Speaker, for the people of this territory. We have to change this status quo, Mr. Speaker, that everything that we want to do on a grander scale is too big for us, that we have to continue to walk our way up. When the evidence has shown with no education or little education, Mr. Speaker, our forefathers had done it and they own. And the reason why the BVI is as prestigious as it is right now, Mr. Speaker, is because we have held on to the things that we own. We have held on to industries. We have developed them, Mr. Speaker, and we have done it by making sacrifices, by making investments. So you can't tell me now, Mr. Speaker, that in this investment act, everything that we're talking about is about foreign investment, and everything is going to be big, and we're going to provide. Mr. Speaker, I remember in the last administration when this bill came. Two members on the right, I was there with them before I left. And one of the things that I heard spoken about, Mr. Speaker, it came in and around the time that the discussion for the airport expansion was coming around. And Mr. Speaker, I had my views and I still hold to the same views. I don't have a problem with developing anything in this country because it has been done before and we could continue to do it. But Mr. Speaker, when you going to tell me that you're willing to bring in, whether it's Chinese, Filipino, African, Cuban, Colombian, whomever, on top of your people, and set up this establishment because, you know, the labor is cheaper and you could have your people work alongside them and they will build and get the experience, and after a while, you know, they will go and then you take over. Mr. Speaker, now, in 2021, that's what we're talking about. When you look around this territory, Mr. Speaker, and you see the buildings, you see the establishment, you see the industries that have been built and developed, Mr. Speaker, by our people, and you telling me you still need somebody to come in and lord over you? And then we wonder why we always have to answer to somebody else? Because of our mentality, Mr. Speaker, because of the way we have been training our people, Mr. Speaker. It has to change. Look at where I came from, Mr. Speaker. When I was in school, I hated school. Hated it with a passion, capital P. I only finished because I had to. But Mr. Speaker, look at what's happening throughout the world. Look at even what's happening in this BVI. There is nothing wrong, and I will never knock it, Mr. Speaker, because I came through it with the traditional education. There's nothing wrong. But Mr. Speaker, success is no longer dictated through that format. There are the arts, Mr. Speaker. There are the music and entertainment industries, Mr. Speaker. There is the same fishing and agriculture. Investments, Mr. Speaker. 2 weeks ago, I spent some time with my godson. He's now 16 years old. Was about to graduate high school and go to college, and his father said to me, listen, this boy said he ain't going to college. And I said, what is he doing? He says he's into stocks and investments. And I said, yeah? He says, no, he really into it. And I said, okay, when I come see him, we're going to talk. 16 years old, Mr. Speaker. And this young man has taught himself how to read and understand investment charts, how to read and understand the charts in the stock market. Not just that he knows it, Mr. Speaker, but I looked at this young man's portfolio at 16. This is a Virgin Island I'm talking about. At 16 years old, this young man, just from his own investment and knowledge and reading and understanding, has a portfolio right now that is his responsibility of $180,000 based on investments that he started with $200. So, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to ownership, when it comes to diversification, Mr. Speaker, I always try to highlight the young persons who are getting into businesses and different forms of businesses, who are taking those calculated risks, Mr. Speaker, for a profit and hopefully a return. Where is it in this document, Mr. Speaker, that we address those young people? Mr. Speaker, I have sat in this house and continue to sit in this house and always question. The question didn't originate with me, Mr. Speaker, but then I learned to appreciate the question. And it has now become my question. Why is it that everything that we do, financial services, the bills that are brought before this house and have to get rushed through, why is it that everything that we do that deals with development, that deals with the diversification of our economy, why is it, Mr. Speaker, that there's nothing in place that we focus on that plugs in to the people that already have businesses, that plugs in to say, listen, I see where you are. Let me make this investment in you. Mr. Speaker, I have difficulty with numbers. I don't know how else to say. I have difficulty with numbers. It's a blessing, Mr. Speaker, and I leave it as a blessing because I ain't putting no cost on myself. In this bill, Mr. Speaker, we're talking about diversification for fishing and farming and agriculture. It takes me back in my mind, Mr. Speaker, to a bill. It was passed in this House, but I think that's one of those that hasn't been assented to based on the statements, the opening remarks you had made, Mr. Speaker. It takes me back to contributions that I made during the medicinal marijuana bill. And this, not to say that we can't change, Mr. Speaker, and I will sit here and work to bring these questions in the committee stage. But I'm asking us now, Mr. Speaker, as this bill currently states, I'm asking these questions, Mr. Speaker. The question that came to my mind, Jay-Z wrote a song, 444. And because of the lyrics, Mr. Speaker, I will put it like this. He said, house Negro, field Negro, light Negro, dark Negro, rich Negro, poor Negro, still Negro. And what the song, Mr. Speaker, is trying to highlight is that if your mentality doesn't change, if your approach to success doesn't change, Mrs. Speaker, if you continue to go along the status quo and continue to feel that somebody else has to do it for you, when you have been doing it all along, little by little we have been building this BVI. Not saying, Mr. Speaker, we don't take risks. Yes, we should take risks, but you can't go ahead of your people. Because you can't tell me, Mr. Speaker, on that same marijuana bill that you're bringing in an investor who we don't know, and we're going to put our Negroes in the field to work. Think about it. You can't tell me that you're going to have all these millionaires and billionaires coming in to invest and develop this territory, and then tell me you're going to put your people in there to work. When you bring in these investors, they're going to sound good, they're going to feel good, they're going to look good for a while. But then those same companies, Mr. Speaker, that I spoke about, those same individuals who have been staples in the community of the Virgin Islands for so many years, what do? The argument, I hear it, well, they had needed to diversify. No, we had an opportunity to help them diversify. We had an opportunity to help them come together. Mr. Speaker, there are more security companies, there are more bars, there are more construction companies, there are more concrete companies, there are more businesses of the same kind in this territory, Mr. Speaker. You're telling me that we can't cause a forum or cause something that our people come together and say, this is what we want to do. Because here's the thing, I've sat in governments before, Mr. Speaker, this is my second term, so I've heard several proposals. But nothing seems good enough for all people. We always look into somebody else. And the somebody else usually have a briefcase and a suit. And none like you and me. Why is it, Mr. Speaker, that Honorable H.L. Stout saw fit to invest in the education of young people? Why is it that they saw fit an uneducated man who became the premier, I think, at 28 years old, or chief minister? Uneducated man, Mr. Speaker, by the traditional form of education. But why is it that you hear this repeated, which comes from the Bible, where there is no vision, the people perish? And here's the flip, Mr. Speaker. Without the people, the vision will perish. And we continue to fall in the same rut, Mr. Speaker, that we're casting these visions and we're seeing these millions and billions of dollars. We like to talk these big money. We like to talk these big money, Mr. Speaker. You're seeing these millions and billions of dollars, but you're seeing it without your people. How can you go from one place to the next? How can you get from the bottom floor of this building to the top without a foundation, Mr. Speaker? You're telling me you're willing to build on the shoulders of people that have kept you thus far and not include them going forward? Mr. Speaker, we have to start to trust the people of this territory. And not just trust by word, Mr. Speaker. Trust by action. Let it materialize, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we pick up what was originally budgeted at $2 million, over $5 million, and we give it to people for fishing and farming. Give it to individuals, some of whom ain't have the requisite supplies. That's over $5 million, Mr. Speaker, based on the numbers reported in this House. And you're telling me now, Mr. Speaker, that we don't see that is something that we erred on because it could have been more concentrated. $5 million, Mr. Speaker, into the development of a conglomerate between the key fishermen. And I'm talking not the everyday fisherman who to go out like me and Honorable Penn, who to go out and catch a grouper and compare pictures on WhatsApp who catch a bigger fish for the day. I'm not that kind of fisherman, Mr. Speaker. I do it for peace of mind. But I'm talking about the commercial fishermen who are known. You know what a $5 million investment, a $2 million investment would be for those group of guys from Anegada to Just Van Dyke? From East End to West End to country to back over the hill, Mr. Speaker. You know what that would do? I have been, Mr. Speaker, many times on boats with my cousins. And you go out 16 and 18 miles out. My belly can't take it no more. I got to start over, Mr. Speaker. But you go out and you see trawlers in our BVI waters catching our fish and selling them back to it. Making hundreds of millions of dollars, Mr. Speaker. And we still don't get it. We don't get that we are surrounded by water for a reason. We don't get that BVI is the sailing capital of the world. And we as a people have allowed it to be owned and controlled by investors. The very thing that you hold in your hand, Mr. Speaker, can in the very moment be lost out of your hand because you didn't treasure it. That's why the boat them gone in St. Thomas, in St. John, and all other places. Mr. Speaker, investments. You mean to tell me, I won't quote what my good friend and brother said, but you mean to tell me we take up $7 million and invest in a plane with a man who had a quad? And we got our own people, Mr. Speaker, who there, who are now continuing to try to survive and build their business. You don't see your own, Mr. Speaker. And that's the problem. There's a reason why we became educated. There's a reason why those sacrifices were made. There's a reason why those investments were made. There's a reason why people like Dr. Robert Mactavius was so keen, Mr. Speaker, on ensuring that he allowed the persons that were helping to build and staff the financial services way back when, got the education, got the training that is necessary to continue to help it be on the cutting edge. There's a reason, Mr. Speaker. That's capacity building and developing your nation, Mr. Speaker. That's investments in your people. Mr. Speaker, if I didn't say so, investments is one of my strong suits as well, professionally trained in it. But as we continue to build, as we continue to grow, There's so much knowledge, Mr. Speaker. There's so much wisdom. There's so much wealth in this territory. From the people of this territory, whether they're from here, whether their family bring them here, whether they've been here for years, and whether they come here yesterday, Mr. Speaker. There's so much wealth and knowledge and ability in the people of this territory, Mr. Speaker, that we continue to gloss over them. To say that we're going to do this big thing. And we're going to do this big thing. West End Ferry Terminal. John Mon. Ain't got nobody here? No? No. The college was built. The Ralph T. O'Neill Administration Campus was built. The hospital was built. Every member in here who have a house was built. And ain't enough, are we? Us, Mr. Speaker? There's not enough of us? There's not enough resources? Mr. Speaker, industries. We have been blessed to control the industries, just as we've been blessed to control the lands, Mr. Speaker. Look at those same countries and territories that have moved with haste. And again, Mr. Speaker, I am not, by any stretch of the imagination, against our development and forward progress. But I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, let us ensure that we are asking and answering the questions necessary. Look at the Bahamas, Mr. Speaker. They got busy building and they wanted to do something great because tourism was so booming, and they brought in the Chinese, Mr. Speaker. Up to now, the Chinese, them ain't gone. Them still there. Controlling a major part of the Bahamas. Look at all the other Caribbean territories in the region who have allowed investors to come in because we have this grandiose plan for the development of our territory. And you're fighting like HE double hockey sticks, trying to retain ownership. But Mr. Speaker, look around us. Look at the lands that we have inherited. Look at the lands that have been left to us and willed to us by our foreparents. And look how much of it is being sold, because what we can see now, Mr. Speaker, is $1. And all we will have, Mr. Speaker, to remember and say is, I used to own that. And we get to a place now, Mr. Speaker, what you used to own, you can't get nearby. Mr. Speaker, we have to pay attention. Don't tell me about no internship. Don't tell me about no training. Don't tell me about that, Mr. Speaker. Our people are well able. They are more than able. The evidence and the proof, Mr. Speaker, it is in the pudding, but it is in the pudding, and the evidence relies in the people of the Virgin Islands. Because what I see is only some will survive for a while until they can't get mesh. The supply companies, they're gonna survive for a while. And big companies, who we think are big companies now, they're gonna survive for a while. They're doing the lumber and the block and the sand and the steel. They're doing it now. But Joe Blow come in with his investment company. And you try your best to compete, and people say, man, I'm going to stick with you because you've been good to me, you've been good to my family, but your boy place continues your job. What are you going to do? Mr. Speaker, eventually you're going to feel it on your toe. Like Home Depot and Island Block. That's the reality, Mr. Speaker. And we have to be careful, Mr. Speaker, because I have seen it continue to develop. There was a policy, whether written or not, that we won't allow franchises in this territory because it would kill the same stores and food outlets that we have, that have been, again, staples in the territory. But I see them creeping in, Mr. Speaker. One by one, they're creeping in. One by one, they're creeping in. Mr. Speaker, the investments in our territory, the investments in our people. Mr. Speaker, I'm only highlighting things that have been aired and echoed in this honorable house. There are businesses, Mr. Speaker, throughout this territory, some with 15 or 20 employees, and those 15 to 20 employees represent families of another 15 or 20 persons individually. And we gave them out of the Social Security grant $4,000 to $6,000. But turn around, Mr. Speaker, and give an individual $20,000. And give an individual $13,000. Mr. Speaker, there is a systematic problem, and it starts in the way that we are thinking about the development of this territory. Mr. Speaker, one of my favorite past elected representatives I love to hear, whether in the House or on the campaign trail, was the late Honorable Umar Haj. And what I loved about him, Mr. Speaker, is he had, as the old people would say, he had a whim and a wigger. That when he deliver, whether he start on agreement with the topic, halfway through you find him on the other side of the topic, but he will always find his way back home. But Mr. Speaker, the late, great Honorable Omar Haj, the original, I think he was the original people's man. I remember hearing about the greenhouse under Honorable Omar Haj. I also remember hearing about greenhouse under the former Deputy Premier, Honorable Kedrick Pickering. Greenhouse, greenhouse. And I went to greenhouse and I even asked him, Mr. Speaker, how much money have we spent in greenhouses? How much money have we spent in studies? I believe the last number that I remember hearing about the studies that done for the airport expansion was someplace over $11 million going. Going, I said, Mr. Speaker, going. Last administration, the one before that, the one coming forward. Mr. Speaker, we continue to spend our resources. And every study that you get, Mr. Speaker, because I don't know if we don't realize it by now, Mr. Speaker, but the announcement is out, the secret is out. The BVI is a God-blessed and a wealthy territory. And when people see it, you know what I see? They see an opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to come in and sell ice to Eskimos because we continue to dumb down. We continue to dumb down the education that we have gotten and received, Mr. Speaker, and always falling for these pie in the sky dreams. And it always, Mr. Speaker, comes at the cost and the detriment of the people of these Virgin Islands. And then we go again. Here's the next best thing. Mr. Speaker, Prospect Reef down there, how long now? Look at it. We're talking about tourism in this territory, Mr. Speaker. I don't know what Virgin Gada been like, looks like, and Igala looks like, Mr. Speaker, but I can tell you what my district looks like. You know what I call it? The tourism hub of the BVI here on this side of Tatola. What does it look like, Mr. Speaker? We have to wait for somebody to tell you, well, your roads need trimming. I mean, your bushes need trimming. Your roads need to be done. You have Disney or Carnival or Norwegian or one of them. I remember sitting in a discussion with Honorable Vanderpool when he gave me the opportunity to go to the sea trade, and they told you all the things that need to be fixed. And because I was the representative at the time for the second district, from Jos Van Dyke, from the road them going up, Mayor's Chalwell going over Windy Hill, they tell you everything that need to be fixed. Well, Mr. Speaker, we don't drive the road every day. We don't see the bush every day. We don't see the garbage every day. So you need to wait for somebody to tell you, oh, these are the things that we're coming to do, and part of our investment is we'll help you clean up your territory. Mr. Speaker, the budget of this territory is $400 million. That's over $1 billion every 4 years. Mr. Speaker, let our vision be one that is set on a target that addresses the things that have been prioritized as important. Mr. Speaker, I am not casting judgment on anyone. I go back from Alma and Maria. I could go back even further, Mr. Speaker. When there started to be a competition on the highest graduating rates of school and students in our territory, Mr. Speaker. And numbers started to get doctored. Mr. Speaker, I was in the private sector then, but I was mentoring youth then, who then had 86%, had 92%, the other one had 94%, and everybody was throwing out these numbers, Mr. Speaker. And then 2 years later, there was a report from the HLS Stow Community College, from the president at that time, who stated, Mr. Speaker, that the educational capacity of persons or young persons leaving high school and coming into the college is not adequate. So how is it in the same breath, Mr. Speaker, that you got these high passing rates and these high averages? And then here's the fact check. Here's where the rubber meets the road. Let's see if your 92% and your 86% is really what it's at. And then you come to find out, students, Mr. Speaker, I remember as clear as day. It started in 2008. I heard it repeated in 2013. I heard it as clear as day, and I had to go, Mr. Speaker. Students couldn't write and formulate a proper sentence. Alma Maria happened. COVID happened, and still is happening. But we graduating students. Are we graduating students? Are we promoting students? We're going to see it, Mr. Speaker. It's going to hit us smack in the face in a couple of years. Because you can't tell me that you're homeschooling and you have these students, Mr. Speaker, who already need extra attention from their teachers, who some of them, their parents can't even afford or don't have the resources to be able to send them to school, who can't pay internet, who can't afford a laptop. And you telling me, Mr. Speaker, that we're doing good in education. $40 million, and you tell me you put $1 million for daycares and preschool? And that's it? And take up $5 million and give to fishers and farmers. Someone who ain't no fisher, no farmer. What are we doing, Mr. Speaker? I remember Honorable Fraser stating one time that he remembers when the budget for this territory had just reached $100 million. And he thought the territory had arrived. We are $300 million past the $100 million mark. But the reference, Mr. Speaker, the comparison is at a $100 million budget for this territory per year. If I look around this room, well, I gotta look at the younger ones. Honorable Reimer, Honorable Penn, Honorable A.G. I can't go to you. You up there with them old boy. Really? Mr. Speaker, the members that I just highlighted, we are recipients of the investments that were made. We are recipients, Mr. Speaker, of the sacrifices that were made into human resource development. Now you have $400 million and the money ain't hitting the target, Mr. Speaker. And we continue to be comfortable having this ginormous expense. You know I like those words, Mr. English teacher, my good deacon. Mr. Speaker, the expense of the operations of this government, of this territory, Mr. Speaker, is over 70% of the budget. Over 70%. So then you have less than 25% to be able to do anything substantial in a budgeted year to build this territory. But almost 20 years ago, when the budget was approaching the $100 million mark, roads were built, colleges were built, buildings were built that housed government. Persons were sent off to school to receive their education, and not just bachelors, Mr. Speaker. It was a targeted approach for persons to go off and study in their field. Mr. Speaker, you know I ain't going to highlight you, but I am going to highlight you. You at one time served as permanent secretary because you received an education. But it came from somewhere. It came from an investment that was made into you. So, Mr. Speaker, my question is, are we saying now that we're ready to move to the next level and hope that when things start to develop, our people catch up? Mr. Speaker, in business, it is important not to always try to recreate the wheel. Mr. Speaker, systems work. And if you have systems in place that build your people, that invest in your people, that invest in the businesses, that invest in the industries within your territory, Mr. Speaker, we will be able to see the BVI that we want to see. The model is there. The Singapores are there. There are rich territories even in this region, Mr. Speaker, they're there. Why is it, Mr. Speaker, that we want to go big, we want to go fast, we see this million here, millions there? And I like Honorable Vantabuka, that's how he is. I respect about it. Nothing under $200 million he the card. He like millions because he like to see the zeros. But I understand where he comes from, Mr. Speaker, from a business standpoint. But, Mr. Speaker, we must never neglect, nor must we ignore, how far we have come as a people, how much we have grown as a people, how much we have developed as a people, that every single time we get on our feet and we look to the people that we elect, they're making decisions or getting ready to make decisions that go over them. Mr. Speaker, we have to take the people with us. And we have to ensure that when this bill would have been finalized and passed through the House, Mr. Speaker, it is not something that none of us would be ashamed of, to say that we passed a bill that helped to build the economy and develop the Virgin Islands at a quick pace. But when our children and our grandchildren would have asked us, what that old building over there is, what they don't broke that down? And how come that there's so long and you don't have another McDonald's or KFC or another Marriott or Hilton next to it? That we won't hold our heads down in shame and have to explain that this building and that building and this building and business used to exist, but it was taken over because we wanted to develop our territory. And when we look around, Mr. Speaker, 10, 15 years from now, if we're not careful, the BVI that we know, that our forefathers were proud to protect, proud to work hard for, proud to sacrifice for, that you can't identify ownership of land, ownership of businesses, but then you look and you see that all you have is a territory that has its people working for its investors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for the second district for his contributions. I recognize at this time the Minister for Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration, and member for the 9th District, the Honorable Vincent O. Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me first say from the onset that I rise to support this very important bill. Mr. Speaker, I've sat through a few hours of debate today, and I made some notes. Now, I was wondering at times if I was reading the wrong bill. I'm kind of confused as some of the interpretations I'm getting from this bill that to me is rather straightforward. This bill is addressing a very important issue. We've heard members say earlier they went through all the various advancements we've been through with bills that were passed in this House, from the landholders to hotel aid, come all the way up to the International Business Companies Act of 1984, July I think it was, all the way up. These bills that brought us to where we are. Some of the things that happened, I mean, people don't like me saying so, but some of the things to me were accidental. No one really sat down, in my opinion, and said, what I think we need to do is to get involved with tourism. From my reading of history, tourism kind of happened because I spoke to some of the people who are pioneers in tourism. It wasn't the government who said, what we need to do here is to get some investment in tourism. Let's go and try and find these people. Okay, there were some ads, and I did see ads from, I think, the 60s, where Little Licks Bay was advertised to encourage an investor, but that investor was already in St. John, as a Rockefeller. And there was the one on Guam Island and so forth. What, to me, this bill addresses is, so let's put this thing in proper context and in proper perspective. Because when you have context, if you don't put things in context, if you ever forget to leave all the text from the context, all in up it is a con. And I hear some con talk today. So we got to get this text here in perspective. Mr. Speaker, those who follow what I say in the House, I always said, in the graduations I went to recently, that we should never stumble into our future. We should go into our future deliberately, intentionally, and strategically. To me, that's what this bill is exactly doing. It is giving us a framework for us to decide where we want to go and how and with whom. Of course, we can't go anywhere without our people. What sense would that make? We are sent here by the people to look out for the people. So to tell someone that this bill here has a part where you can go leave your people, that goes for anything. But that could not be part of the intention of this bill. I think the bill, it is very explicit here how this is going to work. It says an act to provide for the promotion of sustainable economic development. That word sustainable is often confused for permanent. It has a very specific meaning. And growth through the mobilization and attraction of foreign and domestic. Mr. Speaker, yes, in the early days, I heard one member say a lot of who were investors didn't quite look like us. But Mr. Speaker, I can tell you it has changed. Up to yesterday, Mr. Speaker, we passed an investment by a local person. That was $7 million a local person is investing in this territory. And I have several like that where a local person, these are investors. An investor doesn't have to be a foreign investor. It is clear here, foreign or domestic. Sometimes the expertise that we need is not locally found, or the capital to invest in certain things might not be locally found. But this doesn't preclude a local from getting involved with it. So to come and say that locals may get left behind because of this, I think is very misleading. And we shouldn't do that. And as time goes on and persons are getting more and more financially able, we'll see more and more persons, either individually or collectively, like the investment club, pooling resources and investing in their own country. Sometimes they don't always go as intended. For example, the investment club owns the Virgin Islands Yacht Harbor. That's a prime real estate. At its peak, it served an incredibly good purpose. Okay, it has fallen to disrepair, the hurricanes and so forth. Of course, I'll hold that against them because it's right in the heart of Virgin Islands, a deplorable place. The place has been transformed with all the repairs to all the buildings that were damaged, and right in the middle of it is this development owned by an investment club. It shouldn't look like that, but I guess they would fix that in due course. So we shouldn't assume that investment can only be by outside persons. That has been in the past, not now. Mr. Speaker, it further goes on to say, to reduce unemployment, accelerate growth, and diversify the economy. So that word has been tossed around for a very, very long time, diversify the economy. Like a member for the Ford said, enough talk. But we're doing more than talk, Mr. Speaker, we're actually doing it now. Why do you want to diversify the economy? For several reasons. Well, people say, never put your eggs in the same basket. All your eggs. If memory serves me right, remember for the third one time said the BVI is like a one-trick pony. I could be wrong, but I remember somebody using that analogy with the BVI. All we depend on essentially is financial services. We know financial services and tourism. We know the world economy is the way it is now. Tourism here today, gone tomorrow. One little interruption, like we're seeing now. Financial services, very same thing. One little funny thing with the G7 or something, we're under pressure. Things can go south. So we know we have to diversify our economy. But why do we want to do that? Mr. Speaker, we want to diversify the economy so the economy can grow. I've said it a million times before. Until we can grow economy to at least $1 billion budget, we will never attract or retain good talent. Mr. Speaker, I'm telling you, there are tons of BVI landers all around the world with real money who, if properly incentivized, will come back home and invest that money right here. But there's no real reason to come because they'll tell you, oh, well, you know, where I live, I have dry cleaning 24/7, I have supermarkets, dentists. They could give you all the reasons why they shouldn't come home. Until we build our economy, a strong economy, we will never get them. We also have talent, really good talent, BVI landers all around the world, in all areas. But you can't attract them here until you're going to pay them $100,000 a year. They will laugh at you. But the current economy as it stands cannot pay these professionals what they can earn in other places. So we must diversify the economy so we can build a stronger economy so we can get more of our people here and abroad involved. That's what it's all about. The member for the thought asked the question, what are the implications for this for future generations? We are creating a sustainable economy. So when they come, they will have choices to make. We are providing opportunities. Mr. Speaker, I've said so over and over again. Our people do well when they're given opportunities and proper support. We are a country of laws. Our behavior must be governed by laws, rules, and regulations. That's why we bring something like this here. If an investor wants to come in here, as a matter of fact, they shouldn't be choosing of their own accord if they want to come here or not. That should be our decision. We should decide, you know, we want to go whatever direction we want to choose. Or we want to be a second Silicon Valley because these guys like our beaches and so forth. And because of the internet, they can work remotely. And we put that over there. Or we want a 5-star hotel, we put it over there. But we are controlling who these people are. We do our proper due diligence to make sure we're not attracting the wrong kind of person. And that's what it does. Because it has a board in place to monitor, to coordinate, and to oversee, to make sure that we are getting what it is we are set out to get. It is here in black and white. So I got totally confused when I have some of the remarks being today. I want to know if we are actually reading the same bill. An investor doesn't have to be a foreign entity. Mr. Speaker, the member for the fourth raised a very interesting point earlier. He said we should be, what is the role of the banks in this territory? And he raised some very valid points. Mr. Speaker, you cannot speak of banks alone and leave out insurance because they kind of go hand in hand. And we saw that there after the hurricanes. And persons who had loans with the bank and insurance realized they were underinsured. So those two industries there must, if you're going to look at the banks, you have to also look at the insurance industry and ask what is their role. I think the whole idea of insurance, in my opinion, is heavily underutilized in this part of the world, particularly in business. A lot of businesses don't have certain insurances that would safeguard their insurance. Lending rates. When you look at something in the States, FDIC approved or insured. Even loans are insured because of the rate of default. I don't think we have that here. A central bank. We don't have that here, so we can't control the bank rates. And it's not difficult to do from my research. So Mr. Speaker, we cannot look at one thing without looking at the other. Well, Mr. Speaker, a lot of this said earlier too about the various industries, salient capital of the world, speak of pelagic fishing. Yeah, these things have been spoken about for a long, long time. Mr. Speaker, what I've realized is to make things happen, you have to more than just wish for it to happen. Certain structures and programs and financing must follow. It must follow. If you're going to make things work, whatever it is, you want to do pelagic fishing, get together a proper program, outlines how it's going to work, and where the financing is going to come from. Now, I must again tell the Premier here on this one, that when he put the money services tax in place, he gave it the 5 avenues where the money can go. And I'll put out a statement later on about that next week, about how that money has led to a very important program to make some long-standing wishes come true. Because you cannot simply wish for things to happen and think they're going to happen because you want it to happen. You must have the structures in place and the finances to do it. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to be long with the other speakers, but I had to put it out there that this is a very important bill that will do us good. It's a very good and progressive bill. Very good and progressive. The member for the third said it has serious implications. Yes. It is not a simple bill. It does have far-reaching implications because it has given us control over our own destiny. I think that's what we should be aiming for. More autonomy as we develop as a nation, building on institutions, checks and balances to make sure we stay on a straight and narrow. Mistakes will be made. Nothing is perfect. We fix and tweak as we go along. So, Mr. Speaker, again, I just want to say I fully support this bill here and look forward to the discussion in committee stage as we go through this bill, clause by clause. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for the 9th District for his contribution. The floor is still open. I recognize the Minister for Transportation, Works and Utilities, and member for the 5th District, the Honorable Kai M. Reimer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to lend my voice to this bill, Virgin Islands Investment Act 2020. And firstly, I'd like to say that I am in full support of this bill. Now, we've heard quite a few speakers for the day, Mr. Speaker, so I wouldn't go and rehash much of what was said. But, Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that we've heard quite a few things today, and we're a country where there's investment, and this go way back. Mr. Speaker, I put myself in the view of an investor before this bill and after this bill, and try to understand what is the aim of this bill. Mr. Speaker, this bill, despite what we've heard all day, the aim is to provide a clear and a transparent framework for investment in the territory. And Mr. Speaker, that goes to local investment or foreign investment. So, Speaker, it also speaks to provide an efficient dispute resolution mechanism for those persons that are investing. There's also a mechanism for coordination and the regulatory provisions and incentives for those investments. Mr. Speaker, that speaks to governmental and ministries for this coordination. And Mr. Speaker, this is an aspect of the bill that I think is quite important, especially for an investor, whether local or foreign. We hear the cries of how it is to do business in this territory. From the onset, the work permit to come in to do business in the territory, the issues that are faced within the territory. Mr. Speaker, for an investor coming to do business here, you would expect that if you're investing X amount of million, or if you're here in the territory, you want to make sure that it's welcoming to do business in this territory. And we want to make sure that our infrastructure, they are in place in terms of our telecommunications infrastructure, or road infrastructure, and even all our networks within the territory. Mr. Speaker, I'll speak a bit about that a little later on, since to address something that the member for the fourth said. But Mr. Speaker, this bill also is to promote sustainable economic development and growth through the mobilization and attraction of investors, domestic and foreign. Mr. Speaker, it also is to enhance the economic development objectives of the territory and build a prosperous, even in industrialized society. Mr. Speaker, it hopes to reduce unemployment, accelerate growth, and facilitate domestic investment. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill speaks to us locally and foreign investment. And Mr. Speaker, I thank the Premier for bringing this forward, because we definitely need to provide this transparent framework for those persons who are interested in investing. And Mr. Speaker, we continue to see this small territory of the BVI, evolve. We continue to evolve as a territory. Mr. Speaker, we've seen where, after the restoration of our Legislative Council, where we have been at that stage to where we're at now, we went through the stages of farming, fishing. We even built infrastructure for higher education, construction. Now our economic pillars are tourism and financial services. And we know about the IBC Act of 1984 and how that evolved into now being the entire financial
services sector. So, Mr. Speaker, we continue to evolve, and even in the financial services sector, we see and we continue to see where we come to this house to pass bills so that we can always stay ahead. Because we understand the attacks being brought on us through the financial services sector. And Mr. Speaker, diversity is a word we've heard quite a lot today, but we need to diversify our economies. And having this framework, this mechanism in place, Mr. Speaker, persons would then understand what they're coming to invest in. And Mr. Speaker, we shouldn't be here rejoicing like as if, this is something so innovative. We are actually behind. When you look at other islands in the Caribbean, Cayman Islands, Bermuda, St. Kitts, Antigua, they have their framework set where they have it all laid out so that investors would know what industries they would be targeting and where they would be investing their money, the processes, and so forth. So, the level of sustainability is what we are trying to achieve with this act. And Mr. Speaker, we'll see in this act the benefits to our territory. The Trade Commission have a role to play. The Labor Department have a critical role to play because, the bill speaks to apprenticeship as well. And we also see where companies coming in to invest would have to utilize our labor force. And Mr. Speaker, this would make sure that all these things with this, the administration of this act would see the benefits of that, where the labor force, and I understand that we would have to import labor at some stage when certain things are not met, but we would see a huge reduction in our unemployment rate in this territory. And Mr. Speaker, this is the framework that would be set for this territory. And Mr. Speaker, we wonder why. Why invest in this territory? Why invest in the BVI? We've seen where we are falling behind in certain industries. Mr. Speaker. But when you do a research on the BVI, especially for the financial services sector, you'll see that we are leading offshore center for companies registration. That is no secret. That is, we are rated high there, and we are about the second largest territory for international foreign investment globally. Mr. Speaker, we see where over $100 billion passes through the BVI. But Mr. Speaker, it just passes through us. And those companies, some of those companies that are investing, we need to make sure that they invest within this territory. And this act would be the guidelines for that. I mentioned that we come to this house and pass multiple bills in terms of for the financial services sector. You know, we continue to be sophisticated with our legislative agenda in terms of making sure that we are at the cutting edge. And Mr. Speaker, another important reason that the BVI is so attractive for investment is that we also have the US dollar here. And Mr. Speaker, we know that there are quite a few investors ready and knocking, ready to come into this territory. So, Mr. Speaker, this act, where we'll also be repealing some aspect of certain acts. For instance, Mr. Speaker, the pioneer status, hotel aids. So, Speaker, the reason for that is because it's all enshrined in this bill, so that investors would understand and know rightfully what they're coming into the territory to do. The application process, Mr. Speaker, the laws, the rules that govern investment is all laid out. And Mr. Speaker, we have our role to play, so that when investors come in, we would be able to provide them with their needs. Mr. Speaker. But we also have to do our due diligence as well on these investors. I remember years back when there was an investor, I understand, was trying to get into the territory. And I think that the chief minister at the time didn't feel that this investor had or was straight. I think his name is, he's locked up right now in Stanford. Yeah. Made quite a few investments in another island. Well, Mr. Speaker, that is the due diligence we have to do as well. When we invite investors into a territory, make sure they have the territory at heart and make sure that, you know, they do the right thing once they come into a territory. So, when the Trade Commission comes into place, you know, that's the role that, one of the roles that they should make sure that everything is across, above board. And Mr. Speaker, you know, I applaud the Premier, the junior minister as well, for going out and doing public consultation on this bill. Quite a few information was received, and we were able to address them. And when we get to the committee stage, I understand we will address some more issues. Well, Mr. Speaker, as a territory, I sat and I listened earlier, and I must say that confession is good for the soul. I was quite intrigued with what was displayed earlier, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to make mention of one thing in terms of our traffic turnaround that was talked about. I know it had not, you know, it didn't really pertain to the bill, but I thought it seemed like it was necessary to come forward. Well, Mr. Speaker, as a government, and rightfully so, the government, we go and we campaign and we set agendas and we have manifestos and we come into government and, you know, there'll be a majority that vote you in and there'll be some that would criticize. Mr. Speaker, this government knew that there would be some criticism with some of the changes that were made. For example, the traffic turnaround. You know, we cry about rush hour and, you know, you go to town and it takes you hours sometimes to get from one point to the next. Mr. Speaker, you know, based on a 20-year-old conversation in terms of this traffic turnaround, we decided to do it. And Mr. Speaker, there will be a bit of hiccups here and there, but for the most part, the traffic turnaround has been quite efficient. The traffic continues to flow. And the issue about Main Street and the pedestrians, so Speaker, that has been an issue for quite some time. This is not a new issue. The traffic flows so much better now that it seems that, you know, the few things that would be spoken about may be deemed an issue for some, but overall the flow has been quite efficient. And, you know, the motorists, they have been quite pleased with this traffic turnaround. And Mr. Speaker, with the implementation of this traffic turnaround, we know that additional changes would be needed. The ministry, we have the information where we'll have the pedestrian crossing that is slated to be purchased quite soon, where it would control the traffic for pedestrian. So, you know, I appreciate the acknowledgement that, you know, some things need to be addressed. Even with the road infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, what I must say is that the member rightfully acknowledged that this has been a long-standing issue. And, you know, I like the fact that he encourages me here and there. My good friend wants a comprehensive plan. You know, I got into the ministry and I knew that the road infrastructure was an issue. You know, I asked all the members for this master plan that should have been in the ministry, but I haven't found it. But I think because we moved from the admin complex, they said it might have been somewhere based on after the hurricane. But they're still trying to find this master plan, Mr. Speaker. But, you know, I appreciate the encouragement to get it done. There was one? So, you know, a plan is a plan, but if it's not executed, it's just something on paper. You know, it's just like a wheelbarrow. You pack up stuff in a wheelbarrow and you keep it there, but if somebody don't push that wheelbarrow, nothing happens. That's just how a plan is at times. But this government, we have been moving forward and pushing this wheelbarrow in terms of getting some of these long-standing issues addressed. And Mr. Speaker, we will continue to do so. You know, I just want to remind the public as well, because we live in this territory, we understand the issues. But we must acknowledge that we are actually in a pandemic right now. And some of the plans that were afoot, we had to make some adjustments so that we can, you know, try to save some lives and work with COVID. And, you know, I acknowledge the Minister of Health and his team, you know, for getting our numbers, doing what is necessary to get our numbers back to a controllable state, and encouragement to the general public that, we're still in a COVID pandemic. And I encourage you to practice your social distancing and, wear your mask and vaccinate as well. And for those who choose not to, I ask you to make sure that your immune system is quite boosted. Well, Mr. Speaker, I thought it was necessary for me to lend my voice to this Investment Act. And, I won't go and rehash what has been said already. But, Mr. Speaker, I think it's timely, it's necessary. We need to, encourage investors, investment. We need to make sure that the bank is also assisting or open to these investments so that, we can get these investment done. So, Mr. Speaker, Virgin Islands Investment Act, it's welcome, it's supported, and, again, I thank the Premier for bringing it forward, and, I will offer my support to that bill. So I say thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for the 5th District for his contribution. Honorable members, the hands-on officer will like a break. So we're gonna do 15 minutes break. And then when we come back, I've only had indication that the Leader of Opposition wished to speak. Is there any other member wishing to speak? Okay, so we'll come back with the Leader of Opposition and then the Deputy Speaker. And we'll ask the Premier to wrap up. And then we will place the House into committee and recess. So this House now is in recess for 15 minutes. That's 1-5. Please be seated. This honorable house now resumes its sitting. I call upon the leader of the opposition and member for the 8th district, the Honorable Marlon A. Penn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank you for the opportunity to make my contribution to the Virgin Islands Investment Act 2020, which I know will change to 2021. Mr. Speaker, I just checked the battery life on my mic and it's full. I mean that we're going to change out mics tonight. But considering that the night is fast spent, Mr. Speaker, and I know a lot of contribution has been made to this bill, I wouldn't go so far in depth as I intended in the details of the bill. But I think there is some important elements that needs to be revisited and bring some clearer context. I heard a new definition for the word context tonight, but I'm going to bring context in terms of this particular legislation in the grand scheme of the Trade Commission and the series of legislation it intends to work closely with. Mr. Speaker, before I get into that, the particular legislation, I want to, first of all, apologize for being late today. I had to attend the funeral. I'm dressed in black not because, other than I was attending a funeral today for the late Harriet Christopher Herbert, a business pioneer in her own right, someone who has made tremendous contribution to the business community in the Virgin Islands. And I want to publicly express condolences to her and her family, the Christopher and Herbert family, specifically to her children, Harvey, Rodney, Courtney, Delka, Brenda, Sheila, and the extended grandchildren and extended Christopher and Herbert family. So Herbert operated the Bargain Center, and I think, and I want to put this in context, one of the longest standing furniture stores, department stores in the Virgin Islands for some 71 years. It has operated in this Virgin Islands, pioneering entrepreneurs and investor. And my late friend, mentor, confidant Merritt Herbert, who started ZBVI, the longest standing radio station, one of the longest standing radio stations in the Virgin Islands. Well, he's the operated and owned ZBVI. And it was said it came alive in '65. That's the slogan. Station that has been in existence for some 56 years and still going, making contribution to this territory. And I think it's a legacy that continues. And that's a shower of blessing for the fallen Miss Christopher Herbert and the late Merritt Herbert. And it passed on to their children in terms of their operation. Rodney Herbert, who now owns Z-Rod FM, and I'm happy to see that Z-Rod is back on the airways after the damages that were sustained after Irma and Maria. So I really wanted to acknowledge Miss Harriet Christopher Herbert and the Herbert family, the Christopher family, for the to business and entrepreneurship and business development in the Virgin Islands and the work that they've done and continue to do, some of the family legacy going on in terms of business. And I think the impetus for this particular legislation, and I want to acknowledge the persons who have worked tirelessly to ensure that this legislation has found its way to the House. I want to commend the government and its team for bringing it to the House. But there was a lot of work that went through behind the background to ensure that this legislation made it to where it is today. I want to commend Ms. Lizette George, who has been the driving force along with the team in the Premier's office, the former PSAs and PSAs who are there now, former junior ministers who have worked on this piece of legislation, and former Premier and current Premier for the work they've done to get this particular piece of legislation to this House. I had a small role to play in the process of ensuring that this legislation manifested from an idea, from something that was talked about, to something that we could touch and feel, and we could envision putting in place something that sort of streamlines, innovate, and modernize the way that we do business in the Virgin Islands, the way that investment is looked at in the Virgin Islands. And one of the key fixtures of those early discussions was ensuring that there wasn't a distinction, so to speak, between local investors and foreign direct investors. And I preface that by saying, typically when we spoke about investment and speak about investors, the connotation is typically foreign direct investment. And we sort of skirt around the impact that in local investors have on our economy, on our everyday life, and the same courtesies and privileges that we afford to foreign direct investors are courtesies and privileges I think we need to, and I know that we need to, not I think we need to, afford to our local investors, many of whom have, as I mentioned, the Herbert family has owned and operated for many years successful businesses. And there are other families, and I associate myself with the names of the families that were called by the Minister for Health. Many of those families who still continue to carry on the legacy that was handed down to them by their forefathers. It is a legacy that is ingrained in us as Virgin Islanders. In Virgin Islanders, we have an entrepreneurial spirit. We have a culture of entrepreneurship, a culture of investment, a culture of building institutions and building successful industries that for many years continue to stand the test of time. And the impetus and the focus was to ensure that those particular entities don't cease to exist, to ensure that there's a framework from which those entities could continue to thrive, continue to advance and diversify their offerings within the various industries that they operate. And we have a structure that can give them the support, that can give them the training and development that they need to ensure that their business continues to remain successful, as well as the encouragement of foreign direct investment. As we know, for any economy, for any strong economy, it is necessary to have foreign direct investment. That is what financial services is. For our financial services industry is foreign direct investment. Our tourism industry, in many aspects, is foreign direct investments. And there are various industries within the Virgin Islands that we deploy foreign direct investments. One of the indexes that persons look at when they seek to invest in any country, in any jurisdiction, is called the Ease of Doing Business Index. And when we embarked, and when the team from the Premier's office embarked on this initiative, one of the things that we found from the charter, BVI wasn't even listed on the Ease of Doing Business Index because it was the school of thought that it was so difficult to do business in BVI in terms of the process, in terms of the procedures, in terms of who do you talk to, what do I do to obtain a license. All those things were very difficult in terms of our conversations with investors and investor community. And there's an association in the Caribbean called CAIPA. It's called the Caribbean Association of Caribbean Association of Investment Promotion Agencies. What that body does is it is a group of investment promotion agencies in the Caribbean that have discussions in terms of the investment climate. They work collaboratively and seek support in terms of how you could strengthen various investment promotion agencies. And BVI, though we didn't have the investment structure, we were able to be invited to be a part of CAIPA, to be a beneficiary of the discussions, a beneficiary of the initiatives that have been put on in terms of to put territories and countries in front of investors, potential investors who seek to invest within the Caribbean region, and give our jurisdiction or our territory the opportunity to have that option of getting investors interested and invested in the BVI, whether it's in tourism, whether it's in green technology, whatever the area of particular expertise. The intent was to get those persons around the table, or be around the table with those individuals, to ensure that we have the opportunity to bring opportunities to our territory for opportunities, whether so for joint ventures. And this act speaks to those particular opportunities with joint ventures, PPPs, and partnerships. And I think they played an important role as well. And I think that the context and the history is important for us to understand where this particular piece of legislation and the concept came from. So CAIPA played an important role in terms of framing a lot of the legislation that you see before you, along with the work that they did specifically with the AG's chambers. And I want to commend the AG for ensuring that we start to move in this direction in terms of creating what we call, what should be called a one-stop shop for how business development, investment, and the whole view of how we do business in the BVI. Local investments and local investors in particular, it's a frustrating endeavor. And you have the conversation with investors where you have to go to this department, then they send you back down to that department, and then you go back to square one again, and you're nowhere closer to answering your question or to getting the relief or support you need for your particular investment or for your particular issue that you've had within a particular department. What the investment promotion agency, as I see and as I read in the legislation, envisage is to ensure that there's one place where investors, whether it's local or foreign direct investors, could get support on their investment portfolio, but they support with labor, support with immigration, support with any of the agencies within government, and have that level of certainty that their issues and their concerns will be addressed. And the issue of innovation is critical because there needs to be, in an investment climate, in a business climate, there needs to be certainty. One of the things that investors look for in any place that they invest is certainty. They need to have a level of certainty in where they're doing business. And the legislative framework, and I think we had, and I just want to talk a little bit about how the investment agency doesn't intend to work in isolation. It is part of the Trade Commission. As you know, this House passed earlier, I think in 2019, consumer protection legislation, which is part of the three pieces of legislation that will make up the Trade Commission. The Commission is going to function as the body. The Trade Commission Act was passed as well in this House already. But the Trade Commission cannot be functional until the Investment Act and the Business Licensing Act, which would govern business licensing and trade licensing, the issuance of trade licensing. So I know, and that's just for the education, particularly for the public, in terms of what we're discussing here, and how this particular act would function. I think those nuances and context is important. Because personally, I'm asking the question, but we're hearing the debate, but we're not hearing how this act is going to work. We're not hearing how we're going to get trade licenses issued. Or is there going to be an efficient process? How is that process going to work? Am I going to now wait longer for my trade license? Is it going to cost me more? This particular act does not speak to the issue of business licenses. There's a separate piece of legislation, the Business Licensing Act, that speaks to the issuance of trade license and the details that come therefore in terms of the issuance of trade licenses. But the two of these particular pieces of legislation work in tandem, and they cannot work, one cannot work without the other. And I think it's important for that context to be expressed, because persons and themselves who are listening to the debate are a bit confused in terms of what we're actually doing tonight and how is this going to change in the immediate future. The answer is it's not going to change in the immediate future unless we pass the Business Licensing Act and unless we commission the Trade Commission and ensure that the Trade Commission is functioning. This particular piece of legislation will remain dormant until those pieces of legislation is passed and the Trade Commission is engaged. And the same speaks to the consumer protection legislation that was passed in 2019. It requires a functioning Trade Commission to be in place to ensure that the consumer protection legislation would then get active and start to function in terms of executing the provisions of that particular piece of legislation. Mr. Speaker, I want to, and tonight the intent is just to go, because I am someone that worked intimately with this piece of legislation. I believe it's important to educate, and I continue to say bring the relevant context to the intent as it was then, and if the Premier would have to, and based on the Premier's initial statement, the context haven't changed. There are some differences in the content, and those are the things that I believe that we need to discuss in detail in the committee stage. Because one of the things that we've continued to see and realize is that we need to focus on how can we be more innovative in the way that we operate as a territory in the business sector. Innovation don't necessarily mean technology. Technology in the purest sense of technology. For instance, before with this pen, before I used to add the ink in a jug, you dip your feather or whatever it was called of the day in the ink, and then you write and you go back and you dip and you write and you dip and you write. This is innovation. As simple as this might be, this is innovation from the way that persons used to write back in the day. And innovation in itself doesn't necessarily mean technology. Innovation means creating an easier, a more efficient way of doing a particular act or a particular process. And I believe that the intent of this suite of legislation is to really spoke and spark that whole innovative mindset within this territory, within the Virgin Islands. Because we have to start to look at different ways to create strengthening, create more efficiencies in our current economic systems, and also create more economic opportunities within the things that are known to us, the areas that we do well, but we could even do even better with some thought pattern into those things. And one of those areas that was discussed, and I wanted to encourage the House and the people of this territory, was the development of an innovative lab, where you create an environment where persons who are naturally gifted, have certain abilities in terms of innovation, innovative thinking, put those individuals in a room to be able to look at some of the complex problems that we face as a territory, find ways where there are certain things that we could use and deploy in the national interest. We're now going through the process of the national sustainability. I think I can't remember the name, and if any member could remember it, and all of us have been interviewed at some point in terms of the national sustainability plan that is being proposed. And I think those are the things that on a national level, despite our political persuasion, despite what we perceive is good or not good, or how we're doing it and who is doing what and shouldn't be doing what, there needs to be a series of things in this territory that is beyond the scope of politics. That is a focus for the improvement of the standard of living for people in our territory. And I believe that business development, instilling and continue to cultivate entrepreneurship and a culture of entrepreneurship that we have as a territory, as a people, it is something that we need to continue to look at. Something that we need to continue, that fire for entrepreneurship does not burn out, and ensure that the legacy businesses that have been built in this territory over the last 70, 50, and even longer are businesses that we continue to put the resources behind, not necessarily money. And sometimes the resources and support that these businesses need is not money. It might be just a matter of someone with a certain level of technical expertise coming in and say, look, your business could do much better if you do this. To give that business the advice to really streamline their operations. You might be wasting money on an administrative process that could save you hundreds of thousands of dollars at the end of the year. So there's those little nuances that the Investment Promotion Agency, and I've seen this in action. We see, and the member for the Fifth is right, we're late to the game. You see functioning investment promotion agencies in all the Caribbean regions. In Trinidad, in Jamaica, JAMPRO is one of the more mature investment promotion agencies within the region. We have the Cayman Islands Investment Promotion Agency. We have seen the work that is happening in St. Kitts with their investment promotion agency. They made a total shift from agricultural economy to a tourism economy overnight. And you see the fruits of their structured approach to developing their tourism economy. And then there's a lot of work that is happening behind the scene in terms of that approach. It speaks to the importance of having a clear structure, having a clear plan, a vision for the investment future of your country. And that vision has to be a national vision that goes beyond the political wrangling and ranking that we from time to time indulge in this territory. There has to be a national vision in terms of how we're going to create more jobs, especially in the COVID era. How are we going to create more opportunities? How are we going to create an environment where young entrepreneurs who might have an idea, but might not have the financing, might not have the office space, but might need to partner with someone who of like mind that has certain level of expertise that could really push their idea over the limit to get them to the place where their idea could become that next million or billion-dollar idea. And business incubators are ways where this could happen, and this is where the government can support businesses to create that innovative and that culture of entrepreneurship where those businesses can strive and survive within this COVID-19 era, in an era of uncertainty. Just because it also behooves us as a territory and as a people to encourage and to celebrate where we see persons are doing things in a way that we should emulate. And in the culture of investment in this territory is important. And we see where the possibilities are endless in terms of investment opportunities. And we've seen it in terms of one of our very own structures in the Beaver Investment Club. An organization that is now celebrating, I believe next year, member for the at-large member, 30 years. I know that at-large member was a part of the pioneer, one of the pioneer members of the organization. People tend to believe that it's only the people in red on that side of the, on this side of the aisle that's part of the beer investment culture. And that's where I continue to speak about this national vision for our country. We cannot continue to demonize certain things because who we deem are in part of it for political expediency. We should not, as a territory, hinder areas where Virgin Islanders, well-meaning, entrepreneuring Virgin Islanders who have a vision, have a dream to own a piece of their Virgin Islanders, because we might not like them or who they are, who they're associated with, we demonize what they do. We demonize the effort. The Beaver Investment Club is a model that we should celebrate as Virgin Islanders. You have a group of Virgin Islanders across the political spectrum that have engaged in business development in this country for over 30 years, God save next year. Involved in tourism. They're involved in telecom. They're involved in the water infrastructural business. They're involved in home ownership, insurance. These are the things that we need to aspire to as Virgin Islanders in general. So there are opportunities where other Virgin Islanders, I know that that culture of farming investment vehicles and farming investment clubs started off, it had some momentum. And for whatever reason, that momentum died out. Those are the things that we need to encourage our persons to look at. And remember, for the fourth, raise an important point. You have to look at ways to pool your resources to get maximum result. Because the reality is, financing for businesses and startups and innovative ideas is non-existent in the traditional banking market. Banks have become extremely risk-averse. They've gotten to the point where they pretty much don't even look at the prospectus when it comes to funding any new or what they would deem risky idea in terms of business development. So you need to look at non-traditional ways of getting funding and financing to these investors and these small businesses. You need to encourage those small businesses, those young entrepreneurs, to know that your dream, there's another way. There's somewhere else for you to get your dream off the ground. You need to create and cultivate the environment to ensure that those persons who are sitting home with that next big idea don't feel dejected, don't feel like it don't make sense I pursue this because no one is going to help me. It don't make sense that I dream my big dreams because there's nowhere for me to go for this dream to become a reality. And there are certain national things that we need to do to ensure that we create the environment to ensure that those entrepreneurs, would-be entrepreneurs, knows that there's something to aspire to. Here you see a club, 30 years old, that had a dream, that had a vision to own a piece of their Virgin Islanders, and was able to amass a conglomerate of several different businesses that have a shared interest in the development of this territory. We need to celebrate those type of investments. Don't look at the individual, look at what is being done to develop the economic space in this territory. And that's what we need moving forward. And I believe that was the vision and the impetus that was behind putting that structure in place and putting a framework in place to create a home, not just for the foreign direct investment, which I have to say is important. We have to cut the market for attracting foreign direct investments in countries is very competitive. It's extremely competitive. But we have to ensure that we manage that structure within the context of who the BVI is and how the BVI does business. We have to define what spaces we want to be in. And I think the legislation speaks to preferred areas for Virgin Islanders. And those areas that only Virgin Islanders could practice, so that when an investor comes to the BVI, they know that these are preferred areas for Virgin Islanders. If you want to participate in these areas, these are the ways in which you can participate in these areas. And another area that we need to really look at in terms of, before I leave the topic of funding, is the issue of non-traditional ways of funding. We need to look at angel investors, the engagement of angel investors within the Virgin Islanders, venture capitalists, and find ways where persons could find ways to fund their investments or fund their idea. An investor or entrepreneur don't necessarily mean someone who has a bag of money. It's somebody who has, or someone who has, or a group of persons who have, most times, an idea, who has a vision, and sometimes just need a push, someone with the financial wherewithal to push them to the next level in terms of realizing their dream and their idea. And persons need to know that those opportunities and those opportunities for funding are there for them to realize their dreams and opportunities. And those are areas that was looked at. There was a company out of Jamaica that came to the BVI and looked at ways in which they could create it was an investment fund. And they looked at ways they could invest in some of the budding small businesses in the Virgin Islands to create an alternative source of funding, but able to take advantage of those particular structures, there needs to be education. The last thing you want is to have predatory lending occurring within your environment. You don't want persons to come in, get a good idea from your people, and take advantage of them, and later on they own their company. So you need an agency with the wherewithal, with the capacity, and with the competence to be able to assess any investor that comes into the territory, or crowdfunding, or venture capitalists, or any of those type of alternative means of financing, and be able to create and help advise our business sector on terms of what are the structures and how those structures work. So that's the vision. And I think we need to find ways to get additional capital to our people, to get businesses on the road, and we need to find ways to create the incubation environment, to create the environment for innovation. And the idea of an innovation lab, I haven't heard anything about it, so I assume that it's on hold. I don't know what is happening with the innovation lab, but it's something that I believe and I know needs to happen. We had the privilege of seeing one of those innovation labs functioning through, again, through financial support and donations from Kuiper, to be able to visit an innovation lab in Denmark. And you see where businesses that went through that process, and you see their progression, where they came in with just an idea, were able to get not the financial support, but get the technical support to structure and build out their idea. Then if it eventually got to a point where the idea was sound and ready to move, they got the financial support through venture capitalists and other financial vehicles, non-traditional financial vehicles, and they got the office space, an incubation space where their business could continue to grow for a little while until it's to a size where it needs to fly and leave the house and go on its own. That is the level of thinking that we need to have bar the bureaucracy and ensure that we have a streamlined process. And I think the intent of this legislation was to ensure that you have a streamlined process to be able to support those business ideas. I think one, as I said earlier, the members, I will try to not to be too long, but 8 members have touched on, particularly the Deputy Premier and other members went through some of the details of the legislation. There's one particular issue, and there's an issue that was raised by my colleague to my left concerning the penalties for foreign direct investors. And that issue of being investor friendly, while I believe there needs to be a protection, and I support it wholeheartedly in terms of that balance, because there's a thing called a phenomenon, or I don't know if it's a phenomenon, but it's something called the Walmart effect, where you have companies like a Walmart, companies that have not a Walmart, a Walmart that has significant purchasing power. When they come into communities where you have your traditional mom and pop shop that has been operating for 40 years, your hardware store that has been operating for 45 years, you have your staple store that has been operating, offering books and staple for the education system. And you have all these businesses that for generations have educated families, has built homes, has built lives, has employed individuals. And you bring a conglomerate like a Walmart into that society, into that community. And it obliterates every one of those companies. 20, 30, 40 years of entrepreneurship and development of families, generations have just disappeared. We have to be careful and protect against those type of things. Even the big United States of America, with the what do you call it, economy of scale in the vastness in terms of their population, have protections against these type of conglomerates operating within certain communities. That's why you see the antitrust legislation that speaks to having monopolies within certain industries, or having companies that are of a size that they come into an environment and they pretty much destroy the entire small businesses within that environment. And the BVI is too small to allow for those type of conglomerates to come into the BVI, and it has to be a managed approach in terms of how we manage this. And we talk a lot about the issue of joint ventures. We also have to be careful how those joint ventures are structured. And we have to be careful that we don't do, and the Walmart effect does not just happen to trade for the retail businesses. That is true for any industry. So we have to be careful even in construction, the size of the companies that we allow to come into our territory, which could essentially, because of the economies of scale and because of the size of the company and having labor force that's come across the world. And sometimes the labor force for these companies come into the territory and work on the rates in their jurisdiction, which is not comparable to the rates in the Virgin Islands. So these are things that our commission has to have keen eyes to look at. And we have to be very careful how these joint ventures are structured and the potential harm that it could have on the overall economy. So these are things as legislators, we have to be very keen about in the committee stage of this particular piece of bill, and how while our intentions, we might be well-intended, we have to make sure that our well-intentions don't create another problem that overshadows what our intent was. As they say, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. So, Mr. Speaker, Clause 32B, it speaks, and this particular clause I want to bring to the attention of the House. It speaks to a foreign investor commits an offense if the investor, B, invests in a sector in which such investments is not permitted pursuant to the reservations made in terms of Section 8. So, Mr. Speaker, I just raised a point in terms of crowdfunding, venture capitalists, and alternative sources of investment. Typically, and it's been true for any major company that has grown into the Microsofts, Apples of the world, most of those companies started out in garages and different places where the inventors or the initial persons involved didn't have the capital to scale the investment. And sometimes what businesses do is that they offer ownership stake in their company to be able to get the capital. And essentially that's what banks do anyway. When you go to the bank to build a home, you don't own the home. The bank owns the home until you pay back the loan. It's the same concept with financing and investing in a business. Some persons might capitalize the business and decide I'm willing to give 5% of my business to be able to get the capital to move my business to the next stage. If we're saying in this clause that it's an offense for persons to participate, we have to figure out how this is going to work. If we're going to look at alternative source of financing, would it then say to venture capitalists that, look, you can't invest in the BVI because if you invest in a company that's in one of those prohibited areas, we cannot provide that capital to you? Well, there needs to be clarity, and the point is that it's not clear, Mr. Speaker. And I think when we go into the committee stage, it needs to be clear in terms of how that's going to look at. And for me, looking at this as someone who was involved in this process, it comes across as if a venture capitalist invests into a business who is in a prohibited space, and I bet the capitalist is a foreign company, they can't invest in a business in a prohibited space. That's my understanding, and I think that's something that needs to be cleared up in the committee stage, because we need to, particularly with the risk adverse, how risk averse the banking sector is, particularly with investing in business startups and investing in financing small businesses. It is necessary, and it's going to be necessary going forward, to find creative and alternative sources of financing. And we need to ensure that we are facilitating this level of alternative source of financing, but we also have to ensure that there is a framework that supports the businesses to ensure that we don't have hostile takeovers within our environment, where you have persons come into your environment and have hostile takeovers of your local businesses. We see this happen a lot in development in agreements between parties and foreign investors, where there's fronting happening, particularly in the construction space, where foreign persons come in, there's a side contract, a side agreement with a particular local who was able to get a trade license. They agree to be paid X amount of money for their part in the business activity. The company initially racks up debts in the millions of dollars, but that person is not liable. The liability falls on the person who owns the entity. And the person who owns the entity is the belanger, the BVI lander. And that person makes the money, racks up the debt, and leaves the BVI lander whole in the bag. We have to find ways to protect our people from those type of unsavory characters who come in and try to strike these side deals. Try to strike these deals outside the scope of what would seem as an attractive investment, where you're paid a salary every month. You're not seeing the books and seeing that this person is engaging in contracts in millions and millions of dollars and racking up expenses that you will be liable for down the road. So the the Trade Commission and Investment Promotion Agency has a responsibility to ensure that we have that level of oversight, just like how we have the enforcement division in the financial services industry, where you deal with businesses who are doing things untoward or acting ultra-virus to the legislative framework. You need the same level of protection for businesses, persons operating within the economy, persons operating within the various different spaces in terms of their operations. So Speaker, that particular section, and there are many more, but I think if I go through all of them, we'll be here till midnight. But I think I just want to make sure, I think one of the biggest impediments to small businesses and investments in entrepreneurs is financing. And I think the issue of financing has to be something that we really look at keenly in this piece of legislation. This is how we are going to deal with the issue of financing and how we're going to really help and support businesses in terms of the issue of financing, the financing structure within the Virgin Islands. Speaker, I just want to touch on a couple more things and I'll take my seat. Mr. Speaker, it's also important for us to look at the areas where we're good at, the things that we have available to us. The sun, sand, the sea. You heard us a lot today in the debate, the tourism industry. And as the green and the blue economy, Mr. Speaker, we continue to talk on diversification and innovation. And part of that blue economy and the member for the ninth continue to speak about the coral bleaching that's happening in the territory and the importance of sustainability of those aspects of our economy. And the fishing industry has been bantered around in something that we really need, and I agree with the member for the fourth, and all of us have a role to play. That industry needs to be developed. I live on a side of this territory where members of that community have been traditionally fishermen. They've educated their children, they've fed their family, built their homes off of that industry. And we even haven't scratched the surface of the potential of that particular industry. I looked up global figures in terms of the economic potential of fishing in the Virgin Islands globally, and the numbers are close to 80 billion with a B, Honorable Fraser, in terms of the fishing industry globally. And the BVI has, I think it's 200 nautical miles. I think to the east or south. I'm not very good with directions. North of Anegada, in terms of fishing grounds. And the potential for those grounds, not just for fishing, the blue economy entails all that is under the sea. All that you could do with the waters and the beauty that is the Virgin Islands. And we need to, in a meaningful way, get those co-ops going, have a clear strategy in terms of how we're going to monetize that industry. When I was there, one of the things that we looked at, there was an opportunity, true, and that opportunity doesn't exist anymore. And there was opportunity, and AG, you'll have to correct me on this, we'll discuss this in committee, where through the EU, places like Grenada, and we had conversation with Grenada, St. Vincent, and those areas had direct line to the EU. And St. Martin had a similar engagement where they were sending their fish products to EU nations, selling them directly without all the bureaucratic and regulatory red tape that was required for other territories that wasn't part of the EU. We need to explore those opportunities again to see that if we could create the markets for the fish products in the Virgin Islands. And ensure once we have sustainable markets, it means then we can ramp up the production. Because it makes no sense catching 1,000 to 2,000, 3,000 pounds of fish a day, and you can't consume it. You can't consume it, and you don't have the capacity to store it. You don't have the infrastructure to flash freeze it and hold it for a while and then send it out, but you need to create the markets. Once you set up and establish the markets, then you then have the ability now to ramp up because you already have the product. The product is there. Over the last few months, I've been having the luxury or the pleasure. For me, is just relax to go out with the guys, to go fishing with my cousins, sometimes once over the weekends. And it's amazing, just by the basics and rudimentary tools that we use. You get the same process that I used when I was a boy around the Bronx catching fish. Same hook, you tie the line the same way. You put on your sinker. You put on now, them guys using 2 and 3 hooks. You put on your hooks, you go out. And within 4 hours, you have an ice box and a half of fish with a rudimentary technique in catching fish. I have the scars to show. My fingers them still healing from the last fishing expedition. But it shows you on a very basic level. And we're not even 3 miles out. We're talking just off of Guan Island. Just behind Guan Island, by the FAD, just off of Jasmine Dyke, you're fishing. We're not even talking out in the deep where the real fish and the real catch lie. In just 2 or 3 hours on a boat, within 4 to 5 hours, we could fill up an ice box and a half of fish, and choice fish, hine, yellowtail, grouper, cobia, all type of fish in just shallow waters in and around these Virgin Islands. Imagine what is out there in the 200 nautical miles north of Anegada. And you heard about the trawlers and international bodies that come and fish in our waters. It's important for us. We have the debate about who were there, who could have do this and should have do this and all of that. It's not productive when you're in an economy that is having some struggles. We have to find ways. And on the issue of sustainable development and the National Sustainable Development Strategy, these are some national things that we need to look at to ensure that persons see the attractiveness of that industry. We were just talking a little while back in the back about how lucrative certain industries are in constructions, the electricians, the plumbers, persons on the air conditioning technicians. We have to find ways to make these areas attractive and show where the economic benefits could be had, not just for the coffers of the government, but for opportunities and creating industries and opportunities for our people. We have to start in the areas where we have strength. It's good to dream, it's good to look at things beyond your shores and look at different things, but we have to start at home first. Start at the areas where we have know-how, we have competence, we have the product. Now we have to advance the innovation to the rudimentary fishing process. Meter and a sinker and nothing to hook. That industry has advanced way beyond that. How can we bring that technology, that advanced technology that all the other countries are deploying and taking our product and packaging our product and selling back to us to one mark, come down here in a container, flash freeze. And they don't even wait till they leave the boat. It's all canned, freeze, stored on the boat before it leaves the boat. So by the time they get back to the destination, just enough to fill your order at one mat from right here in our waters. We are more advanced than that now. We are a people and our forefathers have done a tremendous job, a Herculean job in ensuring as Virgin Islanders we get the necessary education and development that we need to move this country and this territory to the next frontier. We have a responsibility to ensure that we find ways to capitalize on the natural and the naturalness and the beauty of who we are as Virgin Islanders in our country. How can we monetize that to create new opportunities for our people who are looking for new opportunities to move forward? We have a responsibility to explore that. And I believe and I know in my heart of hearts, and I've been going out too, because I needed to see for myself first, and I did it as a boy growing up. Not on the scale that these guys are doing it now, to see the potential that industry has for us as a territory. If 3 of us could go out with a rudimentary process and do so well, enough that each person on the boat could collect, if that every day is fishing there, but every day is not catching there. But each person on that boat could go home at the end of the day with $200 a day. Just with a basic process like that. That's more than many persons make in our office. That's more than many persons make in many administrative jobs in and around this territory. That's about $4,000 a month if they only go 5 days a week. So you see the potential. And there are opportunities there for us to really exploit those potential and that potential for the country and for the people of this country. Mr. Speaker, I would wrap up, and I want to, and as a point that the member for the third continues to raise, and I want to say that he has been consistent with this, and he's been consistent since the day I've come into this house, that we have to be careful at any time that we put legislation in place, that we don't put legislation in place that disenfranchises our people, that makes our people less off than they were before. And as legislators, we have a duty to be diligent with this particular piece of legislation. It has the potential to create tremendous opportunities for us as a people. But if we don't get it right, we have potential of pushing our people out of industries that have enjoyed, and their families have enjoyed, and us as Virginians have enjoyed for decades. Some people call it protectionism. I call it preservation. We have an opportunity, and we have to find that balance. We need foreign direct investment. I will never, in this house or in any forum, get up and say that the BVI does not need foreign direct investment. We do. That is what financial services is. That is what tourism is. That is what most of the industry that we operate in is. We have to be able to have the wherewithal, the competence to put this framework and structure in place to ensure that it doesn't disenfranchise our people, it doesn't destroy our businesses that we built for decades. The Chalwells in East End, one of the major shippers in the entire Caribbean region. Those are important businesses that we have to preserve. The Horbots and what they've built, and how can we help them to move to the next level? That has to be our focus. Not bringing someone in to take them over, but bringing someone that could add value to what they do. Setting up a framework that could add value to what these companies already do. How can we make them more efficient, make them more innovative, and transform their business from a $2 million a year business to a $10, $20 million a year business with simple modification and efficient implications. That has to be our focus as legislation. It was the same focus when the initial founders looked at the BVI Business Companies Act, the IBC Act as it was at that time. I don't think they saw that we were going to make hundreds of millions of dollars a year. But they saw an opportunity for us as Virginialanders to make some additional funds to get our country and keep our country moving. It was the people behind the scenes and some a bit luck. And in life you need a little bit of, I don't believe in luck. Divine intervention that allow us to get to the next level and build a robust industry that we now are one of the major players in the world. You talked about the Social Security Fund. Persons who invested and how you heard the origins of how that fund was established. Now nearly $1 billion fund that has potential now to really help us transform this territory. I agree with the concept of investing in people. And investment don't necessarily means investment in businesses and in structures and in vehicles. You need to invest in people too as well. We are service economy. So we need to find ways where we could find structures to really build up on our service economy. And be the envy in terms of certain level of expertise and skill sets, in terms of sailing, in terms of our ecology, in terms of our waters and the uniqueness of who we are as a people and as a territory. We should be exporting marine biologists out of the BVI. Because we have the uniqueness of who we are in terms of our ecology and who we are. The United Kingdom likes to boast of about the biodiversity. The majority of that biodiversity that they talk about is right here in the Virgin Islands, in Cayman and the OTs. So there's an opportunity there for us, not just about the business side, but investments in our people. So this act, the Virgin Islands Investment Act 2020-2021, is an act that I believe is necessary. It is necessary for us to finally put in place the framework. It's necessary for us to put the infrastructure in place so that there's a level of certainty, not just for foreign direct investment, but for local investors, to ensure that we have a one-stop shop for persons who are doing business in the territory, that local investment and local investors are valued in terms of the investment and the contribution they make and continue to make to our economy. That they get the support, that we arm this particular commission with the resources to be able to support our business sector, to be able to move our businesses to the next level. As I said, to build on the good things that they've already done, but to move them from a $2 million a year business to a $10, $20 million a year business. With advice, with guidance, with all the things that are necessary to make those businesses successful. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill has my support. It's something that I had the privilege to work with the team behind the scenes to get this bill to where it is. I believe then that it was a good thing for this territory. And I still believe now, I'm not a hypocrite. It's still a good thing for this territory. Because at the end of the day, there needs to be a set of national priorities that we all could agree on, despite our political differences. And they're going to exist. They're going to continue to remain till the end of time. We're going to always have those things and those issues. But what should be paramount is the interests of the territory and doing things that are in best interest of the territory and by extension, the people of this territory. The analogy about the tide is one of those overused analogies, but it's apt here in this because we're talking about the blue economy. Because when the tide rises, all the boats rise. And this is something that I support, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to us having a more robust discussion in the committee stages, Mr. Speaker. I implore us not to rush through this because we have the decisions in this have some serious implications, and we need to all be clear, and we need to be able to articulate to the public once this is completed what they should expect in the investment climate, not just for the local investors, but also for the foreign direct investment in this territory. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for the 8th district for his contribution. How long? I recognize the final speaker, the territorial member and deputy speaker, the Honorable Neville A. Smith.
Mr. Speaker, I won't be long. I can see you look tired, ready to go home. Mr. Speaker, I rise just to say that I too support this bill. And I'll just add a few things because so many members have spoken and contributed to this bill that I don't think that I could say to do any more justice to it because it was well debated. But Mr. Speaker, my member for the fourth, my colleague for the fourth made some very interesting points. One is about the banks. Mr. Speaker, being working in a trust company for years and knowing that a lot of the trust companies around here even don't really bank money here. And I could say that, I think I'm going to say that now, I'm not in trust company anymore. And for the same reasons what is the member from the fourth is saying.
we have banks or we just have a place that we store our money? Where local investors cannot even go there and get any kind of investment to do anything. Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, we also have to look again at Social Security. When I was campaigning, I said that I nearly get out of my clothes, take off, because I talked about how we could invest Social Security money into our people. And that is something that I feel that we need to really look at. Because remember, Social Security invests our money. They do invest it, foreign. But where it cannot be invested in all people in the BVI. After all, it's their money. So why not? Mr. Speaker, I also sit down and I listen to my colleague, the opposition leader just now said something, and I laugh and I smile because it seems like every time we come to this house and we bring a bill what they had their hands on, and now come out that we bring the bill forward, it's a good bill. That's strange. But when we bring one that they didn't have their hand on, it's a bad bill. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I'm not yielding. I am not yielding, Mr. Speaker.
Point of information, Speaker.
I am not yielding.
The member referenced me and I want to make sure.
Mr. Speaker, I am not yielding.
He's refused to yield.
I refuse to yield.
Covered in the standing order.
I refuse.
So, the Speaker, I've supported many bills
refuse
this government has
to
brought
yield,
to this
Mr.
Honorable
Speaker.
House. The member need to stop
I am not
representing.
Honorable members, it's too late for this. It's too late for this. Under the standing orders, if a member is unwilling to yield, unless I allow the member to speak, he or she cannot speak. The deputy speaker who has the floor refused to yield. Therefore, he continues to speak.
I also cannot misrepresent
Okay.
the House, Mr. Speaker.
There will be other opportunities in this house for you to say something if you have something to say. But he has refused to yield, and that should be respected. I recognize the deputy speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also say that he did represent some bills, but I'm saying that it seemed as if there's a bill that they had the hand on. He's always repeating that they were involved and he supported the bill. I did not say he does not support any bills that we have, but the majority does not, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also listened to the member the second made some statements, and we have to be very careful how we speak when it comes to investors, the message that we're sending out there. We have to be careful. Because we're not the only jurisdiction that looking investors, Mr. Speaker. And there's a saying, we can't have a cake and still eat it at the same time. The world is revolving. Everywhere in the world now is looking for investors because the economy is in a shambles, Mr. Speaker. We passing a law here, a bill here, that will help us to get more investors in the Virgin Islands. And investors mean a lot of things. It does not mean money alone. It means time. It means consult. It means a lot of different things. If you invest your time in things and make it work, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, as I said, I'm not going to be long. But one of the things that I want to say is it also opens up an opportunity for our local business people who have ideas and who do not have the resources to get the ideas off of the ground. And we have to find a way that we could have the commission, when it's in place, get this information from these young people who might say, hey, look, I want to open up a new thing that I invented, and they might be able to locate an investor who wants to come to the BVI and invest with this individual. Sometimes we talk about we don't want to bring in people to get rid of mommy and daddy supermarket. But Mr. Speaker, time waits for no man. And if we continue thinking that way, that mentality, Mr. Speaker, we're going to get left behind. But what we have to do is make sure empower the ones that we have now and the people that we have now and show them the way forward. Bring them along. But sometimes, you see, Mr. Speaker, I want to keep it real. A lot of times what happens here in the BVI is that some people don't want to see some people make it because they believe that all the wealth only belongs to them, Mr. Speaker. And I'm saying this from somebody who comes from nothing to somebody, Mr. Speaker. That's why I'm saying this. And I work hard to reach where I am today, Mr. Speaker. But when we have our own people try to bring our own people down, that's our downfall. And that's why we're going to always be where we are. Unless we start working together and stop trying to keep each other down, it's going to always be a problem, no matter what investors you bring in here. Because what's going to happen is that when an investor comes to invest with Honorable Castro, because I don't like Honorable Castro, I'm going to make sure that she keep down. So she's going to fight. She's going to go and bad talk her to some other investor from dealing with this person. So it's our mentality is what happens where we are now. Why this law wasn't passed before? Is it because some people feel as if it would interfere with them getting something out of it? It kind of put me in a spot because it asked me, you have to ask this kind of question. Why was this bill not passed before? What stopped the bill from being passed? That's a question we need to ask here. Why? They had interest? They had conflict of interest in it? That's a question. But Mr. Speaker, this bill is just like when it came and they passed the bill for financial services, Mr. Speaker. An idea came to board. It was brought here. They tried. It worked. But we still have to come back here almost every 2 months or every 3 months or every year to do something in that bill. God, the place is evolving, it's changing. Things are changing. So you got to keep up with time, Mr. Speaker. So with this bill, I think we're going to have the same problem. We have to come back here every now and again and make changes, make adjustments. But this bill needs to pass, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Trade Commission, when it's set up, have a lot of work to do. A lot of work. But the bill here that is outlined will help, because it's in there. We will have a lot of work to do when we go on committee stage, because there's a lot of things that need, like the Honorable Member, Opposition Leader said, it's not a bill to just walk through. And I accept that, and it's true. We're on the same page, you know, my colleague. We're against each other. We're on the same page. Because I'll quote again what Honorable, I'll go back to Honorable for the 4th District. With a Mac, he's a man of my own hat. He ain't a talker, he's a doer. And I'm tired of us coming here talking. Sound good. We sound good to the public. We walk through them doors. What happened there? You know, I'm tired of that. I too am tired of that. I want to see that when we come in here and we pass a bill, it goes into action, Mr. Speaker. The people who we have there stopping it need to get out of the way. We holding back progress. We holding back the people of the Virgin Islands. That's what we're doing. Well, we here talking, and people, there's a lot of people there hurting, Mr. Speaker. And they're hurting because, again, the banks here ain't helping nobody. So you need to bring people in who gonna help, but we have things in place to make sure that nobody ain't get left behind. But we can't choose who we want to be millionaires. We can't start choosing and say, hey, look, this section here, no, that's ain't for you. I know you, you're tomboy. You don't deserve to be a millionaire. This is Jack, you don't deserve a million. No. Anybody who have ambition and want to make their life and who just want to go there and work for what they want, we need to give them equal opportunity. This bill could help with that as well. Because, like I say, I came from nowhere. My father and my mother did not own a business. A teacher, a boat captain, marine base, sailing yachts, didn't own a business. My ambition came from watching people and say, hey, look, I want to make something of myself. But Mr. Speaker, when we try to do that, when some of our young people try to do that, the first thing they want to say is label all our young people here that we're drug dealers. That's what they're trying to do. Every young person that tries to make it here in the BVI, everyone, if they have a house, they have a car, they're a drug dealer. We have to stop. We have some very intelligent, ambitious people here in the Virgin Islands that we need to support, Mr. Speaker. We have to stop labeling people. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I could go on and on and on tonight, but I'm not going to go no further because the action is when we go in the committee stage. That's when things will happen. And I hope that members will stick around because some of us will walk through the door when they come to the committee stage. And I hope all of us stick around and be a part of this bill and make sure it comes out right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, for your contribution. For what reason does the opposition leader seek recognition?
Point of information, Mr. Speaker. Point of clarification. Okay. Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, I think it's important because records get this started in this honorable house. So I want to make sure that the record is clear. Mr. Speaker, as the leader opposition in this honorable house, I have a responsibility to this house. If the legislation is good, I will support it. If there are issues and I have with legislation, I would voice my issues in this honorable house. I would not be intimidated to do otherwise, Mr. Speaker. But I want, Mr. Speaker, also we have to be consistent, Mr. Speaker, in the things that we do, in the rulings that we do in this honorable house. We have to be consistent in terms of the role that the opposition has in this honorable house. And we cannot continue to seem to attempt to shut down the opposition from speaking in this honorable house, Mr. Speaker. So I just want to make sure that I support the bill. I believe the bill is good for this honorable house. And when bills are not good for this house and I don't support them, I don't support them. And that's my right, and that's the right of every member of this honorable house. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Leader of the Opposition. And I just want to say, Leader of the Opposition, I don't take lightly with your accusation that there is some attempt to shut down the opposition. That is not accurate, and I do not accept that. Standing Order 37B speaks to if a member is unwilling to yield, then he continues speaking unless the speaker recognizes the other person. That's standing order. A couple days ago, you accused us of making up the rules as we go. So now we're sticking to the rules, and you still have an issue. So either we're going to stick to the rules, or you claim along. So which is it?
I want you to be consistent, Mr. Speaker. When you're applying the rules, we have to be consistent in this honorable house. Not just rules for one set of members in this house. There need to be consistency in applying the rules in this house. And blind Batimas could see what's happening here.
Leader of the Opposition, I hear you loud and clear. I have ensured in this house, and you will agree if you're honest, that The rules always applies to everyone.
And I noticed there's a tone, particular websites in this country, and I'm hearing it saying in this house. But if I'm honest, if I'm honest,
I said,
you're honest, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
You're honest.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Let's be consistent, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Leader of the
All right.
Opposition.
Let's not go there.
I'm going to repeat what I said. If you're honest, you will agree that I've been fair to both sides in this house.
You have not been fair, and the public could see that as well, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, well then, that's your version.
That's the version. That's the facts.
Thank you.
Every sit in this house have been recorded.
Honorable
and that's the
Leader
facts
of
for everyone to
Opposition.
see.
Okay, let's put an end to this back and forth. The member for the 4th District, for what reason do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate allowing me. Mr. Speaker, I just want to speak from my experience in this House. Point of information.
Okay.
Thank you very much. And a point of order. I just want to say, Mr. Speaker, as a senior member of this House who've been in for several terms, that while the standing orders may say that one may not yield, it is the discretion of the Speaker to allow one to stand on a point of information. There's a long list in there, a point of order, or whatever it may be. It is normally allowed in the House that if one rises on a point of information or point of order, that despite the speaker who may be speaking suggests that they're not yielding, it is normally allowed by the speaker to hear what the point of information or the point of order may be. So I don't want us to establish a precedent that then whenever somebody is speaking and anyone rises on a point of order, a point of information, that person can't rise. I hope we're not going down that road, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone? Okay. Honorable members, we will recess the House until Monday, the 23rd August 2021 at 10 a.m., where we'll ask the Premier then to wrap up the debate. So we'll move the 12th sitting to another date. I don't have that date yet, but members will be communicated by tomorrow on the date of the 12th sitting. So we continue with the 11th sitting on Monday, 23rd August 2021 at 10 a.m. This Honorable House is now in recess.